So listen, buddy, you said you just checked that today, the parallax thing, though. Can we maybe bring you back to a more fundamental question, like what we were speaking about the surface of the Earth, right? The surface of it. If you were standing on a globe or a sphere, you're standing on it, right? That's what you believe. You're standing on a sphere. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There will be a drop over distance from your position away from you in all directions, right? Because it's a sphere. It's dropping away from you, the surface.
How is like dropping away from me the surface? What do you mean?
Change rate of slope, it will be,
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
it will be changing the the ground.
Yeah, for
It will
example.
be,
Yeah.
it will be dropping away from you, from your line of sight, the observer.
Yeah, the horizon, yeah, the horizon. Okay.
But that's the thing, though, that those not the sphere that you think that you're standing on, it will require a specific rate drop, and that can be tested. It has been tested for to check if it's there. Like people, you can go outside, you can go to a body of water, you can do either measurements or long distance observation. There's even laser tests that have been used, and you can come to the conclusion that there is no curvature because there is no drop over the distance that will conform to the drop of the sphere, the globe, the globe Earth that they claim. There's no, it's not dropping, it's not curving. So how can it be a sphere if it's not curving, though? You see? You see
Because
the
it's
issue
like
there?
not really, because it's a giant sphere. So this like phenomenon is not that like,
So it's a
the
giant sphere, so it's
sudden.
not curving. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's like slowly curving.
Okay, it's curving, right? So it is curving, exactly what I told you. So you're agreeing with me. It has to be curving, but
Yeah,
it's not
it's
curving. You get
curving.
that?
No, I don't get that, but it is curving on a
Oh, it
very
is
long
curving.
distance.
You're saying it is curving.
Yeah, so the
Do
argument
you
is
have the
that,
method? Do you know who measured that curvature? Do you have that available? You said it's curving, so you probably have like some type of method that was used to determine that, right? Like
I
it's
have just
curving.
like
That's what you're saying.
my own logic. That's my method. So who measured this? You know
Your
this?
own logic. Can you describe that? Your own logic. What was the logic that you followed to come to the conclusion that the Earth is curving? What was that?
Okay, can you answer me this question? Who measured this curvature of Earth?
No one has measured the curvature of the Earth because it doesn't exist.
Okay, that's if that's the answer, then
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. No one has done it. No one
okay.
has measured the curvature, but
Okay.
it has to be.
Let's.
You're saying it has to be there, even though nobody has discovered it or measured it or seen it or showed it. You're saying it's still
Okay,
there, even though
I have
nobody
one more question.
has measured it.
What about gravity? What about gravity? How do you
Bro,
respond to this?
bro, come to a bring. Remember, you mentioned logic. Dude, just try to come to a logical conclusion about this one, because if you can't figure out the ground that you're standing on or the waters across the surface of the Earth, how are you gonna figure out gravity, dude?
I don't know. So let's maybe find out this one
Yeah, let's find
about
out.
gra.
Yeah, so let's do a
Okay.
long distance observation, right? We can look at many examples in the chat. I'm gonna jump in the text. Maybe people, if you look in the chat though, there might be people posting things now or before our conversation. There's probably people posting different observations from the surface of the Earth, and by you just looking at this stuff, you can safely come to a conclusion that there is no curvature, the no curve that that is attached to that globe that you're thinking, the globe Earth 3,959 miles in radius, because remember it has a specific variation, specific variables, and that stuff can be tested for, and it has been tested for, and the test shows that it's not there. So it's not that, because if it was that, if it was a sphere, that the curvature will be there, and we will be able to test for it, but it's not there after the test. Let me check the text real quick, because I got a
I
few
don't know
things here.
what you're talking about, but can we talk about something I know what we're talking about?
You don't remember the curve? You said it's a sphere. The sphere is curving, and
But
people
okay,
can test.
so yeah, bro, wait. So there are some like proofs about things that are like I want to say non like fuck, I forgot the word, but they're like non-direct proofs. So for example, like human is a human because it's like an animal because it has, I don't know, evolution, or it is born
Yeah, now
like
you're
from
gonna
a
go claim
male.
stacking. Now you're saying about, bro.
No,
Now
I'm not. I'm not claim stacking.
you are
Bro,
now you're saying we have evolution even though you don't have that. You don't know what that is. You don't know what that word means, and now you're gonna use it like it means something. To the conversation that we were having before. You wanna move away from the
no,
curvature
bro, but
and
I
talk about
didn't.
something.
Wait, you're a fucking idiot from what I think right now, because I haven't done anything, and you're like preventing me from doing like haven't done anything, bro. So shut up and let me finish. So
You just
yeah,
said let's move away from the measurements of the curvature, the thing in question, the elephant in the room, and let's talk about something else. And you said yourself, indirect. So let's go away from the direct evidence and go to something else. And I'm trying to keep you on your feet, down to the earth. You go into something else, la la land, imaginary, fantasy. And I'm trying to stop you from doing that.
no,
If you
you're
want to
saying
do it,
some
we can
random
try.
shit. Okay, let's try, because like, okay. So the gravity. So why is
What's
there
that? Tell me.
gravity?
Okay, gravity. What is that? Tell me. What is it?
So this is the thing that Earth has some mass, like huge mass, and therefore it produces gravity that pulls object into the Earth, yeah, with its weight.
Okay,
That
is
it
this
don't
like
escape.
is this like words that you read somewhere, or this is like a demonstration, something that can be tested and shown and tested for? Is this something like that that you have test
Yeah,
showing?
it can be easily tested. So
Hey,
I
What
Jimsy.
is
have
it? Oh, go ahead,
Jim,
DJ. My bad.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, okay, so it's pulling everything towards the center of the globe. So that would mean the water should be curving. Jimsy already debunked what your gravity claim, because if gravity was real, then the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So Jimsy already debunked your.
You just told me that you don't believe. You just told me that gravity is not real.
No,
No,
we
it's you that
debunked it.
believes in gravity. So what
if
you've
you have
got-
gravity.
Keep going, DJ.
Can
Well,
you
just
speak
quickly,
one at a
right?
time?
If you have gravity, that means that the water has to be curving. Jemsy just showed you that the water's not curving over distance. If you had gravity, it would have to be curving over distance, but it's not. So
Yeah, but I don't know. Is the water curving? Yeah, I mean, it is curving. It is curving, like slightly.
Actually, no, it's not.
well,
Why
every time
it's
we go
not
and test
curving?
it, every time we go and test it, this has been done thousands of times. There's a zero curvature. Bless you.
Just mute yourself,
ob-
brother. Being toasty.
Why do
Just mute
objects?
yourself so
It
we
was
don't hear you.
two sneezes. It was two sneezes, man. It's fine.
Okay, why do objects simply fall on Earth, and they fall? Yeah.
So an object gets dropped, it goes down, so therefore you've assumed we live on a sphere because of this action, this show. Here we go, I've got a pen, I let it go. It went down. so therefore my table is curved? I hope not, because I like things to stay on my table.
Yeah, that doesn't follow logically, bro. Like you're saying, okay, I see the water droplet, the pen dropping, like exactly the example that he gave you. I pick up the pen, I let it go, it goes to the floor, therefore I'm standing on a sphere? How does that logically follows?
That Earth has certain mass and certain mass, so therefore, so object fall on Earth with some like speed, and the speed is equal to their mass times this g, yeah, this what is this 10 meters per second square, yeah, like this. So
Except that
that's
not
interesting
everything
that
drops at that rate because, helium goes up, it doesn't drop that way. We have hot air, we have many things that don't drop at that rate. That rate, that's only an agree upon. That's a convention. That's people said, we agree that a lot of things drop at this rate. So we're just gonna say that everything does. But that's just people saying that. That's not, you cannot demonstrate that everything drops at that rate. That's not
I don't
reality.
know, like you were telling me about elements, and they behave different way, the elements, yeah,
Yeah.
than like normal objects.
Yeah, and we know the behavior of water, and we know that water doesn't attach itself to the outside of spinning spheres. We know the behavior of that. We know that water lays horizontal on the surface. We know that. It can be demonstrated.
Okay,
It can be
so one more
measured that the
question.
water is not curving to the rate of the globe. So the globe is just falling flat, falling apart.
Okay, so let's assume that the Earth is flat. So why is it like this? When you go to the end of the flat Earth, why don't you fall down? Or when is the end of this?
When you go to, okay, so you just made up an imaginary place in your mind, and you think that imaginary thing doesn't work, and you are trying to ask me about it?
No, that is a model that is like flat Earth in my mind. So
A
it
model
has
in
to.
your mind, yeah, exactly what I said. Something that you made up in your mind that doesn't
No,
work.
but
You're just telling me that whatever you're imagining doesn't work for you. So now you're trying to tell me to
hey,
explain how it works for you.
no, yeah, okay. So can you explain me your
Has anybody
model?
in here
Shut up.
tell you about the edge of the end of the world? Anybody in here made that claim that you're trying to
But
push that to someone
okay,
in
there is
here?
geometrical, I don't know, object like a circle, and so I can see the borders of the circle on the paper, on a piece of paper.
What have you ever thought about this? What if the ends of the world are unknown? What is that? That's an unknown that you don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
Have you
what
ever
about the?
considered that?
So can you answer me this one question right now? Is it possible when people discover these unknown ends of the world, do they fall down?
Who's that? Who discovered the ends of the world? Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me.
You.
Me? No, no. I haven't done that.
This
Okay,
is
I don't know. Ferdinand Magellan.
brother. I'll answer your question because I can't bear this 1 second longer. Nobody thinks the edge of the world. There's the edge of the world. No one thinks the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand if you were a giant. Okay, and fall down. That doesn't even make sense. Why would it fall? Where would it fall to? Yeah,
Like
it's like imagination.
outer space,
It would fall to
vacuum.
space. So I guess we could just push things off the edge to go to space. Dude, wasting our time with rockets, right?
Okay, but but you're like contradicting yourself because he told that
Your idea.
we haven't discovered the edges according to him.
India, he thinks that the disk in the internet that people label flat Earth, that's That's us.
Yeah, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space floating around. Does that help?
So can you explain me what this is according to?
Earth is not in outer space. It's not inside of something. It's just the Earth, and that's all there is. Above the Earth, we see stars, sun, and moon, and all the celestial objects.
Phenomena.
Yeah, phenomenon, whatever you want to call them. There is no outside the Earth.
It's like
Just
a
like-
simulation.
Just to give you it's like saying, hey, what's outside the universe? Right? Doesn't even make sense to even ask that question. There is no outside. It's all there is. The Earth isn't the sun. It's not a planet. It's not a moon. It's not a ball. Did you understand all that, pal? Friend?
No, because this is like very abstract from what I think.
No. I mean, so they say that in modern cosmology, the universe is flat. Okay, this is what they say, that the universe itself is flat. Where's the edge? Can I fall off? Can I go outside of it?
Wait, we don't. Modern cosmology doesn't say that. It says the
Yeah, it does.
universe.
Yes, they
It
do.
does.
They say it's
Since
an
when?
asymptotically flat space-time.
That's news to me.
Okay, Google it. Flat universe.
No, I'll trust you on that. Honestly, I'll just trust you.
No, don't trust him. Don't trust him.
Well, is he a little liar? Is he a liar or something?
No, I tell the
No.
truth, but you guys still, in your head, you'll still think that the universe is not flat. Like, in their
No, bro.
cosmology.
Oh my god, if I'm saying I trust you, I'll trust you, bro. Please, just trust me that I trust you.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is,
I don't know what you're
hey,
saying.
I don't think the universe is flat. Unless you count just the Earth as the universe. So we know the Earth is flat from measuring it to be that way. And I heard you mention gravity, like why things fall. No one knows why things fall. No experiment can be done to determine why things fall. I mean, if you know the experiment, just tell us. I'm all ears.
I think that's the best answer for that because he sounds fairly new, but that's straight to the point. No one knows. That's the truth.
I
Yeah.
kind of want to bring up the whole thing of what was it, general relativity, that like you can't devise an experiment to tell the difference between acceleration and gravitation. I just kind of want to bring that up because I feel like it's related. Like, use
Yeah,
that maybe.
there are experiments. This is actually something. It's just, I don't mean to just be a freaking contrarian, but the gravity acceleration equivalence has never been actually proven, and there is actually a physicist working on demonstrating that. Does have some data that the acceleration, the inertial mass and the gravitational mass are not actually the same thing. And he's been doing these experiments by dropping different elements in his, I guess you would call it theory, hypothesis is the number of neutrons within the nucleus of an atom determine its inertial mass. The guy's name is Sky Darnos. He's a physicist. You can check out his YouTube channel and watch all his experiments. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But within the framework of relativity, Einstein said yes, inertial mass and gravitational mass are equivalent, but that's never actually been proven to be true. But the difference would be very small anyway. So.
Oh yeah, what do you guys think of the physicists then who sold these ideas? Like, do you think they were just bought by the government or something?
No, they're just wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay, so
you heard me being wrong, right?
No. So I'm just trying to figure out like.
You guys can't conceive of it. You guys are like, you guys think they must be lying.
No, not like that, not like that. I'm just trying to figure out like what, like, okay, so but you do believe that it's been.
The physicists that said the Earth is a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, they sound pretty sure about it, but they're just wrong.
Okay, so
what about other
So
planets?
you think that they thought they were telling the truth? You thought You think that they
They
think they
believe
had it
what
figured out, but we're wrong.
they believe what they're saying.
Okay. And then the
Okay,
government
but
took that
hold
idea and
on,
perpetrated
hold
that
on.
as a lie.
Hold on a second, just one second. I've talked to physicists. Actually, I've debated person with a PhD in mathematical physics in this server. Okay,
Interesting.
twice, two different ones. Okay, and when it comes down to it,
Yeah.
when we ask them, they don't actually know the Earth is a globe. They just believe it. They've never done any experiments. They've never seen any experiments done. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything. They just learned it when they were a kid and just continue to believe it.
Okay. And so the government took the mistake of the scientists that
What do
the
you mean,
Earth is a
government?
globe.
When
Oh,
you say
sorry,
the
because that.
What do you mean by the
What do,
government?
Like the
Dog
city,
oh, what do,
catcher?
like the
what
lady
do I
at
mean
the
by the government?
tax
Like
office.
Yeah,
You think the
the dog
lady at the
catcher?
tax office?
like NASA and stuff?
Oh, like
Like,
NASA. Okay,
because
NASA's.
NASA is like
You know that?
affiliated with them.
Yeah. You guys are in trouble with the NASA thing. So a couple months ago, Donald Trump signed an executive order
Yeah, I
turning
know.
NASA into a spy agency. So
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
yeah.
so my question was like, do you guys believe that the government took the mistake of the scientists that the Earth is a globe and continued to perpetrate it as a lie for some gain?
It's not a lie if it's a mistake.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You know what a lie is, right? That lie is
Yeah,
intentional
yeah, no,
deception.
I'm confused because I thought I used correctly. Yeah, they're lying that the Earth is a globe when it's flat. What you believe?
No, I don't believe they're lying. I believe they're wrong, that they're mistaken, that they believe what they're saying, which means they're not lying.
Oh,
There's a difference
okay. So
between being lying means
yeah,
intentional
yeah.
deception.
Okay. I talked to a guy before, and he was like, yeah, I believe the government is lying about it. So I'm just yeah. Okay.
Look, the government lies about a lot of shit. So, I mean, their official policy is to lie.
Very
Okay.
true.
But can you
That's the
tell me
official
something?
policy. They actually argued that in
Okay.
front of the Supreme Court, federal government. That the official
good lord.
policy of the United States government is not to tell the public the truth.
Hey,
Oh damn.
can you tell me what about other planets?
Case was
Because I
Akaba
know.
versus Ashcroft. In case you want to know what case it was argued by Ted Olson, Solicitor General of the United States.
Can you tell
Back
me
after
about
that.
other planets? Is
Just
there
wait a
anything
minute. You're
like
gonna get a reply to the
planet?
other
I
planets
covered,
first.
Okay.
brother,
Okay.
I covered the other planet thing. Earth isn't a planet, so there's no other planet. It's not other.
Yeah, the issue that you're having though is that you're in your premise. You're saying in your premise. You think the Earth is already a planet. What about the other planets? And that's wrong. That's a wrong premise. It's a false premise because the Earth is not a planet. And when you look up to the sky and see the luminaries, and some of those we call them planets, the Earth is like those things are nothing like the Earth, and the Earth is nothing like those things. So the Earth is not one of those things.
Yeah.
What about some like the like photos like we have? Is it Photoshop from
How
other
do you know they're
planets?
photos? Well, no. The
We
problem with
have
those
some
is that
photos.
there's no way to test them. And they're not even consistent amongst each other, right? So you can look at any random so-called image of the Earth, and they don't look like any other image of the Earth. And number two, you can't even tell because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. There's no even way to even tell if that's what the Earth looks like. I mean, for all you know, the Earth is a freaking giant egg. You'd have no way to know if, their picture of a ball versus an egg. You can't tell. There's no way to evaluate them. And we know they have to be fake. You know how we know that? You know how we know that any image depicting the Earth as a ball is fake? Are you curious how we
Because
know?
it's composite images.
No, we know they're fake because they depict something that doesn't exist. And we know it doesn't exist because in those images claims to be the oceans of the world. And we can go out to those oceans and measure the surface and demonstrate that those oceans don't curve on their surface. And if they don't curve on their surface, the image must be fake. Just like if I went to
Okay.
Times Square, right? If they showed, hey, here's a picture. It's Times Square. There's a big pink house in the middle of it. And I go there and there's no pink house.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter how many pictures of the pink house in Times Square there are. I know that those images are fake because there's no house there. Okay?
Yeah, the images will be a misrepresentation of the Earth. So the Earth is a sphere, and the oceans curving around the sphere And when we go to the oceans are not doing that. The images will be a misrepresentation of reality.
There you go.
See, what we do, we go out into reality and check what they tell us to be true. Okay, they say, hey, the Earth is a ball. It has a radius of 9,000 or 3,959 miles. The rate of curvature should be roughly 8 inches per mile squared. If in 10 miles, the Earth should drop down 66 feet. So we can go out into the world and test all these things, right? To see if what they're saying actually is out there in the physical and natural world. And when we go out and test it, and just like you could go out and test it, you're going to find what they're saying can't possibly be true because it's really not out there in the world. It's only on television or on a screen or in a book on
Okay.
it.
Can you maybe
Tassie,
tell
when
me?
you turn off
So,
the screen, when you turn off the TV where you saw the globe and you go outside, you check the surface of the Earth. That's nothing like what you saw on the TV. Go ahead, Tassie.
okay. Can you tell me? So why is it like this? That official narrative is that the Earth is round, it's in space, etc. Why?
At this point, first of all, we'd have to read men's minds, but it's at this point it's a Western tradition. It's like being born in a Christian country and then you're Christian, right? So you're born in the West, and they tell everybody the Earth's a globe, but everybody just passes it on. Like your parents, right? They probably told you the Earth is a globe. Do you think they know? Do you think your parents have any knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
No.
No, they know some basic like.
Yeah, they were told,
about
right?
stars,
They were told by
planets.
their parents, and their parents were told by
Yeah.
their parents, and their parents. You see what I'm saying? It's just like a tradition passed on. None of these people actually know, and that's what I was trying to tell you guys earlier. I've talked to the people, the scientists that you think know, and they don't know because I've asked them. I've talked to them. I've talked to people that are satellite engineers and pilots and surveyors and physicists, cosmologists, astrophysicists. We've talked to all these people over the last 10 years, and they don't have any information that's different than you.
What about this like comets or like meteors? Do they? I mean, there are some stones that fall from above to Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, there's also cats and dogs and fish and animals that fall from the sky too. So what?
There's also fish that falls from the sky, though. You know that?
No. What do you mean?
Never heard of the reign of animals? It's been going this is documented for 2,000 years. There's sometimes there are just rain animals out of the sky.
What do you mean? Nothing like this exists.
Okay.
Anyways, real quick about the rocks in the sky, there is a difference between the phenomena that we see, like we call sporadic meteors or meteors, and then there is the cartoon version of that. Because remember, if you're standing on the ground and you look up to the sky and you see a phenomena, and let's say a rock falls from the sky, and then you go pick it up, right? Okay, cool.
Yep.
That doesn't logically follow that the Earth is a globe, though, because then you got someone, then you have the question, where did this rock came from? How did it happen? You're gonna be asking those questions, and then you're gonna have one of those guys showing you a cartoon, right? And then you're gonna look at the cartoon, and the cartoon is gonna show you the misrepresentation of the curving Earth, and that rock came from outer space. But that's just an explanation. They don't actually know that. That's
So
just
what is
a misrepresentation of what happened. Go ahead.
Okay, so is the theory that we are like alien zoo? Is it good one?
Eh?
Like humans are alien zoo, yeah? We are like animals
No,
of the
that's a
alien.
misrepresentation of the use of the word alien, because alien means foreigner, someone from other land. And alien, you can also use it in fiction. So whenever you speak about outer space, aliens, that's fiction. If you're speaking about people from other lands or coming from other places, sure, you can use the word alien. But what you're thinking about, the aliens in Star Wars that look like frogs, speaking different languages, No, that's
Yeah.
just cartoons and fantasy.
Yeah, there's no as far as other land, there's no land in the sky for people from other lands to come from.
That we know of. That we know of.
Have you noticed? Yeah, I just want to bring up. Have you noticed that like we just keep talking about this subject and your mind keeps going back to outer space over and over and over again? Even though we're talking about the Earth, you keep thinking about like what's up in the sky instead of what's under your feet.
Yes.
And then you're wondering why is it that you even think this way?
Because
imagine we were talking about your house, right? And you just kept talking about your neighbor's house. I said, dude, but what's your house made out of? And you're like, man, my neighbor's house has got freaking vinyl siding. And I'm like, but what about your windows in your house? And said, well, my neighbor has gutters on. Like, this is what you're doing over and over again. It's like a mental thing. Like, bro, don't do. Listen, I'm not like giving you shit. It's like, but we observe this to happen all the time. Is that when we talk about this topic, we end up talking about everything but the Earth and talk about everything else in the world.
Because this claim is like, honestly, because this claim is like, I've never even heard anything like this, so that's why.
Well, everybody.
He sounds really new to the topic, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am really new to the topic.
Yeah, so brother, now let's imagine nobody ever told you that the Earth was a giant ball. Would you have figured it out on your own without being told?
No, I wouldn't, probably.
And every single person I've ever asked has said that same thing. They said, I never would have figured it out. Okay, that means it's not obvious that the Earth is a ball. It's not obvious. It's not obvious from your daily experience. If you go up a mountain, go in an airplane, go to the ocean, anywhere you go, it's not obvious at all that the Earth would be a ball. It's like a mental construct that humanity is like constructed in our collective mind.
Oh, shoot.
And, but there's no evidence for it in the physical world. That's the problem. That really is the issue. And that's a problem, right? Because science is supposed to be empirical, right? It's supposed to be based upon observation of the natural world, not conceptualizations of the natural world. So if science is empirical and they say the Earth is a globe and it's supposed to curve, the water's supposed to curve all over the world, and the most of the world is water, I should be able to go to a large body of water, and measure this curvature in the natural world, but no matter what distances we try to measure it, it's not there. And we're talking, like, for instance, the world's furthest photograph is 425 kilometers from the French Alps to the French Pyrenees. Okay, let's just see something like, off the top of my head, 4 miles of drop. That's how much the surface of the Earth is supposed to curve down from that person's eye level, something like 4 miles. Okay, so this drop, there's radio transmissions of 10,000 miles. There's LoRa chirp radio, which is like a low power technology for communication of 800 miles. There's all sorts of evidence that the Earth is flat because the limitations of a curving surface just don't seem to exist in reality.
The limitations of a curving what?
Yeah, a limitation of a curving surface. So if we're like far apart.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
Like there's supposed to be a bulge of Earth between us if we're farther apart, right? Because the curvature of the Earth. We ever heard like ships go over the horizon and the Earth is supposed to be blocking the view to the bottom of the boat? Have you ever heard that?
No, can you repeat, because I didn't get anything. What you?
Yeah. So if a ship sails away from you, this is what they say: if a ship sails away from you, it'll disappear bottom first, then the mast, right, in that order as it sails away, and they say that this is due to the curve of the Earth. The ship is going around the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what they say. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I also knew. Yeah, that's what I know. Like when you have the sun, yeah, the sun is setting. Yeah.
Yeah,
So this also
going.
considered the proof that it goes that disappears in the horizon. So this is where you cannot see no more. Like
Yeah. The sun goes over the horizon and goes underneath your feet. So when it's midnight and someone says, "Hey, point to the sun," you point down, right? So where's the sun? Point down. That's so funny. I mean, yeah. So this is the idea, but when this is actually tested, because just watching the sun do something or just watching a boat, that's one thing. And maybe there's optical phenomenon happening due to the meteorological conditions that make it look a certain way. But can we actually test it from this subjective interpretation to find something objective and actually measure the surface of the Earth to actually see if it is actually curving? Okay. And all these tests show that it's not, all these measurements. So one thing you can do is like you can take a laser, you can shine it across a body of water, and you can measure its height, how high it is above the water along its length, to see if that height above the water increases, right? So let's say I start at 2 meters above the water, shine a laser 40 kilometers, and then go to the other end of the 40 kilometers and go and measure the laser height above the water. Well, that laser should be 127 meters in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, but when its tests have been done, it's the same height above the water. It's not way up in the air.
Okay, so did they like try to, because their mathematical proportion can be counted, yeah? So you like cover this distance, you divide this, what was this kilometers, the
40
distance?
kilometers.
40, so maybe that's not enough, 40 kilometers, because
well, I just gave you what the globe says. I gave you, so the laser should be 127 meters in the air. That's what the globe predicts.
Okay.
Okay, but they measured the meter they measured the laser 1.5 meters above the surface.
1.5, and it was supposed to be
127. 127.
So it went up a bit. So it's
that's
like
2 orders of magnitude. That's not a bit.
That's not a bit, you're saying.
That's the difference between having a penny in your bank account and $1.
It's like a skyscraper building, like a giant skyscraper building.
Yeah, 44-story building. That's its equivalent of a 44-story building versus a 4-foot man.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay, but I'm gonna honestly, I'm gonna count this on a piece of paper in a moment because I'm curious. But can you send me the link to this, like laser?
Yeah,
or
sure thing.
Okay.
Just to give you a little background, I'll give you a link. It's a PDF. It's got all the measurement results. It was done in Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, which is like a saltwater lake that they made out there, and they did a series of tests. And then they went back and did some of the tests again to replicate it, to make sure. And they had like meteorological stations, and it was a very thorough test. This was actually like the 4th or 5th time they did this type of laser test, because every time they did one, people would complain that you forgot this or forgot that. So this was like a culmination of like 5 years of attempts, basically. So I'll post it in the side chat without further ado.
Okay. So maybe like one more question. So like, well, how is it like with North Pole and South Pole? Why does this magnetism exist on Earth? Hello?
Oh yeah, because compasses only work because of magnetism, so how do you guys explain that? That's a good question.
So magnetism's the shape of the ground now.
Yeah. Okay. So, God, I'm gonna answer this very quickly because I'm looking for that thing. Anyway, so compasses don't point towards the North and South Pole. That's a myth. Compasses actually just align with the magnetic field. Okay, so whatever the field lines, whatever direction they point in, the compass aligns with them. It's called magnetic declination. So
You said you get magnetic
declination in some places is 90 degrees off of what it should be, such as in the South Pacific. So if you were in the South Pacific and you were following your compass north, you'd actually be traveling east.
Okay, seriously?
Yeah, seriously. On all like navigation maps. In fact, I was looking at a U.S. A Coast Guard chart today, and I didn't know this. With the magnetic declination where I live is something like 15 degrees. So that means like your compass will point 15 degrees different from what you would call true north in Boston Harbor.
That's explained in my question is like, how do you guys explain that? Because we explain like all of that through the globe model of the central core being like kind of molten iron and
Yeah.
That
explanation's horseshit though. Have you thought about it for 3 seconds about that explanation?
I mean, I was taught in class basically like charges. Man,
well, let me say, like,
I can just say crap like charges. Sounds kind of BS.
Did they teach you about the Curie? Did they teach you about the Curie temperature when they taught you about that?
What's the Curie temperature?
The Curie temperature is the temperature at which metal loses magnetism.
Not all. Wait, sorry.
Metal loses iron and nickel, and any metal loses magnetism at a certain temperature because they can't align, right? Because the thermal motion is more random than its disorder from thermal motion is greater than the order of the magnetism, right? So it can't stay in an ordered state to actually create a magnetic field. Yeah, this is called Curie temperature. It's like 400 degrees Fahrenheit for iron.
So you really don't believe that there is this
the Curie temperature
metal core?
No. Why should I?
The metal core is only an idea that you got it from a cartoon, bro, from a depiction. You saw it in a book, it was depicted by someone, and they said this is how it is, but they don't know that. They just made, it's just a baseless idea. Nobody has verified that.
They put a lot of work in like proving this.
How did they put a lot of work? I want to know how they proved it. How did they prove that there's a molten iron core? Did they take a sample?
Sick. And I thought I'd be able to drop astronomy. Now we need to take it to ask questions.
Well, astronomy is a pseudoscience.
Okay, well, this is also. I mean, pseudoscience. This kind of.
Well, I mean, can you give us an astronomy experiment?
That debunks your experiments.
Any astronomy experiment of any type, anytime, anywhere.
I mean, an astronomy experiment. I mean, then sure.
You can't do an experiment, then you're not doing science, right? So we need an astronomy experiment.
I mean, you could just let's say you're gonna map the rotation of the Earth by looking at a constellation and finding the constellation across different times.
That's not an experiment, dude.
Yeah, it is. Sure.
No, experiments figure out cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. Right. So a natural phenomenon would be
so if you see the effect of the hold on, can I go? You see the effect.
You said that the observation.
We agree. You see the effect, dude. That we're trying to figure out the cause of the effect.
Yeah. So then you figure out the cause, and you figure that it's because of the rotation of the Earth. Or is that not valid because that's like just a random explanation? Because I think it's a valid way to explain the effect, like the thing that you see can be explained by rotation of the Earth.
The explanation is the cause.
Well, okay, but we need to do the experiment. That's a nice hypothesis. The rotation of the Earth is the cause of the stars moving. Great, nice hypothesis.
Yeah.
Where's the experiment demonstrating that?
I mean, you'd use a telescope. You'd find it. You'd find the constellation. You'd try and find it again in like another time, and
Yeah,
you'd
and you're
use
gonna
that to
keep
map.
that's the effect. We want to know the cause.
Yeah. So you're looking at okay.
Let me
So
take you through the scientific
in
method.
the
because you don't
experiment
seem
you have to have the
understand.
cause first. In the
You don't.
experiment is
Yeah,
that requirement. You have to have the cause
Yeah,
first.
you just need to
no,
have the
no. You're
observation,
observing
and you
natural
can just
No,
phenomena.
you don't have to.
Yeah, so I'm observing natural phenomenon of constellations like switching in and
That's the
out
and
effect.
in the sky.
you like
That's the
you
effect.
can
That's
just
the observable
you
Yeah.
can
phenomena. That's the effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I explain it using a cause, which is the rotation of the Earth. Is that not valid?
No, you don't explain
and
it. You do an experiment.
yeah, we do experiment in computers. We run the mathematical models to clone the similar environment to check whether the theory is correctly aligned with the aligned with the mathematical models or not. Then we come to the conclusion whether it is proven or not.
Yeah, just put it. Listen, bro. Just putting it in words, like you grab a pen and put it on paper, and you say, "This is my explanation why I see the luminaries doing what they do." Right? And you put it on paper. That explanation is not a demonstration, just because you wrote it down or
Yeah,
you said it with your mouth.
So there is an alternative explanation to that. That there's a celestial sphere that rotates around the Earth. How do you know that that's not it?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You see what I'm saying is like when you do this, if you don't do the experiment, then you can have all sorts of alternative hypotheses about what
Yeah,
the
okay.
cause could possibly be. And
Okay,
this is why astronomy isn't a science, because like all they can ever really do are get correlations of phenomenon, but they can never get like cause and effect relationships because they can't do experiments on astronomical objects, right?
Just drop astronomy. Just go for astrobiology.
Astrobiology, the hell is that?
Exobiology, bro. Aliens from dirt in the sky.
I don't think my university offers that.
I'll get you that. Hold on, let me get that. So, someone else talking while I find that link. Unless someone
I don't
else
think my
posts.
university offered that.
So yeah, we can fill the air with maybe more questions or more comments.
Okay, I have a question, another one. What about these like rockets? Do they really fly somewhere?
Yeah, they go away from your view, most of them.
What about the movie? Like I don't know that they are 25,000. Like this is like the first cosmic speed, and this like 25,000 kilometers per hour. No, sorry, this is like
You see how
distance.
they show you a cartoon when they say, "Look, it's going 24,000 miles per hour, the rocket or whatever," right? You see how
Yeah, the
you see when
cartoons
you're
are to
looking at that,
explain the cartoons are to visualize and to explain to make it easier to digest. They're not
easier to
like
digest. Yeah.
they're not like I forgot they're not like a ruse or like a mask to hide some sort of
Yeah, but this is the thing
lie.
though. Rockets do work in reality. We do have
Why
rockets
do they gotta
in
help us
reality.
digest it?
Yeah, rockets
Because
work.
not everyone
So
Yeah,
because
we do have rockets, but rockets
pictures are good.
Because it's
rockets work.
bullshit, bro. It's literally propaganda. Like,
Yeah.
Wait,
They
no,
come
okay,
from
they
rockets.
fly somewhere. They fly somewhere, rockets. So like, why? Where do they fly?
Yeah. Don't
They
they
fly
retrieve them
upstairs.
in the rocket graveyard in the Antarctic, in the Atlantic Ocean? Don't they have like they retrieve them over there?
Okay, but I don't know. I don't know. So, but it's like is flying possible? Like flying a plane?
Yeah, the plane requires they have to assume a motionless flat Earth to be able to make the airplane practical and safe to the engineer to get on it and for them to put their families in it and transport them from point A to point B. They have to drop the globe whenever they decide to build the airplane. And then the pilot as well has to do the same thing basically. Throw the globe in the trash bin to operate the airplane.
Okay.
You know, the pilot never takes into account any curvature of the ground, any movement of the ground below him.
Okay, I don't know. It maybe makes some sense. Maybe.
How you're going to
Do you
explain?
think it's gonna be like in the future? It's gonna be like, I don't know, popular with you? What you're
Well, in the
representing?
past, it was popular, right? All of your ancestors, all civilizations across the world knew that the
Yeah.
Earth wasn't this globe. It's just today's biggest religion in the world at the moment. Maybe in the future, people will just drop their religion and think about something else. Maybe acknowledge reality for a change.
Yeah, and you might think like, what's he saying? It's a religion. It really is a religion. It doesn't have a deity.
No,
like,
no, no.
there's
I understand the link with religion. That this is like the shared belief that people like gather around. Yeah. That
Well,
they...
also, it supports a bunch of other ideas, right? That a Big Bang,
Yeah. Okay.
which is like a creation story, which creation of the universe story, same as like the Lord said, "Let there be light," and then there's like the creation of man, right? That came from evolution, according to them, which came from naturalistic reasons. A man evolved from random processes of this Big Bang, random universe, and
Wait. So
which
like,
is just. Well, I mean, what I'm
you
saying
don't,
is that the
you
things
also
that
don't believe
religion
in
is.
evolution?
Why would I?
No, you
Yeah,
believe in
why?
evolution, yeah?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Yeah, why should I?
But so what do you believe in? Do you believe in creationism, that God created humans?
Yes.
Uh, so
Sorry,
so
are you
this is
Christian?
this is your religion. You're Christian, yeah?
Yeah,
Or do you
I'm a
just
Christian, but that's independent than this.
interesting?
The
Yeah,
Bible
so are
says
there
the Bible
like
says
flat
prove
Earth?
all things, bro.
Okay, but
I
are
can
there
prove
like
the earth is
flat
flat
Earth
based
guys?
upon what I've gone out and done myself.
Okay, are there any flat Earth guys who believe in evolution?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay.
Come in all
Why
shapes
do
and
you
colors.
believe in evolution? I mean, to be honest, you probably couldn't even define what evolution actually is in the first place.
I think I can. So this is the
State
adaptation.
the theory of evolution. State what it is.
Okay, so
Exactly
okay,
what.
for me, this is the
Not for
not
you.
exactly for
No, not for you. The
Definition.
actual theory of evolution, what it is.
Yeah, the theory. Not your
okay,
theory, the theory.
okay. So the organisms change to fit the environment, and the organisms that aren't fit, they die, and they change to adapt to the environment to
No, it died. It stopped right there. You stop. He says they died.
genes. To pass their genes, and they die. Those who are not fit,
I-
they die. Yeah.
Okay.
If he
You
died,
know.
that's not evolution. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me. There's a couple problems with that. Genes code for proteins. They don't code for body morphology, which means body shape and form, right?
Yes.
They know
yes.
this because of experiments done with these worms that don't die, that cutting them in half, and then manipulating them so that the pieces regenerate, right? So these are called flatworms.
Yeah. Yeah. Flatworms. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can cut them in half,
Yeah,
and then
parasite.
so what they stop, Chelsea, fucker. Yes, parasites. So what they've done is they've got these worms to basically, by using an electric field, to cut it in half, and the head, instead of the head growing a tail, they get it the head to grow another head, and the tail to grow a tail, and then they can cut that in half, and it stays a tail worm, and it stays a head worm, right? It's all genetically identical, but their body morphology has changed permanently. You understand?
That's right.
So
yeah.
Yeah, it's the work of Michael Lewin.
Okay, I understand.
Michael
I
Levin.
understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
So that necessitates that the genetic material does not hold the body plan of organisms. It's something else.
Doesn't it? Okay, something else.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't hold the body plan. DNA only codes proteins. That's all it does.
Okay.
So there's a big freaking Achilles heel, and then there's the problem of actually making proteins which would actually be useful. The space of proteins is so large, it's something like 10 to the 167 power the probability of you finding any useful fucking protein in that space is well beyond how old the universe is. The universe would have to be something like a million times older. Okay, so
From what I know, proteins are only on Earth, are they?
yeah, but there's
Anywhere
so
else?
many variations of proteins, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that the odds of a single protein forming by chance is 10 to the 167 power?
Yeah, I know that this is like a very small chance. 10 to the 100 of 60 what?
167
Six,
power.
okay.
That's
Power,
not
okay.
that's impossible. That's not a small chance. That's impossible.
Okay.
If you want a protein,
So
if you want a particular
this is
protein and said, I'm going to do it by chance, you would wait longer than the age of the universe by that number is like 10 to the 23 power.
But wait, I mean, there's these experiments with the primordial soup. Do you believe in this primordial soup
No.
even?
I mean,
No,
does it got
because
onions?
there. No, this is like these amino acids swimming in this like something water or no? In water?
It's not possible. What they saying happened isn't possible.
No,
Do you
Andy,
understand?
no.
Probabilistically
Yeah,
not
I
possible.
understand.
Well, I mean, there's
So
an open challenge.
therefore,
I mean, it's just an open
so
challenge.
therefore there is a God. Therefore there is a God. God.
No, I believe in God for completely different reasons than this.
Oh, okay.
My argument for
But
God would be a logical argument that has nothing to do with evolution, or I don't have a naturalistic justification for God.
anyway, okay, I think I consider myself like thinker, like independent thinker, kind of. I would say so because I kind of think and I try different ideas. Like your idea, I tried it for a moment.
I don't have an idea. What is my idea exactly? My idea is I go out into the world. It looks flat because it is flat. That isn't much of a stretch of imagination. In fact, that involves no imagination.
Yeah, it involves like it's like simple observation. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and just take it for what it is, and like stop adding shit to it. And other people have said that observation that we all see, everybody has seen, that's got eyes. They've told people, there's people that say that's an illusion, that you're just too small. That's actually a big ball, and you're just too small. You can't see it. You have to go to a special place, but you can't go there because you don't have the right stuff. Only these anointed people can go there and see the ball in its full glory, but not you. Everybody else.
So
And then they also say,
why is
also hold on. They also say the Earth is spinning. You see the sun and stars move, but that they're not moving. You're moving. They're basically telling you that your entire perception of reality is some sort of illusion.
It's nonsensical. Your perception of reality is nonsensical because your senses are telling you something else, but reality is something else than what your senses tell you. So,
I agree, but
reality is
from
nonsense,
what I know,
bro.
from what I know, these theories are supposed to like enhance your senses in a way. That
By
this is
ignoring
something
them?
like yeah, I don't know, by like just scientific microscope and like telescope.
Yeah, but no one's ever used a telescope to look at the Earth and see if it's a ball, and seeing that it is a ball. Not with a telescope, that's for sure.
Actually, when you use the telescope and you look at long distance observations, you see that it's not a globe. If you see far enough, right?
Okay, so would you maybe
Look, bro, we're not trying to listen. Let's just go. We're not trying to convince you of anything. There's no way we're ever going to convince you. We're not that good where we're going to like overcome, basically the indoctrination and you've grown up in Western society and you've been bombarded with this idea. We aren't going to overcome that because it's like kind of like it. Regardless of what you think, it's integrated into your identity, and that's how it is with most people. Yeah,
Okay.
so we aren't going to defeat that. The only thing that will ever defeat that will be you testing it. yourself. That's the only way. That's the only way. It like I'm not. Well, it's not the only way. That usually the other way is having some crazy anti-flat earther try to defend the globe, and see how shit their arguments are. That turns people into flat earthers. But the only way to
We can
really
also
prove
send him
something to
to
somebody.
to
Oh,
the
go ahead.
clinic where they send the where the rich people goes and they do the brainwashing. Yeah, we can send you there too. Probably that might work. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, so why?
Oh, hold
Okay,
on.
but
I
there.
was going to make one more point.
Okay.
The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, right? Because if you get them and you say, hey, if I do this, this will happen, and then you actually do that, that's proving it. That's proving it in a way that's undeniable. So what I'm telling you is, if you want to prove what the Earth is, you have to demonstrate it. It's not here on the internet. It's not in a book. It's out there in the world. You have to actually go test it.
So what about other
That's actually the difficult part for a lot of people to go test it. That's where a lot of people just don't go and do it. Like going to Revere when it's 45 degrees and do an observations for an hour or so. A lot of people cannot do that. I mean, they're too lazy.
Okay, what about other I'm asking you some other question, not about. Can you answer me other scientific questions? Hello.
Yes, you can ask another question.
Okay, electricity. So it works, yeah.
Electricity works?
Yeah.
I thought it was unemployed.
What unemployed?
Just kidding. Go ahead.
What works? What was that? I missed it.
Electricity, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can switch the light bulb on and it lights.
Okay.
So I have electricity, and that's great phenomenon. So it works.
Okay. Is there more to this?
Yeah, there's some scientific theories about that, and the other way it's about the Earth is round. And
see, now this is a good example. You brought up the perfect subject matter: electricity and magnetism. Now, it was experimented with for quite a long time when a guy named James Clerk Maxwell came around, and he made the theory of of electricity and magnetism. And he used something called the model he made, the mathematical model he made was used the ether. I don't know if you ever heard of the ether theory. He used this mechanical model to make the model of electricity and magnetism. Okay, but nowadays nobody believes in the ether, and they say the ether doesn't exist. So we're literally using a model based upon something that they say doesn't exist is actually real. Now, the lesson in all this is that mathematical models, even though they quote unquote work, don't always define what reality is. And this also leads to my second point about this, is that when they tried to use Maxwell's equations, now it was great in the lab, but it sucked when it came to trying to engineer the electrical system, right? And they couldn't really get it to work. You had burnouts and freaking all sorts of problems trying to actually engineer electrical power transmission. And then other people came along, such as Tesla, who actually made what we use now for the alternating current. He freaking invented it, and he didn't use any of Maxwell's stuff. He was purely an experimenter, an engineer, right? And then you had Steinmetz, who was like an engineer who came up with all the formulas for actually electric power transmission and power lines, right? So it wasn't the scientists that figured out how to make it work in the physical world. It was the engineers. And the scientists, at least back then, they used a method the scientists themselves say doesn't even exist. So it is a good example. Yes, electricity works, but it isn't the scientists that make it work, it's the engineers. because they don't care about why it works. They only care about does it work. You understand? The theory of why
Yeah.
everything's happening, they don't care about the causal mechanisms or anything like that. They're going to use whatever mathematics they use to suit their purpose, even if there's no ultimate reality there and it's completely fictitious mathematical construct. They don't care about that. They have an employer. Their employer says make it fucking work, and that's all they care about. And the reason their employer says make it work because you say make it work, right? My electricity's
Yeah.
out.
I want electricity. I want
Yeah,
electricity in my house. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to cook. I'm trying to heat my house. I'm trying to look at porn, and my computer won't work. So turn that
Or
shit
I
on.
try to whatever cook. Yeah. Run my computer. Yeah, or something. Okay.
Yeah. Computers are without electricity are nothing but a giant paperweight.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, the story of electricity and magnetism is very interesting.
Oh
There's
shoot!
a guy on YouTube. His name is Eric Dollard. There's a presentation he gave called "The History of Electricity and Magnetism." It's really good. He's not even a professor, man, but he goes through the history from the beginning of from Benjamin Franklin to Gauss to like all the people, all the original people, and how electricity and magnetism, its understanding of what it is and how to use it, developed over time. Is very educational. It's really like everybody that's like pushed the field to ends up going a little crazy, which is also kind of weird.
Yeah. Do another question, like different. So would you consider your like views to be like kind of obscure or like dangerous? Like
Dangerous.
yeah, would you consider? I don't know if I say this at my work. The
No,
Earth is flat. Like
my
no.
views are not dangerous unless like look.
Yeah, interest.
Just personally, my view is not dangerous because I don't give a shit what the government does. I don't give a shit if they fucking make fake space programs. I'm not going to protest them. It's their gig. Let them do it. I don't care if everybody follows it. I'm just here giving information. Hey, they're saying it's this. You go out into the real world, it's not that. It's this other thing, and that's all I'm telling y'all. Like, I mean, and you can take it or leave it, do what you want with it, but you can't say you didn't know because now at least you know. I mean, listen. I grew up in the '80s when the space shuttle first, flew, and
You're
I know all
40?
the bullshit that they were telling us back then is the same bullshit that we're going to the moon, we're going to go again. All this stuff, it's to me, it's just nonsense. They've been just saying forever. Like, I mean, we were actually talking about this in here last night. How long is it going to be when people because they keep saying so they keep saying like, hey, we're going to go back to the moon, we're going to go back to the moon. How many more years of not going back to the moon before people start being suspicious?
Right? I mean, it's already
80?
Suspicious. Yeah, I agree.
I know, but I mean,
I
for
agree
the normal
that it's
people.
Suspicious. I agree that it is suspicious because there was only like one successful moon landing, and it was in the 70s. Yeah, it was in the 70s.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
so it is suspicious
that
it's been like 50 years and the technology has improved. I mean, computers have improved, and they have this. Like,
actually, the only technology that has gone backwards is space technology. Moon landing technology has been going backwards compared to everything else.
Yeah, they can't even make space.
Okay. I honestly believe that moon landing could be fake. Because I've seen a lot of like analysis on YouTube that prove that it is a fake. Yeah, and I was more convinced that it is fake, this moon landing. So I believe in this for sure. That it
You
was
were
fake.
fighting me earlier, but that's good that you kind of like.
Hold on.
Conclude
But
that. Go ahead.
I really want to. I'm talking about the whole space thing. I was just using a moon landing as an example. they've also said there's going to be space tourism, and like just like random people can just like buy a ticket to space. When none of this stuff happens, like, is it going to be like 50 years from now, 100 years from now, 200 years? We're like, hold on, dude, it's been 200 years. You're still not doing space tourism. Like, you must be lying. Like, how long is it going to take before the normal people go, these guys must be lying?
Baka talaga, ma'am, pangit rin ba?
Mute up, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. I know. This is like very interesting what you're saying.
Yan na lang. So, sila ba ng student?
Okay, so that may be a lie, but apart from this, do you have any other like beliefs that are counter, like that counter what generally people believe in, like this? Do you have any other beliefs like this?
I mean, I don't know how many people believe the freaking official 9/11 conspiracy. Do you believe in the official 9/11 conspiracy theories?
What do you think happened in 9/11? Let's hear it.
Do you believe in the official one? The official conspiracy?
The official conspiracy or the official story?
The official story is a conspiracy.
I mean, I honestly, Loki, I think it might have been Israel, honestly. At this point,
I mean, you just got to admit, though, the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Or the Al Qaeda one, like the terrorism one.
Well, yeah, a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean,
it's a conspiracy of 19 hijackers, brother.
I just don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, all I'm saying is, even the official story is a conspiracy theory. So when they say 9/11 conspiracy theory, they're talking about any theory. Because no one thinks one person did it, right? Because your thing is conspiracy or solo. Nobody thinks 9/11 was a solo job, like the lone gunman on the grassy knoll. No one thinks there was a lone pilot. Okay, so there's no lone pilot. It's conspiracy theory. We're just quibbling about what the conspiracy actually was.
So yeah, what do you think happened?
I know what didn't happen.
Okay.
Because it's really simple, just from the laws of physics. In like simple things, dudes demonstrate there was not planes smashing into that building and frickin' exploding. That could not have possibly been happened.
I've never known a building to fall down. Sorry, Indio. I've never known a building to fall down because the ones next to it apparently got hit by planes. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is flip sake. That is awful.
Billy was like, I'm lonely and just committed suicide. Did Building 7 get lonely and commit suicide, bro?
What's the official explanation for why Building 7 fell?
Fire. External damage.
Good lord. That's the official story.
But it fell in the same way that the other two did. All right.
Interesting thing about those buildings that have fallen down is that event, fires knocking down concrete, steel girder buildings, has only happened 3 times in history. And you wouldn't believe it, all 3 of them happened within a very short amount of time.
Yeah. You asked Injo if he believed in any other conspiracy theories, right? The whole world's a conspiracy theory, dude. Everything.
I didn't, by the way. It was the other guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. It was me. It was me.
He had other ideas, to be honest. He didn't say conspiracy theory specifically.
But yeah, because I've just said like other ideas that are non like that you ask someone on the street and he tells you, no, it's not what I believe in, or she tells you that, bro, it's like not even true or something.
Yeah. So I don't like that you're like sticking flat Earth in that. I told you. We just observed the Earth is flat, and
I told you that it's my first time. This.
Yeah. I know. Like this is a common thing where people think that we have like some belief, but because they never really thought about it, like, why did everybody in the past think the Earth was flat? Oh, because that's what they saw. Well, I see the same thing they saw. Okay, the only difference between them and me is I got a bunch of people around me thinking the Earth is a ball. That's the only difference.
Yeah,
There's
when it
TV
comes to
sets now,
this,
in movies,
yeah.
in picture books, and that's the only difference. But like, I just observe the Earth the way it is, and like I said before, there's people that say, "Hey, you can't just naively look at the Earth and go, hey, it looks flat, therefore it is flat." We have looked into the sky with our telescopes, and we figured out that though it looks flat, we're actually on a giant ball. That's fucking idiotic. I'm just sorry to get like upset about it. It's just dumb.
That's it's kind of funny.
Well, that's the I mean, we've been debating this topic for like 10 years. It always comes down to like, you know, oh, you flat earth? To buy a telescope. Okay, I bought a telescope. Now what? Can you see the moon?
Yeah,
But then we're
that is
talking about the
actually the
Earth.
number one. In 10 years, it will be the number one. The number one evidence of the globe is looking away from the Earth. Earth is a globe when you look away from it. Like you gotta look in the TV, not to the Earth. Just don't look at the Earth. Look at something else. That's the best
Yeah,
evidence.
because it's weird because like you're internal on the Earth, so how are you gonna like judge the object when you're on the object? You have to look at the object's effect on other things, which is, for example, the moon. Like the moon, the Earth, the spherical Earth has an effect on the shadow of the moon.
No,
which is why.
No. Even if you're going to say that the Earth is like the moon, you still have to prove that the Earth is like the moon. You can't just say that the Earth is like the moon because the moon exists.
And I meant like you have to look at the objects. You have to look if you're on the object.
How do you know Earth is an object in the first
You look
place?
at the Earth, don't you?
Because
if you want to know what the Earth is, you definitely look at the thing that you want to know about.
Because I can touch it, that's why.
Yeah, cool. So we look at the Earth to figure out what the Earth is. We can look at the moon to maybe figure out what the moon is.
Okay, but another valid way of looking at it is to look at the moon and see spherical shadows. That's one of the, I think, one of the simplest observations of why.
So the moon's flat then.
The moon's flat? What? No.
Yeah, because if you're going to have perfect shadows created by objects and you get the true representation of that object, let's say a sphere, it's going to have a perfectly rounded shadow. You're only going to cast that shadow on a flat surface. If the surface is distorted like a sphere, then so will the shadow be. So for your example to work, the moon must be flat.
We gotta. Have you
ever created shadow puppets before?
I have. They're fun.
Cool. Try and do that on a distorted surface and note how your shadow is distorted by consequence of the surface.
You know, eclipses make the moon turn red. How do you know that's a shadow? Shadows aren't red.
I don't know how eclipses work, or that the blood moon. I don't know how the blood moon works.
This is a little weird.
But you see, you need to think. You need to think about your shadow example.
Don't you guys want to talk?
Is the moon
especially if you're already here?
I don't think the GIF on shadows is fair because we're looking at the moon substitute at an angle, which would make the shadow look not proper.
What? It's a curved surface. It's a sphere.
Like,
As the shadow passes over that curved surface.
I can see a curved. I can see a curved shadow on the moon.
Talk through me because he's getting upset about his moon shadow.
Oh wait, my bad. I was talking to you. That's my bad.
That's fine. As I was saying, as the shadow passes over the curved surface, you'll notice how it continually distorts. I.e., you can't have a true representation of a object shadow on a curved surface. It won't be a true representation because the surface will distort it, right?
Not so like insanely that you wouldn't be able to not so insanely. There could be a slight distortion, but it wouldn't be like insane.
Dude, it's really. I ask you to go and do this. Go and get a flashlight and some balls. See what shadows you create.
Okay,
What you will create, I'll give it away for you, as you make the shadow move across the object. You'll create what's known as a sine wave. That looks like an S. As the Earth an S.
Nice. Okay, I see.
That was
I
kind of
see.
rude, Jed. I asked him the guy to get some balls. Come on, bro. Like,
I see.
So we can tell you the reason it makes an S is because what'll happen is the shadow, the edge of the shadow across the center of the sphere, right? Like say the dividing line of which way the shadow is being projected, and one side of that curves one way down, and the other side of it curves the other way down.
Uh-huh.
So as the shadow crosses this, its orientation of the curve changes.
Uh-huh.
It'll look like an S, basically.
Okay. Word salad objections. Blue Jumper, how about you mic up, and how about you try and review or talk? Good
mic
lord.
up, like better
Yes.
microphone, you mean?
No, mic up as in get on the mic, bro. Start talking.
Yeah.
Instead of typing.
He's getting upset.
Instead of going clack, clack, clack on your keyboard, go talk on the mic.
well, listen, he's allowed to type. Just mute yourself so we don't hear the background noise, and that's it. You're allowed to type whatever you're gonna type, and then speak to us in the VC if you want. It's okay.
Never mind. Okay. Okay, I see the GIFs provided.
It's just something that you can try and recreate yourself.
I have. What is this trying to show? What is that one trying to show? The top.
Straight lines can be distorted by curved surfaces
No,
when they cast a shadow on them.
The mostly black one.
What do you think that's trying to represent, dude?
Have a look at the
that you
shadow
can
on the little
concede.
white ball in the background.
My bad. But what they told you, you can concede that seeing this phenomena of the moon being opaque, that doesn't prove the globe. You can concede that, though. The point that he's giving you that if it was a sphere, you wouldn't see this round shadow like you're saying. What do you think about that? That was a direct reply to you saying we see a shadow on the moon that looks round, therefore the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Why isn't like flat Earth popular?
Wait. We still hold that question.
Okay.
Let the other guy reply to what Jada told him about what will happen on the surface, depending on the surface orientation, if it was flat or a sphere. What do you say about that? What will happen to the shadow?
Pretty much. I actually can't think of anything to say because I think I'm getting tired. It's like 9:45.
Quarter to 10.
So you're gonna go to sleep? Go ahead.
To be fair, this topic.
It's Friday.
My bedtime's in like an hour.
Okay, so this topic is very thick. It covers actually a lot of different things. It covers history, sociology, psychology, science, measurement. It covers parasites, brain worms. It covers everything. It covers a lot of things. So it will mentally exhaust you in the beginning because a lot of these things they're hard. They're not hard to comprehend. They are in a way, especially when you're just talking about it. If we had like whiteboards and diagrams, it'd be easier to show you. But don't feel bad. It is mentally exhausting to deal with this topic. We're just used to it. So I mean,
me it's hard because you guys are throwing out literally everything I've been taught.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, you've been taught the wrong thing. I mean, but the people, to be fair, the people that taught you, they didn't know either.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
They got the textbook. They said, teach the kids this. And they're like, okay, just give me money.
They weren't even given enough money. Have you seen teacher salaries?
Oh, yeah.
It's a living.
Have you seen teachers?
Yeah.
Have you seen teachers?
It's a living. It pays bills. People just go to it as a job of work. People like this think
Honestly,
they're benefiting the
I am a
community.
teacher, by the way.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
So you think that you're benefiting your community, educating the younger and next generation, right?
I'm educating them about English. I don't have anything in common with science.
Whatever the subject, it's beneficial. You have some kind of pride in your work. I would hope. I would hope some teachers at least do. Right? There's no.
Yeah, I mean, I
involved,
do
is
like
there?
I teach them like necessary stuff, like how to speak English, how to write English. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine.
In a public school, or just like?
Yeah, in a public school.
Yeah. Can you just teach them whatever you want?
No, I have like a textbook, and there's like present simple, present continuous, past simple, past continuous.
Yeah, it's like, say you open the textbook one day and it said, "Teach the kids the Earth is a globe." Would you do that?
No, I wouldn't. But they don't tell me to do this.
Yeah, look, you're an English teacher, of course not. But the science teachers or the other classes, they're told, teach the kids the Earth is a globe, and they just do that. They don't know that. They don't fact check the textbook and say, "I refuse to teach this. The textbook's wrong." They don't do that, right? So, like they just believe it. Everybody believes it's just like a collective thing, like believing in Santa Claus or something. Everyone just believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
Okay, cool.
But we have a flat earther. She's a teacher. She's a school teacher, Dandelion. She's not in here right now, but like, if you come back, maybe you'll be able to talk to her, and you guys can like compare notes of teaching brats. What
Do you
age
think there are any like teachers? Sorry, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I just want to. What age do you teach?
Primary school, so like young learners. I mean, age, yeah. So specifically like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 13
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 13, up to 13.
Oh yeah, that's pretty
13.
awesome. You get to teach them English. That's freaking great. I wish.
Primary school, 13.
Yeah, in
Primary
my
schools.
country.
Oh, okay,
in my country, up to 14. Up to 14, there's the primary school.
Okay, that's cool. What country?
Poland. I live in Poland.
Okay.
There was the like change in education, and they like made the primary school longer, and like they like deleted the middle school.
Interesting. Okay.
That's funny because like where I live, they added a middle school about 3 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know. Like the reforms, they are just like politically connected. They have nothing with education. They are just like the new government has to change something to prove something. Yeah.
You got it. That's exactly what they did here. New mayor. Oh, I'm doing something. We're gonna make a middle school. Not knowing, right, that there used to be middle schools here where I live, like 40 years ago, and then they got rid of them. And 40 years later, they just back. Like, make up your goddamn mind.
Yeah, in Poland it was like this, that they first have introduced middle school, then they deleted them, then again middle school, and now they deleted them.
I think that's weird that you're like in a foreign country and that's like the exact same thing they did here.
Where are you from?
Maybe we just keep. I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In Boston, in America.
Ah, okay.
Where Boston is. I'm sure you heard of Boston.
Yeah, I heard of Boston Tea. Yeah, that they sank the ship with.
Have you heard of Harvard? Have you heard of Harvard University?
Yeah, I know. That's like one of the
that's
best
where I'm at.
universities.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, in Cambridge.
Okay.
So all the Harvard kids are right down the street being idiots because they're dumb as. Don't ever let anybody convince you that Harvard kids are smart. They're as fucking dumb as rocks, bro.
But like Mark Zuckerberg is like Harvard student from.
No, he quit Harvard because he was smart.
Okay.
Or did he get kicked out? I don't know. He either got kicked out or he quit.
Yeah, quit Harvard.
She quit. I think there are other like smart kids from Harvard, like like billionaires. There's
Harvard,
one other billionaire from
Harvard
Harvard.
is kind of like a place to do like networking, really. So you get an education, you meet people, and like you have this like Harvard degree network of people that get into places of political power and on boards of directors and an industry, and you're basically forming like I don't know what type of network you would call it, a social network, not in the sense of social media, but it's basically like a boys club, social network. That's kind of what people go to Harvard for. It's not really for the education. It's more like it's not what you know, it's who you know type deal.
That's what you know, not who you know. Okay, I get this. But Facebook is real, and they programmed it, so
Yeah.
It involved a lot of work probably to program this.
Zuckerberg didn't do the work. I mean, I don't want to get in the controversy of Zuckerberg. I'm not saying there aren't smart people at Harvard. There are, but they're not. They're pretty fucking dumb too, man. There's a lot of dumbass ones. Take my word for it. You got to live here and see it for yourself. I mean, I can tell you, but you just got to see it for yourself. Like the people that live here make fun of them because they're so like intellectual, yet they're idiots, right?
Intellectual, yet they're idiots. So you mean that they know the like theories, but they don't trust their senses, as you said, yeah?
More like they can't walk and chew bubble gum. They know their theories, but have trouble tying their sneakers.
Okay, yeah, you mean this? Okay, yeah, okay.
Which is a joke here, because MIT is here too. So
yeah.
When you see,
I have a friend in Poland who finished this MIT, but he's like old. He's like 60-year-old, so he finished this MIT like a long time ago.
Yeah, my stepfather graduated from MIT in '76. Anyway, this is a joke here. It goes like this: if you go to the grocery store, right, and you got 10 items or less in line, and you see someone with 20 items in it, you say, "Are you from MIT and can't count, or are you from Harvard and can't read?" And that's like a joke here, like that everyone knows, because that's kind of like they're just like their heads are in the clouds, you know. Obviously, they're young kids and they don't have a lot of life experience. But I've met some people in the degree programs, quite a few people, as a matter of fact, because I have a friend who rents to them. So I've met some like economists, mathematicians, I think there's computer science, one astronomer. Because people come here to get their graduate degree, PhD. They do postdocs here. Just occasionally you meet some of them. Anyway, that's way off topic. DJ, you live in here?
It's Sunday somewhere in the world, India.
Oh God.
Might be Sunday in Poland.
Jemsy over here lives on he goes on the side of Boston where there's the actual intelligent people. That if there's like a tidal wave, they'd actually survive. Like everyone would die in Cambridge, literally everyone. They'd sit there and watch it.
You ever meet Richie?
Richie from Boston.
Oh, Richie from Boston. He doesn't actually live in Boston. He lives in Dedham or something. So his mother lives in East Boston because he's done streams from his house, and I know exactly where he is when he's doing that shit.
Okay, so he's not Richie at Boston. He's Richie from Boston. I get it now.
Yeah, Richie from Boston is not. He's from Boston, but he's not in.
But he's
Boston.
not in Boston, yeah, or at.
But his mother. But his mother's in Boston. So.
I'm gonna have to go dig some of his videos to see if I see him in East Boston then. You mentioned something about people in Cambridge that they all died. I'm sorry, Indio, I couldn't get the joke.
No, if there was a tidal wave, they would all die. All the MIT kids would be like, "Well, there's no tectonic plate out there in the Atlantic Ocean. That can't be a tidal wave. That's an illusion." And all the Harvard people would be like just taking pictures and selfies and shit with the tidal wave about to kill them. Like, so everyone here would die.
For science?
For oblivion, because they're just oblivious to reality. I know how East Boston, like, I know there's a lot of Spanish people in East Boston and like working class. So it's like, you know, they actually interact with the real world and shit. Yeah. As opposed to out here where they're just in fantasy land all the time.
Earth, where is your proof everywhere? What else was it? Oh yeah, Brian Cox has something not so friendly to say about you. He says to disprove a flat earther, he would hit you over the head with Newton's Principia.
Well, obviously he did.
What?
Obviously he didn't read it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna read what he says in the video. Imagine every time you get on a plane and fly somewhere, then the person who's in charge of the plane is part of a vast conspiracy that's trying to deceive you. And imagine that. How nervous would you be on the plane if the people that are flying it are actually just keeping you in the dark about the real nature of reality? How does that make you feel? You never get on a plane again. That would be great, because then when I go on a holiday, I'd never bump into a flat earther because they don't travel. Funny guy.
That's stupid.
Craziest. The fuck.
Brian Cox also said in an interview on an Australian daytime show, said that no one ever actually believed the Earth was flat ever.
Yeah, that's ridiculous as well.
Okay, that's
he
just
did say that.
His 3 hours worth of interviews with pilots from commercial level, military level, in the side chat. Who are flat earthers? Ouch.
Let's play. I actually want to play this. Let's play Spot the Straw Man.
Toasty, do you think like all of your ancestors were like conspiracy theories? You know, like the Mayans and the Egyptians, like all of those people that had their cosmologies, all the Hebrews, that were all conspiracy theories?
Not really, no. Also, actually check this, because I want to know if I get these right, then I know what a straw man is. So actually check this. I'm gonna type them.
Rovers just discard all of the other civilizations of the past. They just call them dumb. That's how I grew up. They were telling me, yeah, your ancestors are dumb. That's why they didn't know.
Didn't Christopher Columbus's crew fear that they were going to sail off the edge of the Earth?
There you go. More dumb.
But I think Brian Cox needs to study history. Start with that bit of bullshit as well.
Christopher Columbus was dumb as well, but he just got lucky.
He was actually a tiny earther. He thought it was a much smaller globe.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
It's a Tina Turner tiny earther.
Tiny earther.
Yeah.
It's a tiny earther.
I only got 3. I can't spot 5.
Look, you've done a mini Jedi. I'm just starting to think, tiny earth, refraction for me.
Yep, refraction for money. Refraction for Earth curve. You can be what I want you to be. I won't sing again this year. Don't worry.
Does
I'm not
anybody
promising
take Hollow Earth?
The pilot's
Does
being
anybody?
part of the conspiracy theory. Globe Earth is meant to deceive us. Flat Earthers wouldn't fly. These are all ad homonyms.
Those are the three.
Pilot's being part of the conspiracy. That's fucking stupid. I mean, you could say that's a I don't think you could. It's bad argumentation anyway.
He's strawmanning pilots.
Yeah.
What the hell do they know? They fly over a flat plane, man.
Entrance.
Look, even globe earthers, even people that oppose say pilots don't have to adjust their airplane for the curvature of the Earth because it curves at such a slow rate. So how would they know if the Earth is a globe or not? You can't see the curve from an airplane, so it can't be that. So how would they know?
Well, just follow the globe logic. You know they know because they don't know. You know it's curving because it's not curving. You know it's moving because it's not moving. That's the globe.
You know it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah.
Legends of Islam series. What is this?
You can tell it makes sense because it's complete nonsense.
Bro, London. I'm not going to London for this. Damn, that's what Brian Cox used to look like. It's majestic.
He used to be in a pop group in the early 90s in England or Great Britain called D-Ream. They were shit.
Unfortunate. Fall off. I don't know. I don't even know. Not even fall off.
But think about this, right? This is Brian Cox. This is a science communicator that appears on national and international televisions and podcasts and streams all across the world, and everybody wants to ask him his opinions about the universe and everything, right? When confronted with a flat earth argument, that was his response. Not something that could easily be demonstrated or practically done by you, the individual, to prove that the flat earther was wrong. Just some thinly veiled attack. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
Yeah.
Actually,
remember what I was remember earlier? Remember earlier I was saying that the only way to like turn someone into a flat earther is to do it yourself. Do you remember what the exception was? Is to hear people that oppose flat earth actually speak in the dumb shit they say. That's what also makes flat earthers.
Yeah,
because they expect to have a good answer, right? Like, yeah, there's obviously a good answer because, you know, Earth's a globe. That's obvious. So the scientist has a good answer. And then they say stuff like that. You're like, hold on, that don't make sense. Let me look into this more. And then they find out that's all there is. It's just dumb frickin' answers.
His degree's actually fake. I swear, man. Why can't people just like stop being fake for a second?
Well, ever heard the magic speed?
What?
The magic speed.
What's the magic speed?
The magic speed is why all the craters on the moon are round.
The magic, bro. What?
Yeah, this is what PhD astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said when asked, "Why are all the craters on the moon round and why aren't some like oblong because the meteor hit it at an angle or something?"
Oh right,
he
okay.
said it's because there's a magic speed, that's his words, that the meteors travel at, which always make a perfect circle.
Okay, that could just be easily explained as him trying to do like some sort of just like easy to digest analogy. So he just calls it magic speed, like as a substitute, you know.
Well, there's another thing he said for 4 decades, that if you weigh something on the North Pole and then go to the equator, it weighs less.
Yeah, because the Earth bulges out at the equator, which means like slightly less gravity, like slightly, but it would weigh
Because
less
the
because of that,
rotation of
wouldn't it?
the Earth, right, and there's a centrifugal force throwing the thing off, right?
Yeah.
So it weighs
Yeah.
less than the equator. Well,
Yeah.
he's recently recanted that and said, well, because there's a bulge, there's more mass at the equator, so then there's more gravity, and it exactly cancels out the rotational centrifugal force. So after fucking saying bullshit for 4 decades, he's retracted it. So people will still parrot this nonsense. Things way west at the equator than at the poles. Well, they've updated and revised the lore. That's what we call it. We call it like space lore. It's like they download the DLC and then they update it. And the shit they were saying before is now not true. And the stuff they're saying now is true.
Yeah, I can see that's frustrating.
Yeah, we can point like there's example after example after example. We can run through all the things that we've noticed of things they've changed, right? That like were true.
So
there you go.
Start listing off. The atmosphere used to be just around the Earth. Now the atmosphere encompasses the Moon also. That changed about 7 years. There's loads of them.
Yeah, did you know the Moon is now inside Earth's atmosphere?
No, what did someone say that? Who said this?
ESA. European Space Agency.
Why would they say this?
Because the Moon's inside. Why would they say it? Because that's what they get paid to do, is say stupid shit.
Yeah, it's
People
called
go, oh my God.
ads and click. You know, they just say stuff and people click on it, and that kind of stuff. You're just making stuff up. People eat it up.
Atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
Makes perfect sense.
Technically, yeah, see, space is fake. No one could have possibly gone to space because they were always inside the Earth's atmosphere.
It makes perfect nonsense. I mean...
I
mean, in reality, let's say the statement, Indio. Let's say the statement, right? I'm just saying that within reality, we have the Earth system and whatever the sun and the moons are. If the statement itself, I will say, if we label whatever this medium is in atmos or air, and I say the moon is in this medium or the atmos, right? That's what they're basically saying in reality, but they're adding the globe on top of that, so that's where it all falls apart. Because if you were making an argument, go ahead. My bad. I was gonna expand on that, but go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask, is this just a theory, the extension of Earth's atmosphere, or is it like an actual thing they're proposing as fact?
That's the thing they're proposing as fact. They've changed the narrative.
Okay.
How do you tell the difference?
How do you tell the difference? I mean, they would say something like I theorize or something. I don't know.
They never say that. They just say it as if it's a fact.
Yeah, even with gravity, the gravity is a theory. Everyone agrees it's a theory, but they do just say stuff.
Do you think the core of the Earth is? Do you think the core of the Earth is a theory?
I thought that was fact.
Well, how would they have demonstrated that to be a fact?
Because I mean, we could, for flip's sake.
Go there.
No, I'm just saying, like I'm not asking. Listen, I could ask you how they did it, but I'm not asking like how could you do it, even hypothetically.
Even hypothetically, I mean.
Yeah, Journey to the Center of the Earth, like the book. Is that what we're doing?
Again, I'd say like because of the effects of it, like the magnetic, the magneticism and other stuff. But then you can explain that by another thing. That's not a molten core, so it's not fact. It's still a theory.
So how the hell would you create magnetism with molten metal in the first place?
I don't know, man. It moves around. For flip's sake, I don't know. Ask my professor.
Switch it so you can stir it and it will have a cohesive electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay. What is this? Super-ionic iron alloys and their seismic velocities. The image isn't even related to the article. Who is this? PubMed? Why is PubMed doing an astronomy internal Earth paper?
Well, I just want to point out is that we still didn't get the methodology for proving this fact. Even what you said, that would just be an inference, and it wouldn't actually prove it because you could have alternate explanations, right? So
yeah,
it's not even provable unless you could journey to the center of the Earth and take a sample of the core. That would be the only way to actually prove it.
Wait, so how do you get things as fact then? Like objective fact?
I mean, objective fact is experience.
Yeah.
There's some things we can't know, and there's some things we can't know. Okay, you have to accept that. There's some things we can't know, and we're actually never going to know. We're never going to know the composition of a star, for a fact.
Okay, I mean, no.
How would you know it for a fact? You'd have to actually go there and take a sample.
Yeah, because we have so we have samples on Earth of like what this material does at a certain temperature and what like spectrum it gives out. We take the spectrum from the star, analyze it, and compare it. And like, what other explanation do you have that could fit so concisely and so nicely?
Okay, here's my other explanation: magic sugar plum fairies.
Magic, yeah, okay. You go ahead and
hold on, I got the same evidence you do.
Okay.
We have the same evidence. The evidence for my sugar plum fairies is the same as your evidence for whatever hydrogen fusion.
Go analyze the spectrum from a magic sugar plum fairy if you can even prove that exists.
Again, it perfectly matches the star. That's what I'm predicting.
You couldn't tell them apart.
I'll just affirm the concept. So this is the thing. You're using a logical fallacy. This is the problem. Is that this encompasses the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay, if hydrogen plasma star, then certain spectra, therefore hydrogen plasma star. You understand? This affirms the consequent. To actually prove it, you would need an actual sample so that you can have the material and test its composition. That'd be the only way to actually prove it. Until then, you never know. No matter how much you convince yourself, all that is a statement about your credulity. It's not really a statement about what you know.
Is that actually not enough to see the exact same effect from a cause that you know? Like, I know this cause makes this effect, and to see that.
Something that you can't verify, especially up there in the sky, where we say there's four states of matter? Or sorry, four states of matter, right? Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma.
There's more.
Up there in the sky, it could be more states of matter. You could have you could have the same elements in different phases, giving you the same color spectrum. You wouldn't know until you went there, though.
Right. Okay.
And it's also not that simple. The evaluations of the spectrum are probabilistic, because you have things like Doppler line broadening, Raman scattering, and all these other things which shift and move and obscure the actual spectrum. So they infer a spectrum from how they think through some theory-laden filter, basically. None of this stuff is as straightforward as people think. It's all theory-laden.
People still argue today about the solar spectrum, right, and what it actually shows. Some people say, that shows plasma gas, at high temperatures. Other people say, no, it's a metallic liquid. So even people today argue about what the sun's made of. We just get taught a narrative, right? It's a gaseous plasma fucking hot thing. But in the deep realms of science, as I use quotation marks, it's still argued, mate. They don't really know. There's competing theories. You just get the one that's currently popular. I can go and get you some other ones if you want. They're not hard to find. But why would you have alternative theories if this was already proven true? It's not a proven fact, right? So that's why there are alternative theories.
Okay. I also just because I just want to mention this, there is another state of matter. I think it's called a Bose-Einstein condensate. It comes after plasma.
There's different phases depending on temperature and pressure differentials and all types of stuff. Even like I said, like metallic liquids and so on, like really like dense hydrogen that's so hot it's turned into a metallic liquid. I can go and find you stuff on that, like research papers and shit. There's loads of them, dude. That's why I said there are for us here on Earth primarily 4 states of matter. Really, when you really start fiddling around with stuff and change the variables to the nth degree, and stuff starts changing. It's not straightforward, dude. But yeah, like Injo said, you'd have to go there anyway. Whatever your idea is, fanciful or not, with all the evidence that you think you can get, can't prove it till you go there. That's why they want to send rockets and stuff to Mars and shit, right? Because we can look at it, but until we go and send a rocket there with a control robot that's going to go and dig up the soil and we can bring it back, then we'll have a better understanding when we can bring the Mars rocks back, like we did with the moon rocks, right? We needed the rocks to confirm our theories. That's how the narrative goes, dude.
Yeah, interesting.
You know, I mean, the moral of the story is there's a lot of stuff we're told people know that they actually don't know. And, you know, it's hard to sell, I don't know. As far as like grant money or getting a job, like, hey, dude, what's this? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you're hired. It doesn't work that way. So you got to claim knowledge when you don't actually know anything. And people feel better when they think, you know, that the so-called authorities or the people that they think are in the know something. They don't know. They just say they know, and they don't know. I mean, think about it. If you just think about it, just from like even like from a probabilistic idea, how many theories from 500 years ago are currently believed? Not very many. I would say only the globe theory and Archimedes' principle are probably the only 2 left. And in 500 years from now, how many of the theories that people think we know are actually going to hold as true in 500 years? Probably none.
How about those galaxies that spin in the opposite direction of rotation? What do you mean? What relative to us? What do you mean backwards?
You see the dust trailing off of those outer arms?
Yes.
That dust is leading the direction of the rotation. So it's like water going down a whirlpool, you know, going down a sink, a little whirlpool, but draining like it's going outwards almost, like it's just the opposite direction of what you would expect.
But expect because of what? Like assumption.
Do you see that those outer trailing arms and the dust that's trailing off of them? That dust is leading the direction of the rotation.
Yeah, okay. And it's spinning opposite from the dust, the direction would indicate.
Right. Yeah, because that circle, right, that has a longer arc length, right? So it should trail. If it's all going at the same velocity, right? The outer edge should trail.
Right. The outer edge is going faster than the inner limbs. It's all moving as one unit, like spinning a flower in your hand, like the outer, or like a clock. The minute and hour hand's on a clock. The outer point of the minute hand is going, you know, it's faster than towards the center.
Okay.
Which is pretty damn
to be
odd.
fair, well, hold on. To be fair, they don't actually see it spinning, obviously. they infer a spinning motion because of redshift measurements, Doppler shift measurements. So they don't actually see an actual motion. They just say, hey, this one's redshifted, this must be going this way, this one's blue shifted, it must be going that way. But when they do this, and then they take all this redshift data and they extrapolate velocities from it, it's just as Travis said. It's going in the wrong direction.
And then you have the anomalous redshift, where you have two galaxies next to each other that have connecting arms. And then the redshift on one galaxy will show that it is like hundreds of light years further away than the galaxy it is connected to, which is another impossible nonsense. It'll show the one galaxy is hundreds of light years behind it, but they're connected via the same luminous arms.
Okay.
So to tie this back into like this topic, you know, all these distances and speeds and velocities, they all come from the radius value that's never been measured. Right? The entire cosmic distance ladder is built off the Earth radius value, and no one's ever measured this radius value. So it's basically like a fucking Jenga tower, except for there's nothing at the bottom of the Jenga tower. It's just like floating in the air.
I'm sorry, what's based off the radius value of the Earth?
The cosmic distance ladder. So
I thought that was. I thought they used astronomical units.
Yeah, where did they get that?
The distance from the sun to the Earth, not the radius. Not the
Yeah,
radius.
yeah.
Of the
Where
Earth.
did they? Yeah, they got that from the radius of the Earth.
Okay then, sure.
Because no, that's not sure. They did because.
No. When I say sure, I mean like I believe you. Like I'll just believe you.
I can tell you how they did it.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So, the first method was, there was a guy named Christian Huygens that used numerology and mysticism, and this is the official story. No, I'm dead serious. This is the official story. This isn't shit I made up. He used it to determine that Venus was the same size as Earth, and used Venus's radius, and then watched Venus transit the sun. Okay, and so if Venus is the size of Earth, then it's going to have a certain angular size. With this angular size, you can calculate the distance, and from that distance, time the transit of the sun, time the transit of Venus across the sun, and then now you have the sun's angular size from that point, right? And then you can calculate its distance based upon the timing.
I assume we went back and revised that number after the Astronic mysticism, and after oh my god, after the Astronic mysticism incident. I assume we revised that number of the Earth's radius.
And then there was the other one, the Cassini method, which was they used the proper motion of Mars. And proper motion is Mars isn't actually where you see it, it's where you think it is based upon your model of an orbit, right? It's not actually there. And based upon this difference, they calculate the distance to the sun. So and then there's the other method where you watch Venus transit the sun from two different locations, presuppose the radius, calculate the distance between the 2 points, then calculate a chord distance, and then triangulate the sun using this method of how high Venus is, the difference in height from one observation point and another, based upon what you think the distance is. And then there's the other method. So now, distance to the sun, what you might not have known, has changed something like 20 times in the last 150 years. So
you sound fed up with this one.
So what the whole point is that they never measured the radius of the Earth. The entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon the first rung, which has never been actually demonstrated. It's a Jenga tower floating in the air. It's not resting on anything.
You need a sphere Earth. You don't have one. Everything else falls down after that.
You don't believe in gravity, Jedi? Nothing falls. Why don't things just float away on the flat Earth? Why
You're
not
unlikely
floating
to
right now? Well, I mean, we hear a bunch of stupid shit. Like, you guys don't believe in gravity. Why does everything just not float away? We hear this from people that think they golfed on the moon and rode around in a dune buggy.
No curve, no rotation, no planet, no solar, no Big Bang.
Here's a question. How long was
Yeah.
Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 supposed to have lasted? Was it like maybe 20 years?
Okay.
They're not long.
Yeah.
And the fact that that thing's still going is just magnificent masterminds of human construction and engineering, right?
I mean,
It's
yeah.
lesser than power than the Game Boy has managed to last this long in regions we're told are extremely dangerous. Without being rude, how old are you? 20s, something like that?
Have 18.
18.
Yes.
I guess because I'm going to be fucking hell. I'm going to be 50 this year. Right? With experience, you'll notice the same patterns repeated.
Shut up,
the
Junior.
Same kind. What?
50. That's
I said, shut
impressive.
up, Junior.
It's impressive.
You're younger than me, bro. You whippersnapper.
But the experience is there, which is what I'm trying to point out, right? Over like 40, 50, 60 years, whatever Joe is 220, then you notice these patterns. You notice the game that's being played. The common one that gets brought up is like space travel all of the time, right? Moon landings, and eventually we're going to have, hotels on Mars and, moon bases and all of this shit. All right, we were told this in the 70s and the 80s, and again in the 90s, and again in the early 2000s, then in the teens, and now we're being told it again, and I guarantee you we'll be told the same fucking thing in the 30s. This can has been kicked down the road so many times. I guess only experiencing it through your life is, how you can be sure that this is happening instead of like second-hand stories from us telling you that it is. But maybe you should look back into the history of like exploration of space. They probably won't tell you the amount of times that they wanted to tell you that there's going to be hotels on the moon, for example. But I've been trying to do this shit for ages and never really got anywhere. What have we got now? We've got just about Katy Perry going up to the edge of space and telling us that she sees a curve. That's all we've got.
Uh-huh.
Landing 2 miles away from where she took off.
Yeah.
Maybe she went really, really, really high up. Just really high up.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. Very, very high up.
Well, I mean, it's definitely
Very
plausible
high.
that Katy Perry rode a giant rocket that looked like a penis. That's normal. That's just like her opening act.
I thought that was one of her music videos.
Yeah, exactly.
You're 18 years old, dude. You got, without being disrespectful to you, but you should probably know this yourself. You've got a lot to learn. I figured out about 10 years ago that most of the stuff that I thought that I knew, I definitely didn't. I've got more questions now than I had, say, 10 years ago. Right? So
You're not going to know everything at the moment, but I would suggest, and we would suggest, that at least critically think about the information that you're fed, especially if it's repeated over and over and over again. Propaganda exists, mate. You must be aware of that, right?
Okay, fair enough. Yep.
Yeah. Sales techniques, right?
Yep.
Advertising. It's all the same fucking game, dude.
And do you know how they sell you something you don't want? Are you familiar with Edward Bernays?
Nope.
Not you, Jedi, the other guy. He's the father of modern advertising. He's a grandson of Sigmund Freud.
They make you think you need. They make you think you need it, or they give you like a certain time.
Yeah, but,
you only have 10 hours. You only have 10 hours to take the deal, and they put like a fake counter, fake time.
No,
fake timer.
What they do is they sell an identity. So this is how I'll give you an example. This is a good example I heard. If I said Nike sneakers is going to start a hotel, it's easy to imagine what that hotel would look like, right?
Yeah, NX.
Yeah. Okay. If I said Hilton Hotels is going to start a sneaker company, you have no idea what those sneakers are going to look like.
Yep.
Because Nike sells an identity. It's a brand identity, and that's what they sell. They want you to identify with their advertising, right? They typically advertise runners wearing running sneakers, or maybe basketball players, right? They want you to identify with the brand. So like when he helped advertise cigarettes, Torches of Freedom, they wanted women to identify with being liberated from the yoke of the patriarchy, etc. Right? So the globe Earth is also an identity. Believing in the globe Earth, and people identify with it, which is so hard for us when we talk to them, because it's integrated into their personality as part of their identity. Global warming, global village, I'm a global citizen, fly around the globe, global weather, the whole space idea that we're an technologically advanced civilization, and we can solve all these problems because we're so freaking smart, right? And
you are smarter than your ancestors.
Way smarter. They were a bunch of knuckle draggers, thought they would fall off the edge of the earth, man. That's how stupid they were. When you just go around a big ball, you flip upside down like it's nothing. Upside down people. They don't believe in upside down people. What's wrong with those flat earthers? No, I don't believe in upside down people. Okay, so the point is the globe is more than just like a scientific, because some scientific idea that's been proven by science. It is an identity at this point. And one of the first things, and this is the last thing I'll say, one of the first things I noticed when I realized the Earth was flat was the amount of times that I would see a globe in a day, right? The actual space propaganda, globe propaganda that's everywhere. And when you think about those people that put those signs up, or advertising, or made a company, or made some TV show where they showed the Earth as a globe, they've never seen the Earth from that point of view. They have no idea if the Earth looks like that, but they're sticking it everywhere, right? I mean, there's going to be a plumbing company called Global Plumbing with a big globe on the side of their vans. Like, why? Well, what the fuck does that got to do with plumbing?
Oh, why? Because they would just want to sell like, oh, we're for everybody, and we can fix any problem.
Yeah, an
like
identity.
Around the Earth.
It's identity. That's right. It's an identity. No, people see you're technologically advanced. That's what they see.
Yeah, as in like we can fix any problem anywhere, like on Earth. Like it's not identity about the globe; it's identity about being good at plumbing.
Yeah, but that's what you should be caring about, was whether they're good at plumbing, not whether they are good at advertising. Right? What I'm saying is they're tuning into a primal identity that people have, right? What do they call a worldview? People have a worldview, right? I'm just and this is where the globe gets into its evil part, right? There's a big bang, there's evolution, there's men, but if I think about my life, it can never have any meaning, because The Earth is just one planet in a trillions of planets, of trillions of stars, and I'm a meaningless speck of dust in an uncaring, naturalistic universe. So it really doesn't matter what I do, to some degree. Just don't get in trouble and arrested, and everything's fine. I can be a degenerate. I can do whatever. There's no God to tell me what I'm doing. This is where it leads to. This is like the dominoes, how the dominoes fall. You got to believe the globe, and then believe to the Big Bang, and then believe the evolution, and then believe the solipsism, right? It's an evolution of human thought that's founded on the identity that people think the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
I'm probably blowing your fucking gourd right now. I understand that. But
I get what you're saying. I get everything you're saying. It just sounds like
there's another part of it. It's a multifaceted thing. So the other part of the identity is Western civilization. Why is Western civilization better than everybody? Oh, they discovered the Earth is a globe first. Eratosthenes. Everybody believed the Earth was a globe. Then we sailed the 7 seas, and then we colonized the world, and we made the world a better place, and ended hunger, and ended slavery. And we only did that because we're smarter than everybody else. And why? Because we
we're better than the Russians
first.
and the Chinese because we made it to the moon first.
Yeah, we're better than the Russians because we went to the moon, right? So there's like, this is a multifaceted idea with tentacles that go in every part of society, of Western society. I don't know how it is in other countries, or like not the non-Western world. I'm sure in the Congo they don't believe any of this bullshit that we talk about. But it has permeated Western thought because it's really our claim to fame. Who's the smartest people? Oh, it's Newton. It's Galileo. It's Copernicus. Oh, what did they do? Oh, they discovered the heliocentric model. They discovered that there's gravity that formed the Earth into a ball. So these are who we consider and idolize as the smartest people in the West. Einstein, what did he do? Oh, he talked about space and how there's black holes and yada, 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 right? So there's a foundation here that not just you personally, but the entire Western world in a societal sense, its foundation is on this globe idea. Which is why people get triggered by this topic and don't know why they snap out and get so emotional. They don't even know why they're doing it. Because they're just like, they have Stockholm Syndrome. That's all there is to it. They have Stockholm Syndrome. You know what Stockholm Syndrome is?
Yes, I know what Stockholm Syndrome is.
Are you in Stockholm?
Okay.
Sorry about the rant, dude, but like we talk about this other shit and like yeah, we know the Earth is flat. We can demonstrate that. That's what the reality is outside. But like we beat around the bush of what the real problem is. The real problem is it's an idea that's like a fucking cancer, right? It's a cancer because you have to believe that all of your reality is an illusion, that you can't detect the world as it actually is, and you have to defer to other people that claim for some reason that they're smarter than you. Okay, though they may or may not be smarter than you, but you have to defer to them of what reality is. That right there is a fundamental problem, that you're deferring away from your own experience of the world to what other people claim they experienced. And somehow their experience is superior to yours. Right there, you're outsourcing your own intellect, your own mind, your own experience to some fucking stranger that you never met, that may or may not have your interests at heart.
Okay.
You know, flat Earth, it's obviously flat. I mean, we don't even have to, at this point, we don't even consider this a debate. At least in this camp, we don't consider this a debate. The Earth is flat. You can just demonstrate it yourself. We don't have to talk about it. We can just say, hey, man, that's cool. You think the Earth is a globe? Fucking prove it. Go out into the world, go do some measurements and prove it's a globe. And don't nobody ever come back with any measurements proving it's a globe. They just talk about fucking TV shows and what they saw on the screen. That's all that ever happens. So there is no debate. The debate is over. It hasn't been debate in a long time.
What the heck?
Okay.
It's more like, what are the consequences? What are the consequences of this idea? And what are they doing to the society? Now, I already told you, I'm not running around. I'm not going to go protest in front of the ocean and say, flat, not curved with a sign, right? Ocean's flat, not curved. Everybody at the beach is like, yeah, duh. Obviously it's flat, right? But then some scientists will walk out to the beach and go, don't listen to this fucking guy. He's crazy. That ocean only looks flat. You're like a tiny ant on the beach ball. Don't listen to him. So I'm not doing that. I got better things to do in my life.
What's the pilot for an island?
Good lord.
You want to go down to the beach and protest with me? We're going to protest that the ocean's flat.
Okay, that's a
the
bit.
ocean's flat. We're going to go protest. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, people ask us, what are you guys going to do about the earth being flat? Maybe, when do you think people are going to know? They know now. They just don't believe what they know. Everybody knows the earth is flat. Some people don't believe it. They don't believe their own eyes, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. People don't believe their own eyes.
The globe, the subliminal messaging comment, that's a bit of an overreaction. Not just because, like, yeah, the modern world believes that the globe is like the truth. So obviously it's gonna be everywhere because it's just taken as a concrete fact. It's not like not every recurring thing is subliminal messaging.
There's a good word for this. Prolification. So it's an idea that grows, right? So when a child goes to school and the teacher asks them to paint the universe or do a little picture, and they're going to draw what the idea that's already in their head from the previous class where they were talking about geography and the earth being a ball. So the artist will build upon these ideas. The author will write about these ideas, right? And we can look back in history into certain authors who've speculated about what the sky is about. And these ideas keep growing until you get to like the 50s and the 60s, where we've got films and movies starting to develop and comic books, all based on these ideas. But the idea is planted. The subliminal programming is just a consequence of that seed that's been planted. You find it everywhere, though, like Indio says. You'll find it in history before people even went to space. Like, what is it? The Universal Pictures logo or Universal Studios, which is just a globe Earth. I think that came out in the 1920s, something, maybe just before, just after, but well before we went to space to confirm any idea that the Earth was a ball. Right?
Oh, hold on, dude. What about the first movie? The very first movie is called A Trip to the Moon. It's by French. It's a silent movie. So there's a bunch of wizards, and because they're like, movies were new, so they're doing it on a stage, like a stage that people do acting on. So there's a dividing wall. They're wizards. They're all dressed in wizard stuff. They walk through a door, go to the other side, and they're in lab coats. And they take a rocket and they launch it to the moon. And the guy goes up there, does whatever. And then to get back to Earth, he just jumps off the moon and lands on Earth. Right? So this is the very first film. Was about a rocket going to the moon. Kepler wrote a book about a witch taking him to the moon. Well, not him personally, because that would be heresy. So associate a work of fiction. There's also another guy. I think I don't know if it's Trajan, in 100 AD wrote a book called A True Story about someone going to the moon and like this they considered the sun a planet. They didn't consider it like a burning ball of gas. So the whole story is about a war between the moon people and the sun people.
What is the moon?
A ball of cheese.
Observable phenomena.
The point to this, though, is the programming runs like really deep. You don't notice it. You will actually proliferate this idea yourself, right?
But you know.
Know what? Know that it's everywhere?
You know that you're being programmed. It's just because everyone else is fooled.
No, everyone else is fooling themselves.
But you're not.
Everybody's awake to certain ideas or not, dude. All right, this is very grey area you're talking about. You're really overgeneralizing this. We know something. We don't know everything. No, there are other people that have come to the same conclusion that they're very going and have never touched flat Earth.
Look, all of us in this chat, whether you believe it or not, you know the Earth is flat. Period. There's no denying it. It's impossible to deny. Well, knowledge comes from experience. The only thing you know are the things you actually experience. Now, you can believe other things, right? So you believe that you're going to wake up tomorrow morning, but you don't know that. And you can read a book that says, hey, cats are mammals, right?
But you don't know that?
But you don't know that, no.
You don't know that a cat is a mammal?
No.
Why not?
Okay, well, yeah.
Look, you'd have to look it up in the dictionary, the word mammal, and then see if a cat.
You wouldn't just know that? You wouldn't just know that a cat is a mammal?
No, you wouldn't just know that, dude.
You're saying that you don't know that a cat is a mammal?
No,
Not that you don't know.
Why should I believe you
know by yourself, Mark.
Are you really that desperate that you're going to do that weak ass attempt at the straw man? Really?
So,
that
Mark,
desperate?
no one's ever told you anything about cats.
No, I didn't
Mark,
say that.
Nobody's ever taught you anything about cats. You're walking along the street one day. Oh, look, a cat jumps out in front of you. Are you going to go, that's a fine-looking mammal? Or are you going to go, oh, wow, it's a cat?
You're saying that you don't know what a cat is?
No one said that. Why are you
Have you taken a biology class?
You're going to get muted and kicked out of the channel. Don't do it again. It's your only warning.
Everybody knows a cat is a mammal because of anecdotes. Like, oh, I
no,
know,
because there's a word named mammal, and it's a category, and it has a criteria and properties, and then the cat will meet all the properties of the category mammal. That's how you know the cat is a fucking mammal, dude.
Yeah. Because I've never personally studied it myself, but like I have people who have told me, so that I know it's a mammal. So yes, I know.
No, you don't know that. No, you don't know that. If someone told you, you don't know that. You believe that.
Until you go and do it yourself.
Okay,
it's
so
just a
nothing.
belief.
So nothing anyone ever tells you, you can say you know.
You're right.
Not getting this, right?
I can know what I know is what they
Joe,
said.
it's going to frustrate me.
Yeah, hold on, Jai. I can know what they said. That's what I know. I heard some words come out of their fucking face, and I heard it with my ears. That's what I know. Whether those words are true or false, I don't know that.
So if I were to say a cat is a mammal, you don't know if it's true or false?
I can evaluate. I can. You really want to get kicked out of here, don't you? I can figure out if it's true or false by the way I just said. Can you tell me what I just said about how to figure out if a cat is a mammal?
You would look it up in the dictionary?
What would I look up in the dictionary?
Whether or not it's a mammal.
No, you retard.
You wouldn't use a dictionary for that.
Well, you're the one that doesn't know if a cat is a mammal.
And see what the definition is. And see that it's a category of animal. And then I would look at a cat and say, hey, this category, does the cat have the properties of this category? So that I can say cat fits into it.
All right. That makes sense.
No shit.
Yeah, no shit. This is like 3rd grade. Didn't they teach you this in 3rd grade? How to figure out what categories are and whether something goes in the category? They used to have little fucking standardized tests. They would say, color. Circle all the things that are a color. And it would say blue, red, turtle, fucking ice. And then you'd circle ice, turtle.
Right. Calm down. It's not that serious.
This is way too good.
I feel the frustration.
Listen, you guys can't for some reason try to discern emotions, and you're so bad at it. This isn't anger. This is disgust. Okay.
I know, but it's all right.
Yeah, I'm disgusted.
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm fucking having I'm having a conversation that's like 50 IQ points from Midwit.
Oh, okay.
Have you got anything good to add to the conversation, or should we return to the lab?
Yeah, you got any gold proof? Yeah, can we get some gold proof?
Well, what would change your mind?
Measurements of curvature. Right there. It's really easy. Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
Well, how would I present those to you?
You'd measure the surface of the Earth and demonstrate that it's curving.
But let's say that I've done that. How do I show you?
Okay, I got it. Show us the
You
data.
can make a video. You can do show and tell in the side chat. That's up to you,
Got
my
to be a
friend.
video. Just give us the data.
Yeah.
You want a YouTube video?
No, I want data, dude. We
No.
want data to evaluate. That's what we want.
Okay.
We want to evaluate the methodology to see what was actually measured, the technique. You know what I mean? The same as you do with any, like reading any type of academic paper. They have the experimental layout, and then you evaluate whether that experiment was rigorous, what the assumptions were, what the sources of error were, what the output data actually was. You know, that you evaluate the experiment.
And you think people haven't done that already?
I know they haven't. Why do you think they have? Well, because I've talked to you. PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, pilot surveyors over a period of 10 years, anti-flat earthers whose whole fucking purpose of life is to oppose us have never presented such a thing either. And they've never gone out and done it.
Well, there's plenty of people that have.
Okay, show us.
Okay, I'll post you a link.
We can look.
Post in the chat. This will be funny.
Jesse Path of Lies.
They have shown it, and they're in here. The flat earthers.
Did you post it already? I'm still waiting.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just asking, dude. Chill.
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. We are waiting for measurements of Earth curvature, right?
I mean, he said it's been done plenty of times. He probably, I guess it's probably has so many that he can't pick. So just make like a roulette wheel of like Earth curve measurements and just like spin the ball and whatever it lands on, present that. Because you got so many.
I bet you the video he presents is going to have a 23-foot tall Jaren.
Well, I was going to post scientific and empirical evidence.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, post that. Okay. Post that. Do that.
That'll be fun.
All right, this is from Wikipedia.
Oh, Jesus Christ Almighty!
Wait a minute. Did he say scientific? Because that's not going to work. This is geometry,
this
bro.
Is empirical evidence for the spherical shape of the Earth. So let's go through these.
Yeah, hold on. Is that what I asked for? I asked for measurements of curvature. Are there measurements of curvature?
So first of all, the visibility
I asked for measurements of curvature. Shut up. I asked for measurements of curvature. Is it in that?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Which one?
Well, we can go further than that. I mean,
which
we can talk about
in there is the measurement of curvature?
The first one.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
So the first paragraph, the roughly spherical shape of Earth can be empirically evidenced by many different types of observation, ranging from ground level, flight, or orbit. The spherical shape causes a number of effects and phenomena that, when combined, disprove flat Earth beliefs.
Yeah,
These
keep
include
reading.
the visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface. Well, us seeing too far proves it's flat, so that was a fail. Lunar eclipses.
Wait, what? What did you just say?
I said lunar eclipses. Appearance of the moon. Observations of the sky from a certain altitude. Observation of certain fixed stars from different locations. Observing the sun. Surface navigation. Grid distortion on a spherical surface. Weather systems. Gravity. And modern technology.
Okay, so where's the measurements of curvature in that?
Well, that's the introductory paragraph. Let's go through it.
Yeah, listen, we're not reading the Wikipedia article. You're going to go down it and find the measurements of curvature part and read it to us. You said what would convince you. I gave you the criteria You said it's in that. Now go in there and find the data that measures the surface of the Earth to be curving. It's very fucking simple, dude.
If the degree of curvature is determined to be the same everywhere on the Earth's surface, and the surface was determined to be large enough, the constant curvature would show that the Earth is spherical. In practice,
Cool. So why
this
can't we
method
measure
is not reliable because of variations in atmospheric refraction, which is how much the atmosphere bends light traveling through it. Refraction can give the impression that the Earth's surface is
Is this
flat,
going to lead to a
curved
measurement?
more convexly than it is,
This is
or that it is
Measurement.
concave.
So
Mark,
This is what
measurement.
happens in the
Hold
various
on,
trials
trying
of
to
the
jump in.
Beckford level
Trying to.
experiment.
Trying
Okay.
to. Right, this isn't a measurement, right? This is excuses as to why you can't have measurements.
Now,
Do you
can you
think
tell
it's?
Listen,
Do you think
don't,
it's never
no,
been
no,
done?
no. Before you move on, I'm going to ask you about this refraction thing. What's the evidence for this refraction thing happening?
I'm not sure. You'll have to do the research yourself. You should.
Oh, I
think
know
for
what I know
yourself.
what the evidence is. I know what its evidence is. The
Oh,
evidence
okay.
is globe
Explain it for
yeah,
us.
yeah. I'm gonna tell you what the evidence is. So the evidence for globe refraction is that the Earth looks flat. That's your evidence.
Right, but just because it looks
Yeah,
flat
right.
doesn't mean
Yeah,
that it
right,
is.
right. Yeah, right. So my evidence is the Earth looks flat, and that's my evidence of a globe. Think of how
That
retarded
doesn't
you
make
sound
any
right
sense.
now. I know it doesn't. I'm well aware of that.
So why are you saying it if it doesn't make sense?
That's your position.
What's my position?
That the evidence that there's globe refraction, and I asked you what the evidence is, and you said you don't know, and I told you what the evidence is. The evidence for the globe, for refraction, bending light around a globe, is that the Earth looks flat. They see the Earth looks flat and go, Earth is a globe, so the light must be bending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still
So
not
your
a
evidence
measurement.
for globe refraction is a flat Earth. Congratulations.
What shape is the Earth again?
Don't even try it, dude. It doesn't have a shape.
It doesn't have a
It's not
shape.
going to deflect away from this.
No,
India.
he's trying
You
to.
shouldn't say it doesn't have a shape. You should say it has the shape that it has. That took.
No, we're claiming horizontal water. Horizontal isn't a shape, but we must get back to the measurement of Earth curvature that's been done multiple times.
Yeah, he
because
demanded,
you just gave us an excuse that started with a flat Earth.
Can you explain to me how you measured the
No,
Earth?
you need to go and get the measurements. Not more deflecting back to us. You claimed measurements of Earth curvature. Remember?
Right, but
That's
you're
what
the
you
one
asked,
claiming
what
that
would
it's
convince-
flat.
Dude,
So the burden of proof is on
that's
you
what
to
you
disprove
asked
that
would
it's
convince
round.
us. Now you're talking through me again, trying to run away from the point. Right? Are we
Right.
me and Joe are going to chase you down, dude. Trust me on that, right? You made this claim. You asked us what would convince us. You said it's been done loads of times. So go and get the criteria of what will convince us. Not reading out from a
Well, I
Wikipedia
did.
article
I
about
posted it in the
refraction.
chat. You can go and read it yourself.
Yeah,
but you
Mark,
probably wouldn't understand
Mark,
it.
stop talking. You're making yourself look even more stupid. Nowhere in
that
your
possible?
article did it.
That's just an ad hominem attack.
Nowhere in your
No, you're a
article
retard.
did it give us measurements.
That's another ad hominem attack.
No, you're using
What,
the
the
word
measurements
ad hom
that are
wrong.
lacking?
An ad hom is when you insult the person to prove a proposition or disprove a proposition. We're just insulting you.
That's not very convincing. And
Well,
that
so
maybe
far,
that's why no
neither's
one
your
believes the Earth
evidence.
is flat.
Neither's
No
your
one cares.
Wikipedia article that you haven't read and don't understand.
We
and wanna
know
try and
no one believes
gaslight us. What are you
Did you hear-
talking, dude?
Did you hear that, Jedi? He said no one
What's
believes the Earth is flat. Yeah, we know. They know the Earth is flat. Everybody does.
Yeah, I want. Oh, what the fuck? We should talk to the last guy. This one's an idiot.
The way they separated them.
No.
Who's the last guy?
You, dude.
Oh yeah. That is
Wish
me.
you have half a brain cell.
Oh,
That dude
thanks.
had 2 brain cells and one is down of loneliness at this point.
Hello?
We will have it stated for the record, though, that the gentleman did fail to provide measurements of Earth curvature.
I second that motion.
Okay, man. I forgot I existed. Okay.
Without objection, the motion is passed.
I
He did not present
flat
measurements
or
for
curve.
It's a good start to 2026.
Hell yeah.
Next semester
I
will
believe
have
Earth
a
is
good
flat.
start when I ask my professor.
Have your professor come in here.
Sorry?
Have them come in here.
Have them come in here? Well, that would just be splendid. Technically, I have like 5 different professors because they all teach different
Have them all come in
subject
here.
areas. Yeah, have them all.
Hey,
It's
are
a
you
good project.
Look, we've talked to people with a way higher academic standing than your school professors. Believe me.
Hey, bro.
Oh no, university.
Okay.
Line them up, dude.
So-
Just bring them in.
Hey,
line
I
them up,
have the
feed them in
question
here.
about
It's going to be
flat
great.
We've
Earth.
had
Sit back
people
and
with
watch.
PhDs in physics, mathematical physics, that wrote their dissertations on direct detection of the dark matter and all sorts of crap. So we've talked to people in academia of lots of different, lots of different professions. Okay.
Yeah.
So just bring them in here. That's all I'm saying. We like academics. We treat them, typically academics act normal, so they don't get what that other person just got. That other person's kind of like an anti-flat earther, and we're actually familiar with him. He's in the politics server, so he does this all the time.
And he's a mod for this channel, which is great. I think. Or was I looking at the wrong person? No, I was looking at the right
You
person.
probably looked at the wrong person.
Oh yeah, I did. Matrix. I was looking at Matrix.
He's definitely a mod. And he is the right person. Matrix is the right person for any job. Especially for him. Trolls like him. So the only reason I want them to come in here, quite honestly, is for you. Because what you'll find out, that no matter how smart you think your professor is, they're going to come in here and they're going to be like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
That would actually be, it's so interesting, genuinely.
Because they're not going to know. Like, so they'll say something like, yeah, stars are like, they're this, or, I think somebody did this, and you go, okay, can you actually show the evidence for that? And they won't be able to do it. They know all the claims, but they don't know what the evidence for the claims are, right? So they know why people claim the Earth is a globe, but they don't know what the evidence actually is, like how they even reach that conclusion. And maybe they'll bring up Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni or one of these other guys, but they won't know what they did or how they did it or anything about the techniques they used or what they assumed or even the precision of their measurement. They won't know anything about like how anybody actually came to the conclusion, right? They'll just know the general claim. That's it. And this is typically what we find by people in academia that, they've never looked into it, and they'll typically admit it. They're like, well, I really don't know. I've never really looked into it. I just assumed it to be the case. I was taught it in a grade school or whatever, and, I just took it to be true. Which is kind of unscientific.
No, yeah.
Hello.
It's between the two of us.
Yeah, so this guy, he's like 18 years old. We've been kind of dropping the shit on him. You're more than welcome to talk to him. I'm kind of like been going at it as well, hogging the mic.
Who are you even talking to?
You.
No, you were talking. You were saying to someone
I was
else.
talking to Says Who. Yeah, Says Who makes great arguments about this topic. Well, a lot of people do, but he's particularly good at working with people that are very unfamiliar with it because you're a newbie. Well, I mean, most people are. I mean, there's people that have varying ranges of experience with this topic. Typically, most people do like through internet memes or nonsense, some TikTok video maybe. But then there's others that they've got into it a little bit.
What do you even do for work?
Me? I'm retired.
Yes. You're retired? Oh yeah, because you're 40.
I'm way over. I'm older than 40, dude. I've been 40 in a while.
50.
more than that.
Good lord. Okay.
200. When Huygens was doing his numerology and mysticism, I'm the one that cut open the chicken so he could look at the guts.
What was your work?
Network engineering, computer science, IT, dude. I shouldn't even say network engineering. I did a lot of stuff in IT, so I'm multi-talented.
Okay.
Multi-skilled, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
But I'm pretty much retired.
Good job.
I work when I feel like it. If I want cocaine and hookers, that's pretty much the only time I work.
Okay.
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. I'm almost out of cocaine and hookers. I better go get a job.
Ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about? I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here listening to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so.
At the light, turn right onto Scarsdale Boulevard.
Yep. Well, a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure. I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me?
Is that a bomb hit I heard?
Come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it...
I mean, it can go either way. Typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story. Do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
It's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames, so
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So, no, not at all. He drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else, but it is interesting that even he confesses, along with my surveyor friends, that yeah, we always measure the Earth, or the distances, or the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum. And so they take that data and they plot it, and they have an elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, the fall rate, or the descent, the elevation of the rivers, and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, well, where is that? If we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting. Maybe I'll become a civil engineer, see for myself. See what.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once, you know.
Astronaut. Okay, so you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. You know, that's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical,
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, you know, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume. Because there is no gravity to keep the gas here, so it should be filling the space to, you know, come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
sorry, say again?
Yeah. Didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. It's just, these are just ideas, just conjurings of someone's imagination.
So I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions. Like is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions, yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a code.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much
Hey,
money.
you don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently. Maybe if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually where when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are, but usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about? I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys know that's like not true. I'm just saying like.
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right?
Yeah.
So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote-unquote solar system where there are these, you know, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. You know, like they're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people, or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
Well, you could take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah, so that just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, "Whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why?" Okay, that's a question that can never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now, you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at, Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean,
so for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So, for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his motives.
all right. How about I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just like see with my own eyes for myself to like truly like at least for me to know. Like if let's say I try if I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into an elite club without being vetted and insured against. If you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, well, yeah, or credible threat. Like, for example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts, before they went to the moon, said, "Hey, we can't go to the moon, and hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space?" And he said, "The stuff we have." Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who, for all intents and purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah. Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. Now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? and then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations and all. It just the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it now. It's like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
Guys, believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, I saw the Earth as flat, and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the Earth looks flat from their position already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies, man, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just gonna get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not gonna end well with me.
No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms, like.
Well, I understand that, but once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever-expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary, level surface where there's up and down, and you breathe air, and so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary, planar, enclosed Earth.
Yeah.
That's your firsthand experience, and yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering, how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, Frank. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the earth is flat, but they feel the same way? And they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned.
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that, like, as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But like other people, yeah, I probably walked past a flat earther. I've probably walked past a murderer.
Yeah, you probably spoken to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat Earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat Earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say, flat Earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat Earther girl"? I'm going to open the combo with that.
Because I live in, like, okay, just the chances of that are so slim that, like, I wouldn't even risk it.
They're not that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, you know, a certain demographic, I think it was like 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Like probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves from talking about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Like, stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap, when you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you. And you're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I've overheard people like talking about it, and they say it like in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. Like, I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Who's the flat earther?
Imagine that character flaw, that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced, they actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. Like, they consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's yeah. I want to say like super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some
Flat
sort of
eartherism.
racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that's counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
Well, I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right. So you notice how, like, when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you're talking about flat Earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat
So,
Earth, but you know what I mean.
yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I instantly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's any, or she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies, man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side who sees the world through a prism and values these other things, and we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the Earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the Earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the Earth to be a ball because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the Earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures, and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah blah blah. Even though, even in the futuristic stuff, they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm, when in reality we just have to accept what is. And what is that the Earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the Earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the Earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah.
How
did you ask?
know?
How do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the Earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the Earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But why the whole world is accept the Earth is low? It's not flat.
Well, because most of the people on the Earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the Earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe Earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
But that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in the actual world. Like
yeah, we don't actually. Yeah.
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is globe.
Well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it. So is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the Earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Then correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth, is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Bring up hard to understand Your conceptions are like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do agree.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS. He's a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and stuff.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah. Just to listen
What's your
in,
friend's name?
see what's going on.
Fine. I gotta go to the hospital. See you tonight.
I wish
What's his?
he was there earlier,
What's his
but we were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh,
iOS.
iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So, anyway,
Let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple of months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Good.
No, I
You
like
don't
this
believe.
3i
You
Atlas.
don't
I've
believe
been
me.
watching
You
the
don't
news
believe
on
me,
it.
right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
I have a question.
to see
One
is
second. Yeah, iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
Oh, you're right, man. Is iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really on anything. He's one of my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited him.
I'm not too big into the flat Earth. I mean, like I'm open minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica. But I haven't thought too much about it.
well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we cannot actually, we can't prove or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the Earth. And that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the Earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat Earth and the flat Earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea, mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the Earth really looks like. So,
yes, I seen like I thought a good YouTube video like where there it was showing like it's not like perfectly like circular, and I'm not totally sure. But
Yeah,
like
that's true. Earth is not like
yes,
so circle. Yeah,
kind of has some curves
I'm
in
saying
it's
there.
more like
we're not going to offer you any
this
kind of
is
map
not
or model or
round.
anything.
Yeah,
All we can tell you
it's
is that
not
the
completely
surface
round.
of the Earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. If even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yeah. Gotcha.
How many countries are doing
Interesting.
on there? Like Russia, USA,
Weird.
and
Yeah.
how many?
We do our best to be
Soviet
honest with people
Union,
about what
I
we
guess.
do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating. But we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Nice.
They're finding something like distinct living beings that
Yep. Well, anyways,
live
welcome.
in many years
Yeah, hang out.
ago.
There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any other questions,
Have you seen the news
go ahead and
about
ask
the
them.
3-Eye Atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar. Yeah.
About what?
That's an interesting one. The 3-Eye Atlas.
Yeah, I heard about that. Like 3 months ago, maybe. That was like
The
I think that
seemingly
was
sentient or
not real.
intelligent,
I think that was not
backwards-facing
real.
comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
No, that was not an alien, bro. Come on. That's just like
Yeah, apparently
meteor
there's
or
a
something.
comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
Right,
not a
got that
random
non-gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah.
I don't know, man, if alien are really
If you're asking my opinion, a lot
up.
of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
So we know the
Yeah,
comet's
maybe.
not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine?
Yeah,
You gotta
why?
tell me.
Like, can you explain like
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh,
okay.
gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work, so it's got something to push off of.
This is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like, if we get a large body of water, let's say, for example, we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about 60, yeah, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10 mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in, like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water, and then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay.
Yes.
I've seen a YouTube video about this. He's experimenting like
he should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. But we can zoom in across, and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could, you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right.
So,
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
That's really
man.
interesting. It's thinking a little bit differently.
Yeah. We can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high-powered lasers.
It shouldn't be possible because of the curve.
Exactly. So it's
crazy.
stacks and stacks of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature, and then you go looking, throughout all of history, and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized like into existence. It wasn't something that people actually went out.
I heard NASA was the one who came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No, that
rings a bell.
Well, not really. I mean, it's not true because NASA didn't go up to space until the 60s. So people thought it was a globe, way, 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 way before that.
Sure.
So yeah, like I've never heard anyone say NASA. Everyone thought it was flat, and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. Like all the ancient people, apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. Like all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being like a flat plane that's not moving within like a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, okay, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, okay, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe. And it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worship spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worship spheres. And they thought, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then, it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
and then it wasn't
gotcha.
it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that, that was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, oh, the Earth's a sphere, this is how it works, heliocentric. Yeah, but no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, old dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptians, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Indio?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me get my shit together. I'll present it.
Awesome.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Did anyone call me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Sky.
Yeah, what's
His
up?
name's,
Sorry,
we were
I thought
talking
you were
about the
talking
sky.
about something. The sky. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down on the list,
Yeah.
Jamesy.
Yeah, I'm up.
Down below you. He's below you.
Below
This guy
me
is
is
down there, like down near the bottom.
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below you is Ka.
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question though?
No, someone asked the same question you asked. Someone asked, "What's up?" And I replied, "The sky." And then you reply, "Oh,
yeah,
someone
yeah,
said my name or something."
Yeah. Because that's what I heard. But I thought maybe I heard wrong, and someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
All right, Indio is back to whatever he was gonna post, right?
No,
Indio?
I'm not back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air.
I
Well,
love
you
that
get your
Dempsey's
stuff.
killing on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house
Transfer
and
the
I'm
console.
gonna chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamesy?
no, the side chat. No. Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. Maybe I'll see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like, I think, 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is, there's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time. I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Gotta take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post the map.
And you're using infrared as well.
That's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that also, so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I've like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only like has like a 4-foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. the surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you. I was freezing. Like, I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh, yeah. 45 degrees and windy. That's gotta suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour. And it was like constant. You know how the ocean is, where the breeze is just, it doesn't let up. And like, you can't operate a P9, a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. Like, so yeah, it was rough. But like, you know, I was determined. I pretty much, I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it. And I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining, and then the next day, I could have went, but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6-degree difference. But after I got there and set up, because I was taking screenshots of the buoy, like every 15-20 minutes. But that by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm like, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking a video up down there. So I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. Now we go out, we do an observation, we test the goal of mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, so we have observations on one hand, we have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
Yeah, I just put it into the Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider. had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another. I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, like where it is. That's this little thing.
The only thing I can
Tiny
see them
boat.
picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot, Indio. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude.
I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
you know,
This
I was
is
thinking
one of
like
the
we
top.
should come up. Yeah, we should come up with a checklist, dude. Like an actual like best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely important. Yeah, this
Look
is
how
awesome. This
small
is a
that
good
boat
one.
is, DJ. Look how tiny that boat is. How like its height above the water. It's like not even. It's barely as high as a pickup truck top. So in that video, you can see that shimmer. That's that boat. So I got the thing for it. Hold on. Is that it? Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah.
Wow, that's
This
nice.
is its, yeah, this is its position. So it's about 8 miles, I think it was. 7.3 miles. I also got some other stuff because I took about 2 minutes of video and I got some other stuff. I haven't been able to like parse it out, but I do. I definitely have like buoys in the water. Like they have navigational buoys that are like because there's a shipping lane, right? And at the you know that it's like a road, you know. So I mean, so on each side of the shipping lane there's buoys, and all those buoys are supposed to be past like the horizon. Like I shouldn't even see them, and I see like dozens of them. So yeah, another nail in the coffin, dude. I don't even know how many nails are in there at this point. Now, as you said, what about wind refraction? There was some turbulence from the wind that I got in other clips I have, but you can see that it's going left to right, or yeah, right to left rather. You can see basically the wind blowing, like the turbulence, but instead of it being like a turbulence, like a hot road, it's basically going left to right. It's pretty easy to distinguish it.
Well, I'm glad you covered that because I was just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, wind does cause like turbulence and stuff. It causes turbulent effects, but this was just left to right. I mean, I guess you could make a plausible argument if it was like going away or toward you or something, that your direction. You know what I
Sure.
mean? If it was just, I guess that would
I think
be a
if
stretch.
anything, a strong wind like that is just going to cause spray near the surface, and that's going to make it even worse. You shouldn't even see as far.
Yeah. I'll
Yeah, that's true.
So I just uploaded an infrared, but instead of the black and white, it's it comes out purple. If you I turned it to monochrome after this, so this is like magenta or something. But anyway, you can see the wind like turbulence going like right to left easily. Doug, yes, I did take into account Grover's feelings, and that's why I did it, to hurt them. Dude, Setsu, I really, really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I've saved all of that into a channel in the server, so I'll be presenting that one quite often. That's a
Yeah,
great one. I love it.
especially because it's right at the 10 miles, and we always talk about 10 miles, 66 feet. So that's just like really convenient. When he said that, I'm like, oh shit, that thing I did, it's 10 miles.
I'm like, we actually have an example now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's they can't whine about refraction for this one either. They will, but they shouldn't.
They'll say something like, "There's always refraction."
Yeah, or their argument is
and that means there's never a
What about-
geometric horizon ever.
Yeah, their argument for this one will be, what about eclipses?
Yeah, where's the edge? That would be rebuttal.
I like how you can see the turbulence moving in a direction, though I haven't paid attention to that before. It's a really good example.
Yeah, I got really. I mean, other than the pain I suffered, yeah, I got lucky. Dude, like, listen, I'm very weather don't bother me. It's true. I mean, like, seriously, weather really doesn't bother me. But that shit was cold. I actually, like, when I finished, I like went into a coffee shop and like warmed up. That's like unheard of, man. Usually I just do my thing and just tough it out. But I was like, damn, I'm cold. I need to fucking take a break from this shit.
It's cold on the water when there's a strong wind.
Yeah, there's like no hiding from it. Like there's no. The thing about the breeze is it was like constant, like it was a fan. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was no gusts. It was just like you were like in front of a fan that was just blowing at 23 miles per hour or whatever it was. I also got this from the plane. I just thought it was interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Like the light coming through the clouds like that. It's just kind of cool. Because they're always like perspective. Like, where's the perspective in this? Like, I'm not seeing it, bro. The perspective rays. So that ship in the purple video, I'll show you. That ship has been anchored out there for like a month, more than a month. It's anchored about 13 miles off the maybe it was 17. It's out there. I also got a picture of that from the airplane. That is let me see. That is this ship here. That's that ship right there. Dude, because I went on the 18th and I flew in on the 28th, and I'm like, I'm just like the plane's landed, and I'm just fucking look out the window like, there's a fucking ship I took pictures of 10 days ago. And then I look and I see the lighthouse. I'm like, son of a bitch. So there's another thing I could see from the airplane. It's called the Bourne Bridge or the Sagamore Bridge. There's two of them. They cross the Cape Cod Canal. They're about 50 miles away. I could easily see the road deck. So even with trees in the way, I could see the road deck because they're pretty high. I didn't get a picture of that though, and it didn't come out because I was just taking these with a phone. I think all over Earth there's like they really don't fathom how far like these boats are out there. Like I think they think like they're like a lot closer. 10 miles is pretty far away. I mean, think about how long it takes to walk 10 miles.
So, I'm aware that flat Earth does not believe in gravity. And what does make things drop to the ground? Because I've heard like air mediums, which
You're confused, buddy. You're confused. When they say they don't believe in gravity, it means mass attracting mass, not that things don't fall to the ground.
yes, because mass attracts mass, which means
Okay. How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that that's why things fall? It's a mass attracting mass.
What else is going to make it fall?
That's not. That doesn't tell me how you know that.
Hold on, so
But
we were
I'm
talking
not-
about
I'm
something,
not-
and now this random guy chimes in.
I'll tell you.
Gravity.
I'll tell you. Well, hold on. No, he was talking before, Peter. I don't know if you're here. But he was.
Hey, wait,
We're waiting for his evidence. He was in limbo, and so he didn't find it.
I'm
So
just asking. I'm asking.
nobody
what
knows
you
why
believe
things
in.
fall.
I'm asking what you believe.
Yeah. No, I don't have a belief. There's no belief here. You believe that things fall because mass attracts mass. You have no evidence for that. That's the problem. You believe something. So I'll ask again.
Also,
What's the
who's
evidence
you,
that
bro?
mass
Because
attracts to mass
Peter
is the
and I
causal
believe
mechanism why
different
things... Yeah, hold on, Peter. Dude. So what's your evidence that mass attracting mass is the causal mechanism for falling objects? Can you give us an experiment, for example, that shows it? Should be simple, because you think it's a foregone conclusion.
I'll give you an example. I know y'all don't believe in the open space, and you believe there's only the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. But let's go into open space. Boots void.
No one believes it.
Okay.
Shut up, dude. Don't start, dude. Don't start. Don't straw man us.
Straw man you?
Yeah, we don't.
I'm saying what
Just
I've
carry on.
observed. Okay, I will carry on.
I don't know your ass from your elbow, bro.
What? I'm sorry. I'm saying.
You don't know your ass from your elbow, okay? Just saying. So,
ass from my elbow.
Let's see. You don't know your ass from your elbow. Appealing to space to tell me why things fall on Earth doesn't help us. We want to know why things fall on Earth. And unless there's a big mirror in space that somehow shows how things fall on Earth is mass attracting mass, I don't know how that's going to help you. So we have an observed natural phenomenon, right? I let something go, falls to the ground. Boom. Right? Why does that happen? What experiment can we do to figure out why that happens?
Okay.
Yeah, simple. Experiment. That's how science works, right? You do an experiment.
The experiment.
Yeah,
Okay.
the experiment.
The Cavendish experiment conducted between
Okay.
1797.
So what falls in that? What falls in the Cavendish experiment?
The experiment measuring the force of gravity.
Okay, first of all, yeah, but we want to know why things fall.
It's gravity. Mass attracts mass.
Yeah, that's your claim, dude. I want the experiment that shows it.
Okay, I'll explain you the experiment.
I don't need the explanation. I need the experiment. I don't need a story, dude.
I'm trying to explain you the experiment.
I don't. I understand. Oh, the experiment. You
the
said
experiment
what
itself.
Okay, so how does I know the Cavendish.
Can I tell you the experiment now, or are you going to keep on cutting me off?
I know.
You're lagging really bad.
Exactly.
No, like genuinely, you were lagging really bad. Okay.
Yeah, can you tell me what's observed in the Cavendish experiment?
The apparatus can. Okay, whatever. Let's skip to where the hell we are.
Hey Glover, this is the first time you saw the Cavendish experiment, right?
So I have to talk to ChatGPT now. Fantastic.
I don't know how I deal with this shit.
This is the funniest thing in India.
Yeah.
There's a baby glurf comes in, never heard about it before. He just Googled it real quick, and he's trying to explain it.
Okay. The apparatus consisting of a torsion bar made of a 6-foot wooden rod horizontally suspended from a wire with 2-inch diameter, 1.6 pound lead spheres, one attached to each end, 2 massive 12-inch 348 lead balls suspended separately could be positioned away from each other to either side of the smaller balls, 255 millimeters away. The experiment measured the faint gravitational attraction between the small and large balls, which deflected the torsion bounce rod about 0.6 inches or around 0.03 inches with a stiffer suspending wire.
So what is falling in the experiment?
Sorry, what? My sister was being annoying.
What is... I know. She can't be like that. What is falling in the experiment?
It is a experiment that shows that gravity exists, but it's not necessarily that gravity is only falling. It is the attraction of mass and mass. So that is what is gravity. It is mass attracts mass. That is the formula. It is mass attracts mass equals G.
Okay, so typically in scientific experiments, there will be a hypothesis. So can you give us the hypothesis? There's kind of a dependent variable and then an independent variable, the thing that you're going to manipulate to get the dependent variable to happen. So can you give us the hypothesis? That way we know this is a true scientific experiment and not some kind of affirming the consequent fallacy.
What is a affirming the consequence fallacy?
Well, it would go something like this. If gravity exists, these balls will get closer. These balls get closer, therefore gravity exists. It would be something like that. It's circular reasoning.
So what I'm reading from, it doesn't necessarily go, like, it doesn't necessarily tell me the hypothesis, but I can infer that the hypothesis is that yes, gravity does exist, because if I set up the experiment, the balls should, in theory, move together.
They move together, therefore the gravity exists. So that would be affirming the consequent. This would be basically a fallacious test or a way to rip off the masses by showing them some kind of parlor trick and then declaring that gravity exists.
Do you want me to send you what I'm reading from? If that would
No, I
help
already
you?
know the entire. No, bro. I already know the entire lore behind this particular non-experiment. It's not an experiment, first of all. In fact, the only thing that you really could be observing, because this is not natural science that they're doing, they have an apparatus. They built it, so it's a synthetic or an artificial thing that they built. And so what they did is they said, I know. We'll tell the people gravity exists if these balls move closer together. The balls move closer together, therefore gravity exists. By the way, that wasn't the intention of this particular apparatus. It was supposed to be detecting the mass of the Earth. And in this case, they had already presupposed that the Earth was a large sphere with an unknown mass. So there's a lot of things, a lot of nuances about this that you probably aren't aware of, but just a surface level read like you're doing right now would have you convinced that because two balls move closer together, all of a sudden gravity is a thing.
So, if I tried to argue with an experiment, you can turn that around and say circular reasoning and then flip my whole argument upside down. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not doing any kind of witchcraft here, or, there's no tomfoolery involved. I'm pointing out to you that what you're dealing with isn't actually an experiment at all. Do you think that because men build something, all of a sudden it becomes a scientific experiment? That would be incorrect. In the scientific method, the first thing you're supposed to do is observe a natural phenomena. That's why, the lore is that old Isaac Newton got hit in the head by an apple. An apple fell out of a tree and hit him on, right? That's how the story goes anyways. So the naturally observed phenomena would be something accelerating towards the ground. You could use a raindrop. You could use an apple. You could use any of these things. So the thing that we're trying to prove is what causes things to fall. That's why India was asking you about the falling bit, not about balls in a shed. The next thing you would do is propose a hypothesis. If blank, then stuff will fall to the ground. So in this scenario, there is no experiment because there's no hypothesis. We don't even actually have what is required for the experiment to occur. Nothing is falling.
But you don't need specifically falling to.
Oh, you're right. What was the naturally observed phenomena again? Things falling, right?
Yes.
Aren't we trying to go ahead and create that particular scenario?
Yes, you could create that. Actually, no, you couldn't on Earth because of its gravity. And if you were to, for example, get like.
We're not to gravity yet. We haven't even proved gravity exists. All we see is in certain scenarios things fall. Meanwhile, the gas molecules around the raindrop and around the apple are moving freely and randomly in all directions, including up. So I'm not even sure that we have really a naturally observed phenomena because not everything is falling. Some things are going freely and randomly in all directions. But for the sake of argument, we'll just stick with the falling part for now. So something falls. We need to know what causes that. So what causes it?
As I said, mass plus mass.
Okay.
Mass is attracted to other masses.
Well, apparently that's a hypothesis that you're coming up with. So what is mass?
Mass is, for example, I'm pretty sure it is the weight of an object, or I may be wrong. I don't know.
Well, weight is weight. Mass is a different word.
So, mass refers to a fundamental property of matter measuring inertia, resistance to acceleration.
Okay, so now mass is resistance to acceleration? Is that your final answer?
The fuck?
I don't know.
Telling me this here? Oh, it's a stupid ass AI overview. Okay. Mass can. Okay, here we go. Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, or basically, I think that means potential force. I don't know, dude. I had like an 80 in science. A measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay. So now it's two things. Which one are you going to pick?
It is the second one, because the first one is the fuck-ass AI overview that is very commonly incorrect.
Okay, so now mass is apparently an attraction?
No.
What does it say? What was the second part?
Mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when a net force is. Can this stupid thing stop being annoying on me? Measure of the body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration when net force is applied. The object's mass also determines the strength of its gravitational attraction to other bodies.
Okay, so it determines that. So the resistance to acceleration, how would we measure that? That also happens to be the same definition of inertia, but we'll just keep going.
Could you repeat that?
Well, interestingly enough, depending on what website you go to or what source you pick, mass essentially has the same definition as inertia, which is resistance to acceleration.
Okay.
So mass and inertia are now conflated, but I would like to know how we would measure that.
Okay.
So how do we measure it? What value can you give me for something's mass?
So you can use the formula of m equals weight over gravity, which is mass. Mass equals weight over gravity. Mass equals force over acceleration. And to measure mass, you would use a triple beam balance.
Right. I hear the formula. Can you just give me the value?
The value? What do you mean by value?
Well, if you're going to measure something at the end of the day, you're going to end up with a certain amount of volts or inches or kilograms or Kelvin, right? So what units determine how much mass we're dealing with? What value? I guess homeboy bounced.
El Hussein is here. Welcome. I don't think I've talked to you before. It says you're VC verified and Nitro Boast VIP. I feel like that's a combo we don't see very often. You know,
Hello.
just those two roles. Hello. How did you find us?
I know I've been here for quite a while. Like I keep joining and leaving. Like first time I've been here was like 2020. So 2020, yeah.
I know, I'm the same way. It's kind of upsetting. Like I'm kind of mad at my past self because my account doesn't really show like my actual history of dates and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. But it's all right. You're incognito as a new person. What is your position regarding the globe?
Like not much to say, to be honest. More into the flat Earth, I guess. But like it's not a topic that I've been into way too much. Sometimes I just keep reading, watching videos, watching arguments online. But really, I haven't had the time to look into it enough, I guess.
Yeah, so you haven't made up your mind, and you might be seeing bad information because there's a lot of bad flat Earth
No,
information
I'm
out
aware aware of that. Yeah, like the Twitter guys, I forgot what they're called. Like that Twitter account that's very known and is assumed to be the flat Earth community. I think that's what they're called.
Oh yeah, I don't know who that is. The flat Earth community, is that what they're called?
The guys with like the disk profile picture who used to talk to Elon Musk on Twitter, I think. But I really can't recall what the username was.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I don't really know that much about what goes on there on Twitter. So what are arguments that you've heard for flat Earth that made you lean in that direction?
Well, not really arguments. It's just looking at photos that are supposedly from space, and you can kind of tell that curvature seems to be changing from one photo to another. And that kind of raises questions, right? So I keep looking into it. That's how I ended up here.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. I wish we had a globe believer, like a true believer in here, because you could tell them how pictures from space indicate the lack of consistency of curvature,
Yeah.
like you just said, that they show a widely varying degree of curvature, which makes their story inconsistent and incoherent, both of those things. Because the people who say pictures from space make them think it's a globe. It really should be the opposite. That should make you question. Yeah, because if it were, then all these images should show a consistent level of curvature, and they don't.
Yeah, as Elon Musk said, it has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, what about the measurements? Have you seen those, like the long distance observations, the laser tests? Oh, you haven't seen those? Oh, great. Well, we have to show you then.
Sure.
Yeah.
The ones like in the channels below, like there's a lot of channels where there's quite a bit of evidence there, the additional info category.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's the There's the long distance observations channel.
Oh yeah. I have been there. Yeah. I just looked
You
and
have
I
been there.
remember. Yeah. I've seen those before.
Oh, okay. So, like, did you watch the videos?
I don't really remember. Let me see. I probably did. Like as I said, I just keep joining and leaving over and over. So probably might have seen some of them.
That's cool that you know those channels are down there because, yeah, that's a lot of people don't realize that is one of the main benefits of this server is that there is a carefully curated selection of information down there that is good, verifiable, flat earth information, which you can't find just anywhere. And you definitely can't find if you just Google flat earth, then you're going to get a bunch of nonsense. Like, I think that was John Adams that came in here and said, oh, he knows all about the flat earth stuff, you know. And then he just named a bunch of straw man arguments that are not real flat earth information at all. So that's cool. I'm glad to hear that you've looked down there.
Yeah.
And did you understand the reason for the long distance observations?
No, not quite, to be honest.
Yeah. So depending on which one you look at, there's basically two different kinds. There's observations that debunk the expected drop over distance that you would see if you lived on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. And then the other kind are the horizon observations, and those debunk another calculation of the maximum distance of the horizon on a sphere with that same given radius, which is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So yeah, both of those formulae show you, what the prediction would be, what you would see or not see on a globe, and each time you can make an observation of something that wouldn't be seen on this globe. So in the case of the missing drop over distance, it's something that would be hidden behind this alleged curve, and yet the object is visible. And in the case of the horizon, it's the where you can see the horizon that's clearly beyond the maximum distance that it would be if you were on a sphere.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist.
That's right. Yeah. Yep, the only sphere we can see is what Professor Triangle has put there, the not even perfectly spherical, but slightly spherical nature of the dandelion ready to spread its seeds. Do you remember any of the ones that you looked at in particular?
I'm actually looking because, I remember being here before, and one of the channels was like something I'm quite interested in, but I can't quite find which one was it. All right, it's the astronauts one. There is this guy who, let me play the video just a moment. Yeah, it's the guy who keeps saying like we can go back to the moon and like we destroyed the technology and we can't go back anymore. Was one of the videos.
Don Pettit, yeah. He's the best hostile witness for the flat earth. Yeah. Because if those are the brightest and the best we got, and these are the guys that are trying to convince you, that you live on a globe, that we went to the moon and all that, it's kind of like, yeah, good job, guys. That's your best team you got there, Don Pettit. Good job. I mean, that's the thing. All of these things are kind of, just side notes to the main conclusive evidence debunking the curvature, which is never measured, never observed in reality. But all these other things, they're just icing on the cake. Like, these are your best of the best. Yep, these are your astronauts. Yep, Don Pettit. Yeah, we can't go back to the moon.
Yeah.
It's too hard.
Is this a recording?
Yeah, we destroyed the technology. Yeah, I mean, it's just absurd. Like, it's really a litmus test. Do you have common sense or not? Like, if you still think that, this fairy tale is true and you think these are the experts, it's kind of like, I don't know. It just shows that the person either has
Podcast or is
no
someone
common
speaking?
sense or has emotional problems, I guess, where they're just so strongly in
Hello?
denial and they can't even handle the concept of going against the
What is it?
emotional appeal and the propaganda, which is fine. I mean, that's why propaganda has worked throughout history, is because it appeals to the
Hello?
weaknesses in human nature and the inability for most men to stand strong against a crowd. So yeah, if Don Pettit convinces you guys, yeah, like just go back to the globe. Like we don't even want you if you think Don Pettit's an astronaut. Please. I mean, an astronaut in the sense of what astronauts used to be when they started, their fake space program, when they were like military guys who were very, intelligent, had common sense, like the one they murdered, Gus Grissom, those kind of guys. Like, I would have called them astronauts and that would have been fine, because when it was, just conceptual, we were hoping to do this, they deserved the title, possibly the best and the brightest. That's why they had to kill them. I guess they miscalculated, like, oh yeah, we can't have guys that are too smart, because then there'll be whistleblowers. There might even be some who, after we burn the first one alive, decides he's even going to still be a whistleblower because he thinks it's important enough to prevent all mankind from being deceived. So we better just get dumb guys that we can easily bribe and coddle and blow smoke up their ass, and they'll do what we want and make stupid videos like Don Pettit does. Good idea, guys.
You got the help. That's all you get. You get the help.
Yes, thank you. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Which one were you referring to? Like the people who got killed or something? Like, I didn't catch that one.
Oh yeah.
Not this
I'll find you some information about it. The most interesting information to me is how he was an Apollo 1 astronaut, Gus Grissom. He was one of 3. The second one was from Grand Rapids. The third one was from somewhere south of here, like either southern Indiana or somewhere down there, southern Ohio. I can't remember where that guy was from. They have stuff named after him down there. I feel very bad that I don't remember the name of the other 2. It's very bad. But Gus Grissom was the one who really put his neck on the line. So I can find the other information for you. But anyway, yeah. So during Apollo 1, I'll just tell you the story, and then after I'll tell you a short version, and then I'll find some links and document to back it up. So Apollo 1, first mission, they said they were going to go to the moon. Gus Grissom, former military guy, was I don't know if he was the head of the 3, but he was definitely the most gutsy of the 3. We'll put it that way. He came to think that it was not going to be possible, for them to go to the moon, that this technology was not going to work the way that it claimed. And so he not only thought this, he was doing his own research. He had papers at his home. No one knows exactly what they said, because I believe it was before they even informed his wife, they came to the house and took all his papers away. They confiscated all of his papers, before he died. Then they confiscated the papers, and I'm pretty sure they told the wife. I'm pretty sure that's the order that it went, those 3 things. But anyway, he not only did he think it, he made a public statement. He held a lemon up in front of the shuttle. There's a picture of that, saying that it was a lemon. Do you know what that means in vernacular? Like lemons, like in terms of automobiles, would be like, cars that don't work, because that's why we have lemon laws. We're not allowed to like sell a car that doesn't work well and pretend that it does. But so anyway, that was the significance of the lemon. And he said, we can't even communicate with the next building. How are we going to communicate with the moon? So these are public statements he made in addition to the private papers. But basically they came to realize, oh, this guy's on to us. Like, he's not going to go along with this. And so what happened was they were doing a test, and and they all three burned alive inside the capsule. So they all died, all three of them. And so after that happened, Gus Grissom's family, sons, actually the sons didn't get involved until later when they were adults. They were children at the time. But as time went on, they made public statements that they thought that this had been done on purpose, that they thought their husband and father had been murdered. So they took it to court. That's the article I'll find you. I think it's from the New York Times where the mother sued. The wife sued. I'll find you the details in case anything I'm telling you, I'm not remembering it right, but this is the basic outline. And then, and I also have his obituary, which contains some of those details. Eventually, as the sons got older, this was like a lifelong quest. One of them somehow was allowed to see the capsule, which amazes me that even happened. But anyway, it turned out that the capsule could be locked from the outside, so they were locked in, and there was no way for them to get out. You know what I mean? It was locked, and they couldn't open the lock to get out. And also, there was something about the pure oxygen environment. If anybody else, knows details about this, any of our other flat Earth friends, feel free to chime in. But yeah, there was they were in a pure oxygen environment, which they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, 100% oxygen makes non-flammable items flammable.
Yep, and that's what they shouldn't. That wasn't their protocol, or that they shouldn't have had that, right, Rayleigh?
That's like the dumbest thing ever to do is put 100% oxygen in there.
Yeah, so so people ask, like, why aren't there whistleblowers? Oh, okay, well, could be because they murder them. Could be that's why. And then they just pick dumb people who aren't even going to be whistleblowers anyway after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I looked it up and I think I found it. There is like three guys. The commander was named Gus Grissom, I think, and senior pilot was named Ed White, and the pilot was Roger B something. Can't quite see it. Chaffee, I think.
Oh yeah, Chaffee. I think that's the one from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Yeah, and then the other one's the one from somewhere south of Michigan. Yep.
Yeah, so he was the pilot, I guess. Yeah, pilot.
Oh yeah, I guess he was from Texas, but there's some it says Ed White was from Texas, but there's something when we were driving to Tennessee, I saw something named after him in between here and there. I can't remember what it was. I should find that. That's why I thought he was from there, but maybe he lived down there. Roger B. Chaffee, born 1935, Grand Rapids, Michigan, died January 27th, 1967, Cape Canaveral, Florida. Yep, only 32 years old. R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Cause of death for Ed White asphyxia, aka burned alive in a locked capsule locked from the outside by the U.S. government.
And then the guy who investigated some of these problems with NASA, he ends up dead too, miraculously.
Which guy was that?
Same dude or someone else?
He was the guy who he sent this long before, like, to a lot of different people. His report. Let me see if I can remember his name. His name's Thomas something or another. Yeah, Thomas Ronald Barron. He was the quality control and safety inspector employed by North American Aviation. They were the ones who were building the Apollo command module. But he was a whistleblower before the fire even. He had raised concerns about safety issues, poor workmanship, and protocol violations. He got fired back in 1966. He testified before Congress in a subcommittee once the accident happened.
I guess New York Times, I guess they make you pay for articles, but this is the one I was thinking. It was Betty Grissom's obituary, yeah, who sued an astronaut husband's death. She was shunned by the space community after she sued North American Rockwell in the launch pad death of Gus Grissom. She won a settlement. Can you tell me that name again, Rayleigh, that person you were just talking about?
Yeah, he's Thomas Ronald Barron.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because when I look him up, died in 1967 in Florida. It says movies, conspiracy theory, did we land on the moon, 2001. What's that one? Have you heard of that movie?
Not specifically.
I wonder what its conclusion is. I guess they talk about him in there.
And I have a copy of a Twitter post in which one guy says, my father worked on the Apollo program starting with Saturn V. And he said the workers at NASA, he goes, at least 50% of them were running their own little side hustles, either on or off the clock. And then most of the other 50% didn't do very much at all.
Yeah, that's why we've got on our top 10 voting list, we've got of moments of 2025, we've got NASA being officially rebranded as a spy agency. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It's funny because I was looking for a link because that was Sheepdog's contribution.
I'll get it.
Okay, yeah, because it was like it wasn't like I didn't find a lot of news articles. I guess it was kind of like just kind of people didn't really hear about it because it seems like people didn't even know. Even today, when you brought it up, Indio, I think some people didn't even know that it happened.
I found out because someone on Twitter was whining about it. Trump is destroying NASA now, and he made it a spy agency. Now they're not doing space. Like, yeah, cool, thanks. They never were.
That's right. At least they're done with that claim. Oh yeah, that's interesting, Riley. My dad worked as a NASA engineer for 30 years, starting with Saturn V. Close to 25 to 50% of his coworkers had other business ventures they were running both on and off the clock. Of the remainder, one half of them did almost nothing. The 80-20 rule on display. So yeah, El Hussein, if you've got any other questions, we've got a great panel here, a group of people that can answer questions about Flat Earth, if there's anything you want to know.
No, not much really. Just wanted to listen if there's any interesting takes being made here, and also to attend the countdown for 2026 since I already missed it here.
Oh, good. Yeah, which time zone are we actually going to count down? I don't know. Because we got people from different ones. So I'm sure we'll end up counting down here.
3 a.m. here, so.
Yeah. I mean, we really should, I guess, count down at the top of every hour. I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere that we have representatives from that would be celebrating at the top of the next hour. Probably not. Effie Batman's already in 2026, I do believe. Loggy's already there. Old dude's there. But yeah, we've got people on the West Coast that are nowhere near midnight.
So I posted the executive order in the relevant text in the chat. So I'll read it for ha-has. Determinations. The agencies and agency subdivisions set forth in Section 2 of this order are hereby determined to have a primary function: intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative, or national security work. Here's the list. Agencies or subdivisions of the Department of Commerce, the International Trade Administration, Office of the Commissioner for Patents and Subordinate Units, Patent and Trademark Office, the following subdivisions of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service, the National Weather Service, adding the following under Section 1-419, 1-420, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, in the United States Agency for Global Media. Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
Who said Google Earth?
disproving the shape of the
Jench is invoking Google
We have
Earth,
the Google
and
Earth,
You know,
and we're saying
Jen-
there's something missing here, like
Jen,
a house or an
bro,
island. I'm talking
bro.
about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
the Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have
up.
a form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No, no, no. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We
Literally.
heard you the seventh time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Just shut up.
Earth is a
Just
cylinder,
shut up,
according
dude.
to-
Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D, and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
You work
because
3D,
the sphere,
you know I'm wrong.
excuse
You
me,
want to
no,
bet
no,
like
you
1,000
asked me,
Bitcoin.
let me answer.
No, so I'll bet you 1,000 Bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's
The
that?
points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap
It
around
won't be
easily.
continuous.
But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
KGB,
But you could do it, right?
unfortunately.
What do you mean looks
Yeah.
right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
That
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do
on
you
a
mean by
cylinder.
looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
The word you're looking for is
Fix it to,
continuous.
what is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you know
referent.
it's wrong when you wrap it right?
The square.
When you wrap
I
this,
just
when you wrap.
Do you want
You
me
know
to do you want me to stream it in live
Okay.
in front of you
Yeah,
right
check
now?
it out. So, are you aware?
Do you want me
of
to stream it?
our
I can
comedian-
prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point.
Yeah.
And by the way, you
KGB, that's
guys are
not how
muting me
Google
earlier.
Earth
That's
works,
clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think
I
about
can
it.
live. I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay.
You were posting objectively CGI images of a
Jesus
globe.
fucking-
Sorry.
I'm gonna start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provide it. Do you
Taken
have
from
it?
where? Taken from where?
Okay, here's my position. All right, with respect to you
Taken.
guys.
You're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So, you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay?
In order to
Where?
take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want, just provide a photo
Okay,
for
I
flat
took it
Earth,
at the
bro.
beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from, I don't know, from really high up in the air so I can see the
How high?
entire flat Earth?
Well, no,
as
you
high
couldn't
as
capture it.
possible.
You couldn't capture the
As high
entire
possible.
flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets
do
don't
not push
thrust
off of
in
vacuums.
vacuum.
You require air.
Did you
in
do
order
it?
for
Did you
rocket
build
to
a
work.
rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you
What
have
does that
a
mean?
source for that?
You're deflecting, dude.
Yeah.
No. No, this
Do you
is
know
a
how
legit question.
thermodynamics works,
Did you do this yourself
Triangle,
to come to
dude.
that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this from? This claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum.
Which people?
Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
What does this have to do with the request?
Where did you get your information
I
from?
posted it for you. I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth
Because you
from
can't
the highest possible
because
point?
there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah. Yeah, he just showed it.
Can you
in
please
the
show me a
side
video
chat.
of it
In the
so I can
side
see it
chat.
myself?
It's in the
look in the
side
side chat.
chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you
Where is
decide
it?
to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
Gench 29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
We're not. This isn't a
Stein.
debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a
I feel like
debate in
you're
5 years.
kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this
No
hasn't been a
offense.
debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag, so I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay, Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay.
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, "Hey, big boy, you want a good time?" They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay. So Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically,
in life,
programmatically inside how it's not a ball. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do. Right. Go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole. Use the line tool and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other
I feel
guy.
like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I don't care how you feel. It
in order to
always goes to
answer-
matter
Yeah,
what you
I would
say.
love to talk with
Why don't you
Snai,
actually address
actually.
what I said of substance?
I would love
Okay.
to talk with Snai.
No, tell
Okay,
me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Gench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine,
So
right?
what do you have
The
to
fact
say
of the matter
about?
is you just need to answer
Please let
genuinely.
him
What do you
talk.
have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sly, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe
Google Earth
Indio
actually
asked you a
evolved.
question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked
He
you a
muted
question.
me. He's getting banned. So
No,
you
I
mute me,
haven't
Bo?
muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone.
Okay.
I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile, actually.
I don't care how you feel.
That's true just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Makeda projection as a cylinder in the side chat. You need to learn. You're in Earth school right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying, and they don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinates.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have or, theta, and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay, those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to, you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And are right.
Wait, what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah,
right,
that's
so
right.
They're right in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go.
Okay.
So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, because the car drove down the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, or the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
They didn't see. Explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jen, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency? Yeah. I mean,
why do you think that?
Zero lag.
Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. because
Gravity.
if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What could you say that again?
Just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exact.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had, like, paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road.
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, flat earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curb and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll show like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
I
a
got
link
you.
or something? Yeah,
I
thank
got
you.
you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of
fails.
drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this, like, conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently. Right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve, right, for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software. Evidently, right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not
As
a fault. They
you
designed it
just
that
said,
way. It's not a
Hindu.
fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they
fault,
used a cylindrical
whatever you want to call
coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like you said,
Yeah, I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like
right?
to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
yeah, we are
something
talking
to do
about
with
that,
the physicality?
which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece
No,
of
I'm not
software as
using
if
the
the software is
I'm
real, bro.
using reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, so I just
But the
posted
software
in the
isn't
chat.
real, so
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there's a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No,
Dude,
you
you
didn't let
asked
me
me that
finish the
question.
first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay.
Jench,
yes,
you're
you
not
can.
listening to what I'm saying,
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a. Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done. So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth, but those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? Okay, but that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations.
and you smooth out the air across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done. Okay? How you think it's done isn't how it's actually done. And there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go
You're in what's
sleep
called
very
a
soon.
reification fallacy. You think the map is the
respect that you have
You're
your
in a
belief.
reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just? I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This
Really,
is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is
you
your
can-
beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography.
Bro,
this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You don't
angry?
even know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas.
Because
I respect that
I
you
don't
have
need a
your
compliment. It
beliefs
isn't my idea
and have
here.
done. Okay, dude, I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like, I don't. How do you
so
manage
emotional.
to
You gotta
find
be
people to
European.
talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise
No,
your
I'm
voice to them,
really not
they
trying to be timid.
feel if you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's
look,
really
bro.
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not.
It is crazy.
Just you're interrupting me. That's
Because look, listen. If you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we let you
well.
talk
In
for
that
30
case,
seconds so I
you
can go
wouldn't be
back.
able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said. Why waste time? Why just you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, just to go over
please.
Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? I mean, in this sort of a link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
This is not. I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
And this is the problem of reification because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually. Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah. So we do actually have.
That has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is you have data points.
It absolutely
right?
does.
And
It absolutely does.
I'm not
You
talking
had
about
it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths they are like super tiny, but we have them.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points. In the United States, we call them geodetic control points, and we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinates and control points. And all that means
I can barely hear you.
When I look at the look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So we have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Greggian for this purpose. Right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show
it's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth.
Okay, when it comes to communicating,
I told you, like 5 fucking times, dude. Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Gent, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Gent.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So do you know the common joke that a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast? The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can you can morph them into each other. Now you can extend that theorem to be any
That's
3D
great.
object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
I don't know about all that.
You're the one that's fucking him. Like, how are you gonna call a guy out for being gay and then you're the one that's taking?
Low and Bubba, but
anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual. So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right? Some mathematical construct. But eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables, correct?
No.
It seems like you're lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. Thinking you're just whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so
nothing. Yeah, it makes me feel better. I think it's sarcastic, by the way.
If we look at, I mean, I think most of us use Google Earth, and it has to be flawed somewhere. Somewhere there has to be something.
Dude, ask,
massive.
Ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. if you take Google Earth and you draw a line around the poles,
Yeah,
it
that's a
makes
good example.
it makes a moon shape because it's actually a cylinder and it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, what, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station, here's the Museum of Science, here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what its inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing.
This would be a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
You think that
Please
somehow
don't
this is going to be
interrupt me.
dispositive about
The first
how
step
we're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Dude,
I'll do
why
it.
are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific
Here.
about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth. Say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will lead something here, but it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually
I don't
be
want to say
specific.
globe.
Now actually be specific. Instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific? Okay,
Yeah,
so
a
we have this
specific
3D
example.
map that someone sent earlier in the chat. I've forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No. Shut the fuck. Now you're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep. I don't understand.
The map is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh, oh my god, you can go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that.
Because you're talking about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I think you need help. I think you need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking. I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth, and you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem.
There's a lot of shit you don't understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false? Right?
Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it,
and yeah, you
look at
Google
it.
Earth,
That's what we're going to use as analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
Is that how we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go.
What would that look like?
What would that?
What would that look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try to wrap
No. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If I'm on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a line around one of the poles and then it would turn into a half moon? Would that be it?
Yeah,
would
so
that be a discontinuity?
This is okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get over it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say I cannot find that problem.
The argument from ignorance is not an actual argument.
It's flat. That means
okay.
that you should be able to.
All you're doing is making an argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's the
I
flaw in
can't
Google
find
Earth?
it, therefore it don't
I'm
exist.
saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know that? Have you looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles. And
no. The flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their.
Okay, why did they
feature? I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path, and it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica.
You have
hold on, let me finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are just completely out
the
of
tool is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool and you say the tool is broken.
How does the tool? Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand that?
The tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
the map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for a discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see fucking lines. Where you'll see lines where the textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but this is my evidence is that you.
Your
don't
evidence
have
is a
any
claim.
Evidence.
Your evidence is
my
your claim.
Evidence is that you don't have any evidence.
Your evidence is that
real.
I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be super easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance.
Tool.
You don't. You understand? Listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It uses the Habersign formula. Listen. It uses the Habersign formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The great circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, great circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line, I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles. And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball, you'd be able to do this and get a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder. So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, the tool might be broken. I don't give a shit.
It's not the fucking tool. It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds really defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw, a discontinuity. I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming
Okay,
at you,
I'm sorry
it's
if I've
because
missed something.
you won't
I'm so
acknowledge the
sorry if I
fact
missed
that what
something.
you asked
Where is
for,
the
I provided.
disponibility?
What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube,
Can you
Twitter,
show me a
X,
screenshot
can
or
fucking
something?
do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're
Do it
okay,
yourself.
I'm
You can
gonna
do it right at. You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, et cetera, et cetera. But now you know you were all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that.
And I
I'm
would
sorry,
love for
dude.
you to just
You
send
filled
me
in
a
the blanks.
screenshot. Send me something. Send me something that just something.
Do it yourself. I
find
want
it
you to do
difficult
it yourself,
to
dude, so
believe
you
that
can't
you're
say I
so
doctored it or I
convinced
did something special.
about your
Go
beliefs,
do
but
it
you
yourself.
refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't
Okay.
want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to
First
the
of
same
all, that's
thing.
an argument from incredulity, okay, which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan, white swan. All swans are white. As a theory, you don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory.
Yes.
And the reason you haven't
And
found
where
any
is that
flaws
black
because
swan?
you didn't try. Dude, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna literally
Where is
type in
the-
Google and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth, and I'm gonna get thousands of fucking. And I'm gonna get thousands of hits, thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows
It's
it's a
not.
ball.
Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his pea brain. So there we go. That took all of 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
You know, yeah. Okay, I'm trying
yeah,
to.
you're
Dude,
in,
just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah, so the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture and the satellites keep circling around and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind. But there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't
a
it
massive
be
flaw.
because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I
You're
already
just
answered this
full
earlier,
of
Jench.
shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B. So you just dig in.
Gotcha.
You're digging to be...
Gotcha.
Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of Grudgium says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not informing us. We know that. But that's not how it's being done.
That is like a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto oblate ellipsoid. Then that referent oblate ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface with rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered through the oblate. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect
You
sphere.
didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even hear me finish.
You said it's
if you
the
have
same.
Two
it's not the same.
Isomorphism, you can represent that as one
don't-
isomorphism.
Oh my
it's pretty
god,
simple.
dude! You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the oblate ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere, which is I don't even know what you call it, oblate spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
the
that's
geoid.
not
The
even
geoid. Look. Your normals are changing because
Dude,
the
did you say
geoid
you
is
had
an.
taken
Hold on,
quantum
dude. Let me
mechanics?
finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
Is
earlier
an undulating
that you had
surface a
taken
continuous
quantum
curve?
mechanics.
Is
taken
an
quantum
undulating
mechanics?
surface a continuous curve? That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then the fucking it's converging and then diverging normals
This is so
in
strange
two
because
different
sometimes you're
two
throwing
adjacent
in
segments and
buzzwords
then
that
it's
are
still continuous.
actually mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken quantum
so now you're
mechanics
talking
or
about me
any
instead of actually
math
refuting
classes?
what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if you're taking classes now, Indio. Now we're down
Yeah, I
to
want to know
who's
because the
taking what
stuff
kind of classes.
I want to
Dude,
know
you really
that
want to
makes
get into
sense to you or
classes?
not.
Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
Yo, what's up?
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics. I think he don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying like
the other one is
mechanics. He was like
Yeah.
the chick one day at band camp. After fucking every goddamn line. So I'm gonna unmute Kasari here. Yeah, guess he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and
Is that a
forth.
radio
The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between the undulating surface because the distance increases depending as the unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working, is which I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here? Who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KGB. KGB. Kagebe. That's his name, Kagebe.
Russian Bear,
He's still
KGB. He's being a douche.
Hold on, where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah, where
they
are
were
they?
supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I
That's the
know.
only reason I even came in here.
I'm
That's
so
false
sorry,
advertising, man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on, what was his name? Hold on, who was it? Oh, that's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking
Wait, what?
Europeans, man, they fucking drive me crazy.
Okay.
Dude, he was doing it
What do
to
you-
me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting
Dude,
blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and I gave him, the answer, and he just kept saying, you're avoiding my question. And
glad it was
one thing.
me.
Yeah,
Well, he was
I
like,
felt bad.
he was doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
he was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah.
You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh yeah, he did. Well, what
But
can
he
you
questions John D, didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements. And
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations. And yeah, he conceded. He did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematicians, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours
2 to
ago.
3 hours ago. Was
No.
it? No, it wasn't that long, was
It's 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the
What do you want to talk to
screenshot.
KGB?
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what it's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Were you expecting?
Yeah, you
Were
said
you expecting?
mathematician.
Yeah, KGB, you claimed what you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside, the sun is above me, and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me, and it moves. Debunk me.
Okay, fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that
you
got to
don't
do
know?
with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does
for
him
us-
seeing
I'm just
something
gonna
have to
listen,
do with
okay?
not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What
right?
should we base
In
them
your
on then?
worldview.
Talking about
What should we?
bacteria.
Hold on. I
viruses.
want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
Oh, so
knowledge that,
sociology?
revolves. I'm just still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We
Revolving
should run around and. So we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We'll just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
Hey, what's
maybe if you let
everybody
me finish
saying?
what I was gonna. Maybe if you let me finish what I was
Well,
gonna say.
because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure
I
out.
was talking about sociology, but actually,
It is
500
sociology.
years. 500
That's
years
so-
of evidential, empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, obloid, actually.
Okay. You just You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. What do you? And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
You
I
weren't
said what
listening.
should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's
Here, let me
empirical
be
evidence,
clear.
which is
So
observation.
okay, maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone, because if that were true, here I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How
You
so?
can see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people
so
that
you
all the
use the
time.
tool.
You can see
Wonderful.
bacteria under a
Use the
microscope.
tool.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was
What
there.
do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So you
those
used a
pictures from
tool.
space, those pictures you think are from space, what are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to see, to prove that the bacteria and viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the
Saturn
problem
and
with all these
Jupiter
people
without a
using telescopes
telescope.
to prove the celestial objects, and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon
How
is a
did they
sphere,
prove
why
that?
isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you
Through a
observe the
telescope.
moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have
Is it not
pareidolia?
a sphere? Yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon. You can
Yeah,
see
that's an inference, though.
obvious-
That's not
excuse
seeing it
me,
as
sir.
a sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
Here's some things that are
Let's
not
assume it's a
obvious.
circle.
Here's the things that are
Okay,
not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. Does not have a speck or a reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some
Okay.
things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be?
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because it doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you
because
said, hey,
there's
here's some
eclipses.
examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter.
so
Yeah, so what? And?
So eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way
Yeah,
the moon
how?
moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse. Yes,
A solar eclipse.
I said an eclipse.
Did you see
Yes,
the moon during a solar eclipse? So
Yes,
a
a
solar
solar
eclipse.
eclipse.
I'm just trying to make sure you're
Right.
talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
Why are you
solar
always
eclipse.
talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fuck yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow.
No human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
So what causes the eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
Do you mean who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell
wait
the
a
moon?
minute. No,
the
you're
lunar
playing
eclipse
semantics.
falsifies
You know what I'm
the moon
referring
being
to.
a
We're
sphere.
talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah, so
We're
the
talking
lunar
about
eclipse
the moon.
falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth, being a circle, conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow, or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing. You're completely denying that the moon is a sphere. So therefore, I have to provide
No,
something to counter that.
we're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise, that the moon is a sphere.
Proves.
Because the
Then
shadow
how
and
do you
sun.
explain? Then how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What are you?
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a
Do you always see
spheroid
the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the
No, that
spheroid.
is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Hey, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No,
Flat Earth server.
that's not acceptable.
No,
What shape
you
is the moon?
said it's proven that the moon is a sphere, and that you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Absolutely, without a
That
shadow
fucking
of a doubt, it's a
exploded in
sphere.
your motherfucking face.
You're so very aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face, okay? You can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. Do you know why?
Yes,
Because
you
there's no
can.
parallax. And without parallax,
Yes, you
that's the
can.
only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax, and you can't tell
Yeah,
it's
but we're
3D.
not doing 3D now,
You
and
know, so you
the
just
term parallax does not
well, a
fit
sphere is a
because
3D
you're talking
object, right?
nonsense. No, you're
A
talking
sphere-
absolute nonsense. Parallax
Okay,
is
what did I
irrelevant.
say that was
That's a
nonsense?
3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and
So
shadow
what?
on the other
How
side.
do you know it's
And
how do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No, it
No, it's
isn't.
not.
How do you know it's a
That's a
shadow?
stupid question. That's a stupid question.
So you did so Earth
What do you mean?
moon.
How do
so
I know it's a shadow? What
moon
does
is
that
sacred
mean? How do I
cow?
know it's a shadow?
So
There's
how do
light
you
on
know?
one side. There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker
Okay,
because
so
there's a shadow. Because there's no
listen,
light.
brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen
Here we
and
go.
you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're gonna go back to the moon. And we're gonna talk
No,
about the
this
lights
is
on one
irrelevant,
side
dude. This is
and
relevant.
shadow
It
on the
shows
other.
in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No,
Voodoo
it
magic.
doesn't. That's not the other
What is it?
choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay,
and
well
neither
I
can
know
you.
that's a shadow because
No,
there's
you
not
don't.
enough
Prove
light
it.
there. Yes,
Prove
I
it
do.
to shit. You
Yeah,
know,
there's
but I
not
asked you
enough.
how. Here's the funny thing. You're saying
Simple,
now
there's
that
not
you
enough
know
light.
it's a shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because
How?
the sun is on.
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right
That's
side
wrong
of the
too.
moon.
That's wrong too.
And on
That's
the left
incorrect.
side of the moon,
That
it's
is
going to
incorrect.
be shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
Well
incorrect?
known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post some? You want me to post some Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your
this.
room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you
I'm
have a
talking
ball
about,
in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you How about you take this ball in your hand? You put it next to a light bulb. Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't work either, dude.
Yeah.
The only way to
Yeah, you're gonna
simulate
notice.
moon phases with a light is with an array. You
Yeah,
don't know
you're
what you're
gonna notice
talking
one
about.
side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the
Yeah,
other
but it
side.
won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
It says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to
What,
people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people, and they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only
right,
do it with an
Mr.
array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all, so please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why? Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that they're
Because
not
there's
the
no
same thing?
similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How?
It
Why?
says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Tell us all how you like freezer on there.
Hold up. Wait. Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that, that the observation
what I said
of
was
Earth,
you
and
can't
how
get
are
far
you
enough
effectively,
away.
how are you stating this so confidently?
Cage B, just listen for 5 seconds. You have telescope.
Thank you. You
Go
don't
and
have to
point it to them.
you don't have to dog talking to the gentleman here. You know.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, because I asked you.
Is flying.
Here,
so you think that I can go to a
He's
magic
making
place?
excuses,
That's where I'll
Livio.
find the similarities. That I can't, like on Earth, even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Yeah, notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's
So
take
we're
a
talking about
step
the
back.
moon.
We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we can do
So
right now is observe the Earth and look at the
You're not letting
moon
me
and go,
speak.
nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's no reason to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You
I'm
confidently.
not claiming it. That's what it looks like. Does it look like a circle?
You confidently claim that our Earth is, assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
Why does this
No, the Earth has nothing to do with the fucking moon, retard.
All right, so what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's
So
not
what form is
bounded,
Earth?
dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just.
What's the universe inside of?
It's in a matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor. You know
No, you tell me, because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You
has
asked
edges.
me,
What?
where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars,
far-
dude. Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up latitude and
moon flat?
longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon float above?
Same questions over and over.
Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a circle.
Well, because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth.
No,
and
he didn't.
moved across Earth. Yes, he did.
Earth, and it moves.
Yes, he did.
It's me and my
Floating by some buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is.
I told you.
No, he's not being honest. He's doing a spine.
That the sun moved across the flat Earth.
Just move across.
And that it floated above the Earth. So then, therefore,
That's all I can tell.
How does the moon work? How does the moon work in that?
Same way.
Look, what do you see the sun do?
So a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my!
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Is it? Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not gonna be serious, you just go on mute. Okay? Keep being a douche now, so don't straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You still at fucking. I looked through the telescope and I can tell the moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this
No one
laughing
claimed
shit
that.
before. Remember when I called you out on it? You tried this laughing stuff before.
Oh, cope. This is cope.
Yeah, this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is a sphere, and the other guy tells me that the sun is.
What do you see the sun doing?
This is just narrative-pating bullshit, bro. This is like now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't, and you're laughing at the straw. You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you very
None
much.
of these gimmicks work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float. Define float. What is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman over there implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF showed.
We can see him moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like an orbit, I think. He thinks it's an orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean, he used the word float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And yeah, what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be comedic.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah, it's floating, like suspended in air.
So what does the sun do?
That's not
what
what
float do during the day. What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations!
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
You see it moving.
Like
how
for
would you
example,
describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right. Like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How would you
Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question.
Okay,
so it's like the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck? No, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations, as in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Dude, leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun, what it looks like. You're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to.
Okay.
How would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe
walk
it?
outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to
In
some
a
degree,
spherical
and
motion.
then it sets down to the east.
Oh, so the sun moves. Wow.
What?
Now,
Can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure, it's when you take your arm and then you move your arm across. And you
want to cackle like an asshole. Please
I'm
draw that
answering
for
your
me.
question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to
from
draw it.
east, from the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way down
the horizon is?
to the other side, which is the
He
west.
thinks making an arc is a
Oh, that's
sphere.
a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making
but
an
look, I have a-
motion with your hand.
But
You pointed. Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure.
Are we
But I have a
redefining
different
sphere?
question. Wait,
No,
I have
you're
a different question.
changing everything.
So this is the
About the
problem.
moon.
You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
Well,
just
I mean,
finally, right?
no, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
Just
if the moon is
describe
a
what you
circle,
see, dude, and you're defensive.
hold up. If
Well,
the moon is a
he
circle,
said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Oh shit! Yeah, he probably
no,
doesn't
from
know
east
it,
to west.
man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to see
Is this
the
a
other
flat
side of
Earth
the moon?
server?
Oh my
How does
god!
the same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the
different
moon
timing.
just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or
Well, it's so far away.
Dude,
So,
do you
I mean, is there like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon There's a magic force
Why don't we see the
forcing the
size
moon
of
to
the
face
sphere?
you?
Why
Is this
exactly?
24/7
That's
let's
a
talk
you
about
problem.
the moon, though?
You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see
So
this?
the moon-
If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know, because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No,
it's a
if
flat
the moon is a sphere,
No,
why
hold
don't
up,
we see its
wait.
sides?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it is,
because
right? So if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth and it's a disk, so therefore we should be able to see the other
No one
side
said
of
it's
the
a
moon,
disc.
right?
Who
No,
said
no one said it's a
disc?
disc.
Well,
said
it's
no
a
one said it's a
circle, right?
disc.
So it's a 2D
I said
plane,
it
so therefore it should be a
looks
disc.
like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a
Am I?
circle. So yeah, so really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they
Yeah, like
look like
intelligence.
they shut up. But they look like they converge.
So he has to
Right?
burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that.
Because he's immature.
If you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projective world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas, and that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what
Looks like.
what is it though?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though? What is it though?
How would
What
I
shape is
tell
it?
by looking at it?
Moon
Flat
work.
Earth? Yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
Okay, so what's the moon then?
psychology,
What shape
you
is
should
the
know
moon?
how the moon
What does
works.
the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
What? Because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
I already told you. It looks like a
What is it?
fucking circle.
So it looks
Ask,
like a
ignore,
circle, but
repeat,
what
dude.
shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a
Ask,
circle.
ignore.
Right. So it's a circle. So it's a disc. I guess.
Let's get this out now.
No, not
Logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible logic.
Chandeliers.
Well, I mean, can you explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know.
Why would our
chandelier
Earth
not
be
look
flat?
like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an
How are you in
explanation?
the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
Military
himself for being
gridmaps
a
are flat,
dumbass.
dummy.
Yeah,
Wait, I
how does
really
the
hope. Do
so what does
you
the
work with
military have to do with
rockets
the
and
globe?
missiles? Do you
Yep, they
work with
flat
rockets
Earth.
and
They
artillery?
require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth, or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this,
Well,
assumption
fucking,
or
you better tell
experiment.
Ludacris
Or
because he thinks the fuel goes far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah,
30
because
kilometers.
because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
But you've
Well,
never
that's
even
not what
fired
the
a gun.
physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not
and he
what the
doesn't know what he's
physicists
talking
say,
about.
brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, no, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude. And we all see it.
We cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because
It's
Earth is
flat.
flat.
Now, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No,
Okay.
in fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually go get the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate. 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh,
Really?
lovely.
I don't see.
Okay, do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
You want to go deep?
as-
Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
Dude, I just posted in the chat fucking Al Baruni's method, and Terrence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world. It's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trig.
I heard that when he was saying that. I was watching that. I was like, "Oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays."
Yeah, not very freaking much.
You need to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
yeah, the measurement part.
By proxy, the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I got to say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence, because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a flat
Topology
ball.
mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
So the thing that you said, nobody claimed, you didn't say nobody claims it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine thinking that your proof for a globe is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels flat.
Maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now, you said, hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat. Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. So if I shoot a laser, 40 kilometers, the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain amount.
No.
What do you mean no? No?
Because lasers don't work
Measuring
like
a
that.
ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough clever to curve it. So.
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just really hear that?
Yeah, where's the black hole
spiked
now?
my coffee, dude? Who spiked my coffee?
Since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This guy is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around
Right,
objects
okay.
any other than.
All right, I'll post the diagram in the side chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that what you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So 10 miles away from the laser source, it should be one height. And then 40 miles away, it should be a greater height.
That's exactly how it works.
Okay, but that's not what's measured in reality.
Have you done that?
Personally, I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also 30 miles away from where the ship was.
Okay.
So the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted a laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isomere, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them, the 2 longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height that goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser according to the globe is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So
Yeah.
you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with miles.
I got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
That's 30 miles from where I was. Yeah.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
From you. So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is so the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about
necessary to
120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height, 30 miles object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured, hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this, it's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a frickin' tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It should be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice. That's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Oh, this is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm gonna actually post a PDF, which was the report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like Isomere in the Netherlands, those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were differing distances away. Right. So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still here?
This.
EJ, show that laser, show the 21-mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay. Well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry, very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5 foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like 4 and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway.
If
The horizon's over 20 miles away. I mean, you guys are quibbling about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in imperial. Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21-mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Wait, let me. I'm bad with imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Is it showing miles? Yeah, so miles.
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards, seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
the average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so?
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no,
You just said that's where the camera is.
Set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's two comparisons, daytime and nighttime from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower,
Okay.
and we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the rest of the water. Yeah, hold on
I
a
have
second.
no idea what he's
dude.
measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So
من هنا وغادي نبان لك ديري فريندز وغادي نبان لك فين
Who is
داخله
this?
دخلي عندي
Why are you
صافي
doing that?
there.
What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Lick a high knee ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The
All right,
question
bro, look,
here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance. Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah,
No, because
the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
But this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work. Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
Either the seasons?
Because the sunset
No, he's
happens
asking
at
about with the
different...
double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like, how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like, sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come
might there
without,
be stuff
without
in the way?
standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away, and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the deep part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right.
Well,
I mean, what if there are 300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right, towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
Why? What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon then?
They don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon
How big are
itself
they
is
supposed
not.
to look, dude? Dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
Half
when
a
you're
millimeter? A half a millimeter or like
no, wait.
1/10 of a millimeter?
Listen to my question. It doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description to the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens.
Listen, I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon is appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy, and then the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and typically, typically when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time.
So
and you know what an inferior mirage is? It's like a double image.
So it's a
mirage. It's like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches.
Now, from the 1.5-inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even, the fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same observation, if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ship's behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion. The ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that? We can replicate this when we know the curve. We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat, and it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong, and the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface, I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure, and what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do with that. That's the perspective of how.
No, the railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks, when you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So
there'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day, in perfect water and perfect everything, no air, basically an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it is 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water, and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had your kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get.
What if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So
can you see the table?
Well, The surface of the table or the table
Yes,
itself?
yes, the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
You can see it if it's parallel?
You can if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from your, so you got the surface of a table flat, right?
You don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
Where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
what
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking about that your vision.
Stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw it in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower. So lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at it edge on. And look, girl, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I never said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it. Even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table, you wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
so
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen, you can be above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
this is
the
definition
basic
of physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
Talking about the surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
the surface.
The light from the surface, and at that point, still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but physically, it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole table.
The surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you see it?
Right. Unless you
Can you see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that.
So the only time you can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it as 0. So with a parallel line of sight, you're saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my thought.
And what is it? You said 0.
Yeah. Imagine the table is
angle 0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you. Dude, I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle 0.
Okay, if you're not gonna let me talk,
I want you to clarify what you said.
And if you're gonna go ahead being offensive, I'm not gonna.
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0. What did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Oh, here we go. Feelings police are out.
Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by angle
it's
zero.
also not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle zero is. Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is. There's nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you've said already. Piling more garbage, group. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called a look angle, grazing angle.
You want to listen to yourself?
Angle of incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problems?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that? Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling you.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
You need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have to define your spatial reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal, to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations, that's what I said. And I even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same level.
Not running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean's theorem, trigonometry. You didn't pass third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle's going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see
Let's just clarify something.
Is?
So
yeah, you didn't see
friend,
my name.
let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe some life back into this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table, okay? And I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points.
Doesn't matter what you see. The angle factually.
Maybe if the
in space
table was a
doesn't
chess
change.
table. Maybe the
There's
table's
only-
too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface,
Yeah.
those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you.
But
That's what we're talking about.
but okay, but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we didn't make is the one you like. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical, we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance, right? These points that says who was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it? Because the angle was too small.
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
you can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
Physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No.
Yes.
It's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
It's not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when the angle, so when it comes to your eyeball, right?
Your eye.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Well, yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic spectrum,
your eye
you'd be able to pick it up.
Some wavelength doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not rays, dude? Weren't you just? So now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus.
What? When did I say light is not rays?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in waves. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics. Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
my living room fills up with light from the bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light preserver.
A room of light. Can you overflow that?
It's weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because of the resolving power.
That is not factually true. If you can't see
it is factually true, and I just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get a
way more detail than you deserve.
It's up to a limit, right? Like there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution. Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling us there's a spot. Hold on, you just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what
nonsense,
you mean by
dude.
then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
Okay. So look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller.
Okay.
Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait,
like if we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean by seeing, seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my angle of view to the surface, so if my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.000000001 degree, I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. Like that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
I don't know. I think that's just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle.
Right, but the building isn't perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh no, building is curved. Yeah.
That could be it.
It
I
is.
have no way of knowing.
The building can't be perfectly straight.
Now look at this graphic. Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? You think you could just make out squares forever and ever and ever? You see how each square that's further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right, and they get smaller and smaller, and eventually they turn into
they are
a
not
line.
even squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
well, what do you think we're talking about?
He's gonna fight this no matter what. He doesn't
You're talking
realize.
about
You draw that.
We're talking about how
that.
things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking about me seeing them. I can see them.
Seeing
but
the way they look, seeing. That's the same thing, right? Seeing the way things look, right? That's the same.
Okay.
Right. So you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So.
Right. You don't see it.
You don't see the surface.
Because of the limitation of your eye, yeah.
It reminds me of A Guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation. Isn't that what we said?
It's just
thanks for wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretic's Razor? What is that? What is Heretic's Razor? I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said was nuh-uh.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's
the
switch
squares.
topics. You want to know what Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look, all right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. I think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it
because
this
they're
way,
also dumb.
So they go. It's like, hey, Indio, it's like going in IRC. Okay, you start off in this channel, like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go, and so you just go down. Like, man, fuck.
The
Let me go
inverse
to the
Peter
Flat Earth
principle.
channel.
You fail down
Yeah.
to your level of competence.
That's the Peter principle. Yep.
And then Heretic's Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
can you
I
educate
can't
me
be
on
dumber
your
than a flat
theory
earther.
any further?
This isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but
Yeah,
then
I just asked, can you educate me on your theory any further?
Dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now we all agree that Indio was right.
Yeah, you were struggling, dude. But like, you were like someone like, you know, like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe
what's
tired.
your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting
No.
it. Look, just
Was it
fact
that
check
simple?
what we say, dude. If we're fucking full of shit, look
I
and
don't
fact
want to
check.
do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
Listen. Our argument. We're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, you know, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument. Is that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the Earth looks flat. That's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat Earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like, well, that depends on how deep you want to go, because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can go.
Indio, he was wrong.
Dude, we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're fucking at the surface.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh yeah, you're challenging us. Yeah, that's right.
Oh
yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
good answer.
Deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now. If we're
so we can't do chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles.
Oh.
What do you want?
Yeah, do you want to go into surveying?
No,
Listen, we studied how people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about surveying.
Well, you got to build triangles to do a lot of that. but you got to
Right,
build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yeah.
You want to talk about like the cosmological claims, the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Oh, don't speak about Big
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier. The surface of water.
No curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world from being parallel to the surface of the Earth, the horizon at distance. So we can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which according to the story occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is, right? So an aircraft will fly horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced to?
In your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
awesome.
just remember, he's here to learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Right?
Yeah.
So, in that regard,
Fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to... Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to learn or you're here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
Did you question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
say
don't see that it operates in the way the glob would, and that's like
no, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the hemisphere? You're presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different...
So the curvature, weather's caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the
Holy crap!
What?
You realize you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
Whoa, where,
around its
when, where?
axis,
Can you demonstrate that, please?
you can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And see
Like what? When, tomorrow? Have you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So you said you can go to the International Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean, forgive me, but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go because we can all can go. It's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate, can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking
Can
way.
you get me,
Did
can
he
you
really
get me
say
a
that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to because that's not relevant to my point now.
Wait, bring it up then.
You brought up the tilt of the Earth's axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No, you're not going to tell us your story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and proven.
Flat Earth is fantasy.
No,
Yeah,
it's a
see,
measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you to red hair.
Which you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
you're
that was
just in
just
fantasy land
talk.
at this point. You did the math yourself,
How I know
bro.
you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
You know, talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one
Don't
called me
have
names?
proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have
But
the
you
ability.
just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view. But as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
without
how
letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean, we're an interdisciplinary panel of experts from different academic resources and different departments. So
great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather in your head?
And you tell me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you tell us what? Because you don't even know your own bullshit. That's why we're laughing at you. That's why we're making fun of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather is caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes?
Hadley cell, differential heating, ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This
depends on where you are, bro.
The sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
And in local geography and local weather currents.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? And southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or?
Depends on what you. Okay, depends on what you
Based on
want to
the-
use for the.
All right. Hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay, so that's the way you import it. Okay.
No, it's
Got
the way you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
Oh, no, I
actually
thought maybe you
there.
have some other definition of it. So that's
Look, dude, we tell you what we're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's three different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. Right, but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid, that would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right.
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they projected on a Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth, right?
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive, from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality. Apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing.
You are replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system. Have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1000%.
They do. Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road signs, miles an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
No, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, that's fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map.
Yeah, it's like a 2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. And in the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounced? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's
We
the
got
globetrot whisperer, man. He like knows
He
what's in your
freaking is,
mind
dude.
before they even talk.
I've been
but to
wrong
be
about
fair,
you before, AV.
yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the
Yeah.
audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told ya, Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah,
They're
to retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it, and then they'll rename it something later when they're ready. Maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard what
Josh
he
says
said.
all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint. No,
Yeah,
not like that joint. I mean, like, that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold
Well,
on,
he said
let's
they were
ask
gonna-
Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No, he ain't.
He'd want to find out where the Flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, like, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over
Yeah, hey, Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh. As far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty.
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked, and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Traver, Josh.
But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?" But
yeah,
he's listening, man. But they always do that.
Oh, did Josh, you reached the 4.0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah, he's 40 now. Hey, look,
dude,
you're
I'll
a
cash you
baby
up
boomer.
money, dude. So you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like, I mean,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like, all the people who know things, they're not out in public, 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR people for. You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to, like, cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, they're some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
Didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And
It's
the UN.
like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I probably, actually, I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. That I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it for all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But,
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
yeah, they certainly do.
They throw a little, hey, by the way, we're going to be going over here. And there's like, they try to see what you say.
Right. They're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. You know, while a lot of this stuff is based off a need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know, because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're done either way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah. Man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, you know, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways and they're fucking their career, their family, their life, and everything up in the process. And they're being used.
They have special islands that you can go to and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah,
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a "It's Flat" number plate, license plate, bro.
Dude,
what a
awesome.
perfect patsy! Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees, and he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now, but he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. And Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the globe head right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
I mean, really probably never it didn't click when you were listening to it at the time.
Friends anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit. And, this isn't anything, like this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about. But, and then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that, like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like about freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. and then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it, but yeah. I just wondered, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance, with radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
I mean, yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
Can reflection
what's
interfere?
Right. Right. So what's traveling
Yeah.
straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, that has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals they go over a flat Earth. But for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So.
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Yeah.
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from one like A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all
Well, what you're
diffraction
going to get
limited
is the
too.
further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? Even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose, unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
one
I don't know
trick
how
he
far the
used to
reach
do
was.
is he had a way of. We'll get. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre 1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind blowing, bro. The single wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little now it's connected metallically, but you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge. Or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the frickin' 3-wire. I guess
it
that's
came
just
with
cheaper.
demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all this. He'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people stuff. He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician. And people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into
noise.
You know, yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're non-linear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the non-linearity or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, inductive, yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting. I
yes, he did.
Oh, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah, using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude, because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved. Is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction, and we don't observe
shit,
that. Okay, so
yeah.
he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area. So the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is the area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Invicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature." Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice. Yeah. But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because, like, solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So,
right,
unless it's glass or something. So
especially
I think
metal.
they might. That reminds you, that maybe they was glass. That they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen. But it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always the problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it, it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, like, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With counter space.
I don't even know. I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know.
Listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where that's where your government contract money goes. Your grants, but
no, dollar's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that frickin' hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he does his presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
yeah,
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I gotta
What engine design specs state that if the dilithium crystals weren't fractured and the test equipment used is within calibration, then the only way the engine efficiency could be below 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment?
Sir, the engines have been operating at less than 20% efficiency over the last duty shift.
Aye, then the only way the engines can be operating at less than 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment. Well, the dilithium crystals aren't fractured, and we just checked, and if the test equipment is in calibration, therefore, the articulation array must be out of alignment.
That's right. The procedure to conduct a realignment of the articulation array states that we need to remove the crystals temporarily, make sure that we haven't been at warp for more than 2 hours, and we have to first reduce power consumption by 15%.
Aye. Well, we haven't been at warp for more than 3 hours, and therefore all we have to do is reduce power by 15%, remove the crystals, and then we can perform the realignment of the articulation frame.
Right. I'll contact the bridge to reduce power by at least 15%.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Commander.
I am very impressed. The logical arguments you two were employing were perfectly valid, and in fact, are exemplars of sound reasoning.
Why, thank you, sir.
Mr. Scott and Mr. Sulu, the reasoning you exhibited was perfectly valid. The two of you each put forth a logical argument containing 2 or more premise statements and a conclusion statement. In your arguments, the premises logically imply the conclusion. Then, in each case, you put forth evidential statements attesting to the truth of each premise in your respective arguments. Finally, you stated since your premises were true and implied your conclusions, therefore your conclusions were true. Once again, you are to be commended, gentlemen, on your perfect use of logic.
I appreciate that, Mr. Spock.
Aye, in engineering especially, proper logical reasoning is essential.
Well said, Mr. Scott. When reasoning correctly, one must use a correct form of an argument, which contains 2 or more premise statements that logically imply the concluding statement. Then, one must show that each premise is true. If this is done, the conclusion must be true. It's only logical.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true.
I don't believe this.
Belief is not proof, even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement.
Do you have any questions?
We're going to spend shortly on
Rainbow.
Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because
It's
everyone
a
on
cake.
deck 6 and
We
7
leave on a cake.
believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought the pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No. Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor Suite Pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the Tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter.
Okay.
Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use Sensor Suite Pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of a conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical. What an escape. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship.
He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best.
They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase no other captain was as good as he is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet.
Oh.
Indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical.
Have you heard that the landing tractor beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again? No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time. Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships. Why? Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down.
I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument. It's only logical.
You don't believe in the theory that protostars come from dark matter nebula explosions, do you?
I believe there's evidence that supports.
I heard that all the top Klingon cosmologists believe in that theory. You don't agree with the Klingons, do you? They killed Lieutenant Stevens back on Grignor 7.
I guess I shouldn't agree with him. Stevens was a friend of mine.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ad hominem. In other words, attack the man. Or in this case, the Klingons.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy attacks the character of individuals who advance a statement, instead of trying to disprove the truth of that statement. The fact that Klingon cosmologists believe in a theory does not make that theory false. Recall that Klingon engineers believe in warp propulsion theory, just as we do. That is not to say that your conclusion is not correct. It is just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ad hominem, or attacking the person advocating a particular idea. It's only logical.
get ready to take down the communication system. I'm getting ready to run the periodic calibration of the subspace translator array. Remember, the 100% frequency scan takes 6 hours.
But I thought the update to the comm system calibration procedure now only requires a bracketed duty cycle burn-in, with the system still online and functional. It's more efficient and faster. Only takes 2 hours.
No, the old way to run the cal works great. No reason to change to some untried new method. I'll just run the 100% frequency scan just like we always do. It'll be fine.
Okay. I guess you're right.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Austin, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad antiquatum, also known as appeal to tradition.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Just because something has always been done a certain way does not mean that that way is or will always be the right way. A method is not a good method just because it is an old method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is a new method. Rather, a method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. Over time, outdated methodologies must give way to improved techniques. Otherwise, there could be no progress.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as argumentum ad antiquatum, the appeal to tradition. It's only logical.
Chekhov, what do you think of my plan to improve security aboard ship by implementing daily searches of all low-ranking crew members for contraband?
Well, I don't think it will work. I believe it will be counterproductive.
How would you like to spend a week in sickbay with low-power phaser burns to your fingers? Well, or perhaps an hour in the agony booth would change your mind, eh?
Upon reflection, I think frequent searches is a great idea.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad baculum, also known as the appeal to force.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy is an argument where force, coercion, or the threat of force is given as a justification for accepting the conclusion.
But, sir, I only...
If I may continue. While your tactic of physical intimidation and domination of your subordinate through force are to be commended as effective means of serving the Empire's objectives, your statements are still technically a logical fallacy, since you provide no evidence that your plan to improve security aboard ship is a good one. The ad baculum argument is a special case of argumentum ad consequentium, or appeal to consequences. In this case, painful consequences.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will ensure I have valid reasons behind my security plans in the future.
That would be very advisable if you value your position and your life. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad baculum or the appeal to force. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Why do you keep trying to restart the auxiliary power generators using the anion bypass injector method? It depletes the dilithium crystals by 50 milligrams every time.
It'll be more efficient. When you run the generator under the anion injector, it produces 3% more energy output after the first 100 hours.
But you've tried unsuccessfully to start it 5 times. All that depleted dilithium isn't worth a few percent of extra output.
Well, I'll give it a few more tries. So, how's your research into a better process to reduce carbon scoring in the reactor chambers?
Oh, I prefer an adaptive baryon collimator beam to regulate the carbon buildup. I've looked at all the tests that show it works. There's plenty of them.
What about those other beams? Cation delta ray or anti-lepton nanopulse? And are there any tests where the baryon collimator beam doesn't work?
I didn't look into those other beams. And it's probably a waste of time to check any negative test results for the baryon beam.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you wish to continue to start the generator via the anion bypass injector for a number of more times after 5 failures, rather than switching to another method, you are exhibiting the sunk cost fallacy. This is the phenomenon where people justify increased investment of time, money, life, etc. in a decision based on the cumulative prior investment, despite new evidence suggesting that the cost, beginning immediately, of continuing the decision outweighs the expected benefit.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spot.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when researching if an adaptive baryon collimator was an effective means to regulate carbon scoring, you showed a confirmation bias, since you only sought out confirming evidence for your position, instead of equally researching contradicting evidence or looking into alternatives. This will lead you to base your decision upon information skewed toward one result over the other.
Yeah, I never realized. I should rethink my point of view.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias or the sunk cost fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
I tell you, the reason there are so many binary stars in this sector is because of the local high density of interstellar dark matter.
Really? Because of dark matter?
It must be. Chief Engineer Scott thinks that's probably the reason, and if it weren't for Commander Scott's expertise during our last encounter with the Romulans, we wouldn't be here.
Well, I guess you're correct.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad verecundium, also known as appeal to authority.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of appealing to the testimony of an authority outside his special field. This is not a convincing argument because the expert, Mr. Scott, while an expert engineer, is not an expert on astrophysics, and thus his views about the prevalence of binary stars is only one person's opinion. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad verecundium, the appeal to authority. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Did I hear right? Is the ship an MCON Alpha?
That's right. Complete radio silence while we're within 1 parsec of the Klingon colony on Rhine X3.
But Commodore Winter needs to send his daily operating orders to the 10 star bases that are in his chain of command.
We can't transmit anything.
None, eh? Why don't we compromise? I need to make 10 transmissions, and you say we make none. Why don't we meet in the middle and let the Commodore send 5 messages out?
I don't know. That seems to break MCON.
Our positions are at extremes, so splitting the difference will give the best solution.
Well, I guess so.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad temperantium, or argument to moderation, also known as the false compromise.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Tenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The argument to moderation, or middle ground, is an informal fallacy which asserts that the truth must be found as a compromise between 2 opposite positions. Individuals making a false compromise are fallaciously asserting that the positions being considered represent extremes of a continuum of options, whereas sometimes there is only a binary choice possible. This argument is incorrect, as there are many situations where the middle ground does not achieve an acceptable outcome, such as in the case you were contemplating, that of sending any messages while in total emission control.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument to moderation or the false compromise. It's only logical.
Well, the ionic bypass compensator flux readings have been low for 3 straight shifts. 21, 19, and 23 picocochrons. Maybe you ought to adjust circadian delta ray collimator.
Nah, the flux reading is bound to come up. The system's designed to run right around 30 picocochrons, give or take a little. The law of averages says it'll come up soon, especially since it's been below average for so long.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It cannot stay low forever.
Nope. So, how are the performance evaluations for the geology department coming, Klaus?
Almost done, Tex. Just one more to do. Lieutenant Cronin. Impressive guy.
He's the one who got the captain's award for the best time on the ship's track team, right?
Yeah, and he always keeps a neat appearance. He will get a good review, all right. No need for me to even check into his work performance.
That's right. Saves you some time.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you trusted that the flux would soon return to a higher value to make it average to the usual value, you were exhibiting the gambler's fallacy. This is a misleading belief that if something happens at a higher than average rate or value during some period, it will then happen at a lower rate or value in the future to maintain the average, or vice versa. When the occurrence is truly random, this belief, though appealing, is false. The gambler's fallacy is a particular application of the so-called law of averages. There is no such law.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when contemplating Mr. Cronin's performance, you exhibited the halo effect when you considered certain cosmetic and unrelated positive attributes of him, which you assumed also meant he must be competent in his geology duties, without checking his actual job performance.
Jawohl, I never realized. I shall rethink my way of doing these reviews.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the halo effect or the gambler's fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
Have a cold, huh?
Yeah.
Too bad they'll never find a cure for the common cold.
What makes you say that?
Well, if they were going to find a cure for it, they would have by now. Why haven't they cured it yet? They've never found a cure, and they never will.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's too bad.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad ignorantium, also known as arguing from ignorance.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy suggests that a proposition is true simply on the basis that it has not been proved false, or that something is false simply because it has not been proven true. Clearly, just because a problem hasn't yet been solved does not mean it will never be solved. Recall that the speed of light was long held to be impossible to exceed, but then warp drive was invented.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad ignorantium or arguing from ignorance. It's only logical.
That was a long shift. You're assigned to auxiliary control, right?
Wow, have you been in the lower engineering deck lately? It's real hot. That will cause even more dilithium crystal fracturing.
That's too bad. With the hostilities as they are with the Klingons, the fleet will need every crystal they can get.
Yeah, they should cool down the engine room.
Hi guys, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good too.
Awesome.
There is any subject?
The subject, letter.
What was the subject? I didn't hear it.
The name Flat Earth. We're talking about the of the Earth, or the Earth.
Oh, great. Great.
Run away, little child. What's up, guys? Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, why did you put your NASA badge as your avatar, Josh? Do you think that's gonna?
No. I just dusted it off. I thought it was funny because I got accused of lying the other day.
You were lying about what? You worked at NASA?
Yeah. Someone was saying I was lying about that.
So you had to dox your NASA badge on the dude. That's crazy.
Oh no! I edited the photo. I took the badge number off. It's just my name on there.
Okay, I was gonna say that's
Yeah.
pretty crazy.
No. I censored it.
Anyway,
hey, send me that file. You can take your face and name off of it, but send me the rest of it. I gotta do something.
What are you gonna do?
We're all gonna get NASA badges.
I'm going to NASA.
Oh, he's gonna go. He's gonna wear it.
I'm gonna copy that onto a blank one and then walk into NASA and I'm gonna start using a computer system.
He's gonna be like, Earth is a globe, am I right? Try to high five everybody. They're gonna look at him like he's crazy.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna wear a big NASA hat, all kinds of shit. Earth is a globe. Don't tell me anything different.
Well, if you ever end up in San Francisco Bay Area and you want a tour of Ames, as long as you're a U.S. person, you can get a tour.
Wow, really, Josh? That's amazing.
I mean,
Well, if you're in Ohio or near Cleveland, I'll give you a tour of Glenn Research Center.
I mean, what do people usually get out of like? Are they? What is it, like a spiritual experience or something? Wow, look at all these computers. You guys actually work on these computers? That's awesome. What are you guys studying? Like outer space stuff?
I mean, Ames has like huge wind tunnels and a ton of like aerodynamics work as well, because that's where.
Same as Glenn.
Yeah, that's true. Glenn does a lot of electric propulsion and microgravity research as well.
Wind tunnels, and they've got a gigantic, the world's largest vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I mean, there are offices with just computers in them, but there's a lot of hardware labs too and test chambers.
Just another day at the office, huh, Josh?
No, I'm avoiding the office today. Amazon just laid off a bunch of folks.
Why? Because the government shut down?
No, because we're automating everything.
Yeah, they're telling us to use AI more, and they cut a bunch of jobs.
That's right.
Dude,
we're taking your jobs away, dude.
You knew this was coming, Josh.
Dude, I've been telling you guys that I'm one of the people that is doing this to you guys, and you should have been ahead of the ball game a long time ago. So you can't stop us from automating everything. It's just going to happen. Just don't fuck with my house. I don't want shit automated here. Only thing, I have Alexa turn my lights on and off. That's it.
So, I mean, overall, what kind of reduction are we talking about? What percentage do you think in the company of Amazon?
About 5% of all corporate employees, about 15K.
Jesus, dude. So, I mean, do they ahead of time give you the guys notice and
they have full boxing lines? They have full boxing lines in Cleveland. There's no people running them. Gets the items, puts it in the box, makes the box, closes the box, puts the address on it, moves it down the line to a truck. We have there's a prototype plants here, and the prototype plants here in Cleveland are doing perfect. They don't need people to run them.
Much cheaper too, huh, than labor?
Yeah, no, these are corporate employees like HR and program managers and engineers.
Oh God. Them guys must have had like lengthy, time there working for the. Yeah.
It varies.
I don't know.
It varies. Like I've been looking. There's folks with like 8-9 years of tenure. There's folks that just got hired like 6 months ago. But my department is exempt. So none of our. No, just because we're much harder to hire than most other corporate employees.
Okay. Well, at
Like
least you're in a bubble.
due to ITAR restrictions and other things like Kuiper, the past like 4 or 5 rounds of layoffs, Kuiper has been exempt.
I was gonna tell you the other day, man, you were sounding like Elon Musk, like the way he speaks. You had the same cadence in your voice, the same and all that shit.
I'm somewhere on the spectrum, it's all good.
Seriously? I didn't know that.
That's weird.
No,
honestly, you can't really talk.
No, not ASD. I just have an auditory processing disorder. So when people are asking me questions, I have to. It takes me a second to get my ducks in a row.
Well, isn't that what he has? I have
no idea.
No,
he has Asperger's.
No, he is. Yeah, he has. No, he has earpiece burgers. Listening. That's why he stutters.
I was gonna say I've met Elon a couple times. He definitely is like that all the time. It's not. It's interesting. It's kind of an asshole.
You think? He really doesn't care what people's opinions are. He's just gonna say what he's gonna say. Like, just about how it's gonna be done. I've heard him. I've heard him in like certain talks where people are trying to talk about, him getting certain funding or taking their, their funding away from him because like companies that support him. And he's like, you can go F yourself. Like I'm like, golly, man. Yeah, I don't know. That's not professional, but it's just who he is. He doesn't really care.
Who's this? I missed it.
The money bag with eyeballs. Elon Musk.
Which? Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say which one. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like I don't know, man. Like he might.
No,
be a
he
little
cares
bit
because every time he whines a lot, dude. Every time like something happens to like SpaceX, he's whining, so he does care. That's just a front.
I don't know. As far as his intelligence goes, do you think he knows more than the people that work for him? I don't know about that.
No, I think he's a fucking idiot.
He knows a good amount for a CEO about rocket propulsion and like satellite operations, but like he definitely leans on his. He's more of like a vibes guy. He definitely leans on his direct reports and his execs, but he knows more about the technical side than most CEOs.
Right. Would you want him teaching at university?
For a business school, yes. For an engineering school, no.
Okay.
As far as like how to break into an industry that
what makes him a great business person?
Oh, just understanding government appropriations. Product market fit.
I agree with you. He understands government appropriations very well. He knows how to grift like no other. I'm serious, dude. Like all his businesses depended on government largesse.
I mean, they do,
and they would have all failed if it wasn't for some government freaking tit he wasn't sucking off of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But here's the thing, dude. At what point? Like, how do those deals even go down? Do they happen like at a specific power meeting, like at a luncheon, or like where does this?
I can tell you. Yeah, you're not supposed to be wandering the halls as a contractor trying to gin up business deals with government employees, but that happens all the time.
Yeah, dude, that's
I was
exactly
gonna
what I'm
say.
saying. Like, isn't that like not the right way to do it? And then that's how it happens. Like,
Yeah, you go wander around the Capitol building and go talk to the representatives that are on the committees that you're interested in.
dude, that's not how they say that it's supposed to be done, though, isn't it? Like, I mean, you have to.
People get paid to
These
do it.
meetings are supposed to be. They're supposed to be formal, aren't they? Am I getting that wrong? Like,
Yeah, but you never go into a formal meeting unless you already know what the person is going to say because you've had a bajillion informal meetings ahead of time.
oh, for God's sakes, dude! Like, what
I
could
mean, it's
you?
how it works.
Okay, but that almost sounds like you have to be in a club to even talk to those guys.
AB.
Yes, you are correct.
Washington D.C. has the highest average income in America. The average income is $250,000 a year. That should tell you something. That's the average income. Average.
But most of their dollars don't come from their specific job.
I'm just talking about people that work in the D.C. area. The average income is $250,000 a year. The average income. They're doing some dirty ass shit. There's no other way to explain that. Dude, it's more than New York City. New York City's like half of that. Think about that, dude. New York City, the most expensive city to live in America, is half the average income of Washington D.C.
I think Yoder was even talking about like that's partly the reason why he wanted to get away from that whole scene because there's a bunch of corruption when it gets up. You know, you have to be a part of a special group, and that group has to invite you to certain like meetings and soirees and all this other shit, and then you have to be in bed with certain groups. Like, dude, it's.
I think of it like this, dude. It's like raisin bread, right? Most of the time, you're gonna bite into the bread, but sometimes you're gonna bite into a raisin. And there's corruption sprinkled, and you never know where it is. It could be around any fucking corner.
But they sell us on this idea of how things are supposed to be, right? Like, in order for you to get to this position, you have to work hard and be a diligent, a person to like study and do this. It's all fake. None of that's real.
Well,
like,
I will also say this: we're starting to run out of bread, and there's a lot more raisins than bread at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say, like Loudoun County in Virginia, where I live, median household income, so not average, it's lower than average, but like 50th percentile is like 180K. And like I'm bottom bitch on my team, and I clear 350 a year, so like it's kind of nuts. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
so
but
you're poor.
Yeah. He's barely got two nickels to rub together. It sounds like.
I mean, that's. I don't even know
my VP made like 1.2 last year.
You took that as salary? Is he retarded?
Okay.
No. It's a lot of it's stock. I think salary's probably like 400 or 500.
Mm-hmm.
And then is that how your compensation? Is that what you're including in your 350? 350 on your base, right?
No. Base is like 250.
Okay, because then that kind of fucks you, because then if you want the whole thing, you're paying capital gains. Which is more, capital gains or income at that point?
Capital gains if you hold on to the stock for a year after it vests. You pay the 20% as opposed to the whatever, the 27 or 32.
Yeah, they're raking you over the coals with that.
Nah, it's fine.
It's just coming right back.
No, it's it's fine because you don't mind it. You're still getting a payout, but at the same time, man, like they're getting their cut.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to pay my taxes.
It's not.
Amazon makes most of their money off the government, so it's just a circle jerk. Government pays
Yeah.
Amazon. Amazon
It is
pays
indeed.
him. He pays the government. Government pays Amazon. Amazon pays. It's just a circle jerk.
So the same $20 that you paid them, they're gonna give it right back to you. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, they give us a 10% discount on everything on Amazon.com, and it's like, oh, cool, I get a discount at the company store, so I can take my salary and give it right back to them.
Dude, that's like the olden days where they had the corporate towns, and all
And
they
a
had was
company
the store,
town.
and they'd pay you in script.
I load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. No, I mean it's Kuiper's awesome.
But isn't
My team is
Amazon's
fucking great.
largest revenue source the government from their cloud computing shit?
I don't know if it's the government from the cloud computing, but AWS definitely props up the rest of the company.
That was like 30% of their revenue or something. Last I looked, which was a long time ago, but I thought they're. You know what Tesla's major revenue stream is? Fucking carbon credits.
Yeah, for a while. I mean, they're clamping down on that.
Dude, this shit is not maintainable. You realize that, right? That a system built like
Agreed.
this is not maintainable.
Agreed.
I mean, the pandemic was kind of like the writing on the wall when nobody goes to work and the whole world the whole society doesn't collapse. That means there's a lot of people doing jobs that don't mean anything.
Yeah, that's what's his name was talking about. Elon. He's making everybody go to work.
Yeah, well, his job, we could get rid of his job and nothing would change.
He'll still be a money bag with eyeballs, bro. And the thing is, once you get to that level, like he's somebody now. He can go and talk to people that are in political positions.
Well, from my understanding is he runs his day-to-day lifestyle off of debt, right? So he just borrows money against his stock and then pays back the debt. That way you don't have income. Right? You never actually have any income. Because you're living off of debt loan proceeds. In this system, money is debt, dude. Debt is money. At that level, at least.
And we got Alex Max that just joined us. Alex, welcome. And other new people that are joining, if you want to chime in, go ahead and if you have any questions about the globe, flat Earth conversation, let us know. Take that as a no.
No, y'all are right about the soirees and the invite-only events and things. You have to be at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and shake the right amount of hands, and then you'll get what whatever you're funding for your project or whatever. It's just funny that it operates that way, and it's not the formal way that everybody thinks in their mind the way it should work. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna have a business like there's this projection of how it's supposed to be, right? Then there's this whole other side of how it really is, and it's not what you've been told. Like if you're learning if you're going and you want to become someone in that specific area, like if you wanted to move up, right? Don't you have to be a part of some group of like people that then you go meet somebody else who's gonna you're gonna shake, and he's gonna be like, okay, well, yeah, I like what you're saying, I like what you're doing, and you're proposing it to him. It's informal. It's not something that you go into a room perhaps and have a real formal kind of sit down and everybody's listening to what you're saying. It's not, I don't know, it's not, you never see you have a lot of people saying it's that way, but it's never, is it really? You're up there, you know what's going on. You know where the real transactions happen are at informal meetings.
It 100% happens like that.
I don't know. That's the other side to like why people say, well, why would they lie? Why are they? It's like, well, then if nothing's really above board and legit, like the way we all perceive it to be, at least that's not the perception from like hearing people that are actually working these jobs. Like it's not just you, Josh. Everybody that works in that specific those areas of field of expertise, engineers or some sort of person that works in a high position. They're never they never get there without like somebody actually giving them that spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I definitely benefited from a good amount of nepotism. Like my gig at NASA, like I didn't even apply for that. Like it was my bridge summer between my bachelor's and my master's degree, and I told my advisor, who runs the satellite lab at Georgia Tech, that I'm not planning on taking an internship this summer. I'm planning on sticking around Atlanta, bartending, like just chilling out for a little while. And like even after I had already finished my finals, I got a call from my advisor. He's like, "Hey, yeah, a buddy of mine at NASA Ames had an intern drop out last minute. They're contractually obligated to fill this spot. I know you've like actually said you're not doing anything this summer, but you're qualified, and this would be good for you." So I sent them your info and your resume. You have an interview in 45 minutes.
Holy smokes, dude!
Like I didn't even apply for the position. I was just told, "Hey, you're going to go do this."
I mean, this
that's
ain't news,
intense,
dude.
bro.
I've been hearing since I was a kid. It's not what you know, it's who you know. So this isn't
Yeah,
really new.
I mean, but it just isn't the perception like, well, you got to submit your resume, you got to put all your qualifications down, and it's like everybody's doing that thing, right? But out of the hundreds of stacks of like, applications, of which I'm pretty sure there was a lot of good ones, they, for the sake of just, trying to get somebody where they don't have to vet, they already met someone like him, like Josh. They would just say, hey, we'll just get that guy you talked to that one time that sounded like, he knows what he's saying. Let's get that guy on
Oh
there.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, that's exactly how I've got like half my jobs. Actually, most of them. Like almost all of the opportunities I've had have not been like stuff that I've like formally applied for. It's just because I knew somebody and they pulled my stuff out of the stack.
So nobody, yeah, I guess there's an argument that can be had for people that would say that you'd have to do everything by doing it this way and that. I don't know. It's just.
Well, I won't say it's a pure meritocracy, but it's definitely like you need to pass like the smell check. Like you need to be able to do good work, right? But the network and like the who you know is just sort of a catalyst on top of that.
That's the deciding factor, though, isn't it?
It's the difference between applying for a bunch of jobs and interviewing and like
it makes life easier. It makes life
way easier.
Bro, it makes life easier if a friend of a friend introduced you to some person that had a real high position to put other people in certain positions, and then you're like, well, yeah, I like what you're saying. Meet us on Friday or whatever, and then you're just like, whoa, like.
So I mean, it gets even crazier than that. Like I'll explain the snowball here for a little bit. Like got this NASA internship. While I was at the NASA internship, I like overheard a meeting of like a canceled project. So they had funding kicking around that they were like, oh wow, well, we're not going to be able to do this project with MIT anymore. So like, we're going to need to find something else to replace it on this launch manifest. And I was just like, oh shit, I would love to so I just like walked into this director's office and like pitched a satellite program idea. I was like, hey, I'm going back to Georgia Tech in like 2 months. Can I get this funding and just work on this project that I want to do? And they made me go through a rigmarole, but like I ended up securing my own like tuition waiver and funding for grad school just because I happened to be in the right place at the right time at Ames. And like I ended up sitting next to a specific person in my undergrad capstone who got into like this super elite like internship program. And she like helped me with my application to apply for it. Like she, gave me her application. She like let me talk to a bunch of other alumni. And so when I got into that program the following year, like the guy who runs it is a CEO in my industry, and I really enjoyed working with him. And so over the past like 6 or 7 years, now I run his 501c3 and like have a call with him once a week. Cause he's a CEO in our industry, and he helps me make connections and get access to conferences and funding for travel and a bunch of other shenanigans outside of work. But it's all that shit.
It's all of what I already thought it was, but not as perceived as what it is. That's all I'm saying, man. Like a lot of people will say, well, you gotta work hard, you gotta do that. I mean, that's part of doing something, getting to a position you really want, but that's not, because out of the stack of all the applicants and everybody that's trying to get to a position, it's not gonna be the reason why you get that job, bro.
100%. I mean, that's why LinkedIn is so powerful. Like, I tell my mentees all the time, I was like, I would rather you apply for five positions and like find a Georgia Tech alumni that works at that company and like send him a LinkedIn DM to have a coffee chat than like shotgun like 20 applications from the hip. Like cold applying is like the worst way to get a job.
So, I don't know. I guess I'm going to switch it over to like, if people wanted to actually propose something for Flat Earth and you wanted to be taken seriously or something, you'd actually have to have like a little informal meeting or something with someone that could probably get you in some sort of door. Like it's not going to happen like the way people are portraying it to be. Oh, well, just submit some peer-reviewed paper or do some sort of thing and submit it to academia. That doesn't happen that way. I understand the way this particular little game is played. You have to know people in order for you to get something actually accomplished. And then if something's going to get pushed through, you gotta have to know some more people that know more people. Like, so it's not, it doesn't work in the same manner like people, the way they portray it to be. Oh, you want to have Flat Earth something as legit as what you're saying it is, then you got to do this and go through the channels. And it doesn't work that way. I've never seen that when people say that, they don't, I know what they're saying, but they don't, it's not going to be the goal won't be accomplished. Not in the manner in which they think it needs to be you get what I mean? Like if they want Flat Earth to be, this is the reason why I'm was going through this whole thing with you. It's because like, I know when people say to us, well, you want Flat Earth to be put to a broader audience, then you need to do it this way, and it's got to follow this channel, and you got to talk to this guy, and it needs to happen. Everything that's done here needs to be done more informally than formally, I think. What do you guys think? That's why I was actually having that conversation with you, because that's what I understand with people. For us trying to get this out to a greater platform, we'd have to actually have those sorts of meetings with people. And the only way to do that, I hate to say it, man, but like people like you, Josh, talking to you, then maybe whispering it to some other guy, and then some other guy's like, hey, that's weird. I was thinking the same thing. And that guy might be in a high position, and you're like, really? And then the conversation then spirals into like, well, then let's have a meeting with that one guy, and then so on and so forth. Otherwise, it's not gonna, dude, it won't get recognized. Academia will just be like what you said the rest of your buddies will do, is just shrug it off and like, oh, I don't know how you still talk to those guys or whatever.
So from my perspective, I want to use the same type of like relationship for the exact opposite reason. Like I understand that like formally like getting access to all this stuff and filing FOIA requests and going through official channels and going to conferences and things like to get data and information, like you can get stonewalled. But if you're hanging out in here and I have a bunch of friends at different space companies, and you want to tour and you want to go kick the tires on the hardware, like you want to get access and ask a bunch of questions. For example, my cousin who's like 6 years old, he just had his birthday and he wants to be an astronaut. And so his parents took him down to Cape Canaveral for his birthday to go to the Kennedy Visitor Center. And so like they reached out, they're like, hey, we're going down to Cape Canaveral. Like, do you know anybody? Could we get like extra tours or like behind the scenes stuff or whatever? And so I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. So I literally like reached out and they got access to like launch pads and went inside of Blue Origin and saw like the production line for the New Glenn rocket. and like the satellite manufacturing plant down there for Amazon, like all this stuff is, you just have to know somebody and have somebody like vouch for you to like that you're not gonna, steal state secrets or, you know, be a security risk. But if you know somebody, you can get access to a ton more information and things besides just like stuff that's Googleable. You obviously have to sign an NDA and things, but I want to leverage that sort of backdoor, who type relationship to provide y'all with information and let y'all kick the tires on things that you're skeptical about.
What do you think, Indio? You want to kick the tires?
The asterisk
And
there is you have to be a
and
US
discover
person.
what, dude? I've already done this. Look, I mean, those people are building shit. So what? I mean, Ben and Jerry's. I've been to the Ben and Jerry's factory too, where they're making ice cream. They could say this comes from fucking Magic Space Cows. How am I gonna know? And everybody at the factory could believe the fucking milk comes from Magic Space Cows, and no one will be able to tell one way or another. I mean,
You come in with like very pointed questions.
Well, I mean, yeah, and they can give me like very pointed answers, but the fundamental claim, they don't know, right? You can build rockets all day long, and if it goes out of sight, you don't know where it eventually landed. I mean, obviously they track the device, but eventually there's a handoff where they don't know anymore, where they're relying on a third party.
Well, you could see what the nature of that third party is, right? You could ask questions about what's your relationship with them. What does that data transfer process look like? Like once you're under NDA and you're a U.S. person, like they're able to speak freely with you.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody. Yeah, I mean, none of that shit would. Listen, bro, I worked for General Dynamics. I've seen all the shit already. I don't like seeing more of it. Doesn't convince me of anything.
Okay, I'm just off.
I'm just saying,
offer.
like, yeah, it'd be really cool. I mean, I watch people make all sorts of freaking classified, top secret fucking handles that, like, well, I can there. I helped set up a facility that they're building a replica of a optical satellite that was in space that was put there allegedly in the 70s, and they were building a complete mock-up of it to figure out when it would fail. Okay, this was Raytheon, Draper Labs, and General Dynamics in collaboration. So I helped. I don't really want to say exactly what I did, but anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're treading on thin ice right now. For your own good, I'd recommend you change the subject.
No, well, I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, it wasn't like the collaboration wasn't classified. Let's put it that way. That was like in their what do they call it? Their corporate newsletter. We're collaborating with Draper Labs and Raytheon to do this thing, right? But the nature, right? The specific nature of like what exactly they were doing, I'm not going to talk about. I'm just saying I've seen it all, so it's like more isn't going to convince me. Like I just use this example. The people that worked on that, what do they know, right? They just got a bunch of spec sheets, engineering diagrams, schematics, feel like that they're staring at, and they're like, "Yeah, this thing is up in space, and we're going to do all this stuff." And they don't know anything. They have a bunch of beliefs. I know that. Just like I didn't know anything, and I could sit here, right? And I could sit here and tell all the flat earthers, I know satellites exist. I set up this facility where they did this, that, and the other thing. But I don't know anything. I don't know shit. It's like, why would you talk? I touched a rocket, dude. Like, fucking, what the fuck?
The only assertion I would make there is things have shifted in the past like 20 years. Like it's not like a General Dynamics or a Raytheon, Lockmart, Boeing, or whatever. You've got a lot more like small small commercial entities that are everything is in house. You're talking about a group of a couple hundred folks where their mission control is right next to their manufacturing floor, where the CEO is walking around right next to the custodian. Like there's a bunch of these new age or we call them commercial space entities out there where things are a lot less of a close hold, where there would be more opportunities to really dive deep into like, hey, here's a live view of the satellite, hey, here's live telemetry we're getting and command and control and
Josh, I'm listening
the
to you, but
systems.
I have questions. I have questions to ask about that. What good is it
Sure.
going to do if I'm the only one that's going to know that information and I can't because you said like it's going to be held within like an NDA or something like. So what good is it? What good information will that do just to me? And I can't tell anybody else. Like people want to know. It's like inquiring minds want to know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, and you'd be able to say like, hey, I saw XYZ. Like I saw them do this. Like you wouldn't be able to say like, here's their encryption key or like, here's
No. I'm not talking about like sensitive information. What I mean is like how they can prove something. Like, okay, India was talking about he saw some things like the company did. Obviously, he had firsthand knowledge, and he said that doesn't move the needle for him. As far as like what he said, his interaction with that information was. But what I'm telling you is, if we get exposed to that information and somehow are able to tell everybody here about what our experience was, or perhaps documented in some way, like, what do you like? Are they going to give us what we want, like as far as what we're asking, or are they going to be too cagey about it? Well, we can only say only to a certain level of this information. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, that's, this isn't, I wouldn't, if you were going to go on this endeavor, I would recommend that you put together some sort of like proposal for like what you want to see, what questions you want to ask, et cetera, right? So that they make sure that they can answer your questions in a manner that satisfies, at least you. And B, if those answers are like proprietary or sensitive information, figuring out what the release schedule or like what's the classification of any documents that come out of that visit are like. So I wouldn't say just like, oh, show up and say, oh, hey, I want to ask a bunch of questions, and like you'd have to prepare things ahead of time, and I would assert that you would
well, I
want
wouldn't
like,
know.
Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
wouldn't know what overstepping the boundaries is. Like, I wouldn't know what questions
Exactly.
are going to be too. So, in other words, you'd have to have an informal sit down with someone that you could have the conversation with before you make the proposal. Is what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Like to make sure it's even like worth your time.
Yeah. So how can that take place? How can you then? That's what I'm saying. Then it would go back to leaning on the person that would know that person to have the sit down for the informal meeting, so you can have a proposal. You know what I mean? It just steps to
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
So,
Yeah, exactly. I agreed.
So what I'm saying is, how could you initiate the first step? Like that's the most important one. Like the actual sit down informally. Like, what do? Are you gonna invite me to like to a barbecue or like what? You get what
No.
I'm saying? Like
It would probably just be a phone call, or like a Zoom meeting. Like
okay.
the organization, like there's a good organization in Texas, like Cedar Park outside Austin. There's a cool organization in like downtown San Francisco. Like hell, we could probably even get y'all into, or a few y'all if you're in the LA area, into either JPL or SpaceX, or if that's too large, like figure something out. But there could be some sort of collaboration here, to get y'all at least access to ask some questions.
All right. And as far as documentary, because this needs to, like it'll be more on a professional note. So it would be like a documentary, like that we control, not like some other organization like Netflix or something that's trying to do. Like we'd have the funding to actually start some sort of like documentary that's going to be able to put everything together for a case. you know, and
Well, so
you
I
guys
would.
are anybody, and
Go
that
ahead.
way you guys will know exactly what we're doing, like full transparency. There's not gonna be any like, oh, we were trying to figure out the Earth was flat after all. Like, no, it's not gonna be anything like that. Like some people would have like this hidden agenda, like to kind of surprise some guy that works at JPL. Like all of a sudden, hey, like how does this work? And is the Earth actually flat? And like the guys just bump like what do you call it, railroaded with these questions, and he don't know
Yeah,
how
no,
to
that
answer. You
would.
know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not putting my neck on the line for that type of bullshit. Like I would want to
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
I would want to
That's
be
what I'm
like
trying
very
to tell you.
transparent.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if this does happen, it would be completely on the level, but only with the questions that would be, you know what I mean, proposed as to like how.
Possibly answered satisfactorily. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm not sure. Hey,
Someone's hot
what's
mic
up?
heads up.
What's up, guys?
Mina, are you there? What's going on, Mina?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Doing well, man.
I am new member here, and I just read my level in English. What's my level? Okay, testing me.
Okay. It's very hard to hear you because you have like this echoey sound when you speak, but it sounds like you're curious about what we're talking about here. Is that right?
Yeah. More.
Okay. What was that?
Okay, rate me or rate me. I will introduce myself, and you can rate me from 0 to 10 in English. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My name is Mina. I currently work as software developer from Egypt. That's all.
That was good. That was a good introduction.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
I
Rate my
know
accent.
exactly.
Accent. What's my level?
Well, yeah, obviously you have an accent. I can't tell where it's from though, so that's good.
A2, A2, maybe
DJ,
A2.
hold on. Mina, hold on. DJ, could you take point on this? Do you mind? Or are you busy?
Yeah, sure. I have only a few minutes, so.
Okay.
How can I learn? How can I develop
Oh,
myself?
Mina, with Mina.
Develop my
Yeah, I
skills?
don't know. Mina just kind of wants to practice English, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Mina, this is Advanced English Channel. You're not gonna understand a lot of things we say because we're talking about a lot of English words you might not have heard before. That was a good introduction though, but like this probably isn't the channel for you. I mean,
Okay. I am not right channel, right? I will go now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Go.
Everyone wants to bounce in here and practice English.
We
What's
got
the
a few
GO,
people in
buddy?
here. Oh God.
What golfers don't know that freaking.
We got
Josh knows it.
Because in here. Welcome Because. We got Don Julio. We got High Q, IQ, HWIQ. Welcome, guys.
So Josh, why are you trying to why are you like promoting this space idea to us? Like I'm like if we don't believe in it, then are you not gonna be able to go or something? Is it like a collective consciousness thing? Like everybody has to believe in it for it to happen?
No. My wife says I'm not allowed to go to space. It's like one of the things where it's a no go. So I gotta wait for her to kick the bucket before I do that. No, it's just.
Do you think you're ever gonna go, Josh?
Oh yeah. It's a one question, not an if question.
You think you're gonna go to space? You personally?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck with that.
It's like half arrogance, half manifest.
What if you don't?
Okay. I've
Yeah,
lived
I'm
a
just
pretty good life.
asking. Seriously, I'm just this is just well, I'm asking for a reason because you know who Lex Friedman is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so he was interviewing an MIT chick, and she studies uh, exoplanet biology, fucking whatever that is. Anyway, what got her into it was that her dad was also like an astrophysicist, and she was lamenting on his show that he died thinking that he would be able to go to space in his lifetime, and he never did, and it was a great disappointment to him. She said. So when you reach the end of your freaking lifespan and you're still earthbound, what are you going to think?
It's not my life's goal. Like it's
okay,
like,
cool.
am I ever gonna go on? You know, am I ever gonna see
What
the
if it
Great Wall
never
of China
happens?
or Machu Picchu? Yeah, that's fine.
No, like
Honestly, the biggest
like
thing
at
for
what
me is the
point?
people.
At what point would you start questioning it? Like if you still haven't gone in like 20 years, 50 years, 70
I don't think
years?
I'd ever question it because it's a matter of money at this point. Because I can just write a check to Blue Origin and go up in New Shepard. So it's not an if. It's not
You
an
think
if
New
question,
Shepard?
right?
You would consider Blue Shepard going to space?
I mean, yeah, you're above the Kármán line.
Well, that's a political designation.
I agree.
You should know that. You worked at the UN, so
yeah. But I'm curious.
So
knowing that we have,
you know, the Blue Shepard lands like 2 miles away from where it starts, right?
Oh, I understand. It just goes straight up and down. It's like
It's a giant pogo stick. It's like a
I
amusement
agree.
park ride. Like, we're going to throw you up and you're going to fall down. Like,
agreed.
Hey, but knowing what you know now, as far as our conversation goes, what do you think you would think of if you went up to that altitude and you didn't see what you thought you would see? How would you feel about that? That's the other thing too, because your expectations are going to be like, I'm supposed to see. What'd you say?
Go kick the tires. Like, what's going on here? Like, obviously.
No, I know that, but I'm saying like you're not going to tell everybody there, like, oh my god, like, or you know, maybe you guys,
you know, watch video ahead of time and see what the projected view is going to be, right? Like, and make sure it aligns with
well, they've already,
that.
Yeah, they've already shown that, like, you know.
Oh, I know.
But that's the other thing too, like first-hand
hello.
experience, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about people like Chris Hatfield saying the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the ISS?
I think he's referring to topography in that question or in that answer, not the overall shape.
You guys are funny, dude.
Topography,
no, I'm just being honest with you.
I'm
just being honest with you.
You guys are like the whisperers, right? You guys like read people's minds. They say something, but you guys know what they really meant. Maybe he just meant what he said.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said,
because you got to think that
when I get poked, I'm super comfy.
So, Josh, you know the ISS can only see like 3% of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
If you could see that whole circle, but looking out any particular point, right, you're seeing less than 180 degrees. So you're seeing at best 1.5%. But you can actually only focus on 5% of your field of view. So you're actually seeing something like 1/10 of 1% of the Earth's surface.
In focus.
Yeah, in focus. So if you think about this, is that, okay, the horizon is supposed to be equidistant. So how can it be curved? How can it look curved from that perspective if the horizon, like say you have your eye level and then you have the surface of the Earth, the horizon is supposed to dip at one angle in every location. How could it ever look curved? At best, it would look like a circle around you, like looking down on a hula hoop. But you wouldn't be seeing the curve of the Earth. It would just be the circle of your vision. At best, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. Not from ISS.
the curve of the Earth just is the delimiter of the edge of the hula hoop. Like it's your hula hoop starts to be at the boundary between black and atmosphere, which is what people perceive as the curve.
Yeah, but the way people think of it, they think they're looking at the side view of a circle.
No, agreed. You'd have to be up pretty high to do that.
Exactly. It's about 1/8 of the circumference, where you would have a sufficiently large enough view where you would see the actual curve of the Earth, and not just like the limiting circle.
Correct. People perceive that delimiting circle as curve, and then they,
oh my God! An actual confession. An actual confession. Well,
yeah,
I
dude, I try to be as honest with y'all as possible. Like, if you ask me about things I'm not super knowledgeable about, I'll usually throw my hands up.
Well, I'll give you credit because you're actually. Well, I'll give you credit because you're actually thinking about it. A lot of times when we talk about this, they refuse to even think about it in their mind about how it would work, and they're just like, "No, it's curved from the ISS. That's the curve of the Earth." And they freak out, right? So at least I'll give you credit. At least you're thinking about it, what the problem is, and being honest
100%.
about the answer.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to lose or nothing to gain in here. As far as like my point of view, it's more about the people, right?
Your friends might find out.
Oh, they already know. Actually, I brought y'all up in an interview recently for a fellowship program. One of the questions was, "What's your favorite conspiracy theory?" and do you believe it? And so we talked about my conversations with y'all.
How was it received?
So like I said, I framed it from a sociological perspective and just trying to meet people where they are and understand their worldviews. It's more of a science communications exercise rather than a debate exercise.
Yeah, but what was the response? Like, what did the group? How did they?
Oh, yeah, no.
Did they ask you where we think the edge is? Did they ask?
No. They asked like, is that uncomfortable for you? Like, what is the outcome? What is the goal? Like, so they asked me to define, the boundaries that I set when I come into these rooms.
I guess don't touch my no spot. There's one boundary.
Yeah. Well, they're saying like you're not saying anything that's sensitive, are you, Josh? Like they're probably probing you to make sure you're not saying shit that you're not supposed to be.
No, I'm definitely get screened. Well, I had to go through quote unquote, it's called speaker training at Amazon. Like they practice interview questions with you, like pretending that you're on stage or like you're giving a presentation, and people ask pointed questions about Amazon, and then you have to they teach you how to it's called ABC, address, bridge, and I'm trying to remember what C is, but it's basically like you address the question, you don't answer it, you bridge, you pivot away from the question, and then you get back to your talking points.
Oh, that's classic. That's classic.
So you're formally trained propaganda. Congratulations.
Oh, 100%. But that's once you go through that training, they give you a longer leash.
You're gonna be on the couch at Amazon. They're like, fuck, you can't tell them the truth.
How to give a non-answer 101.
Oh, 100%. And make your audience feel like they actually got an answer.
Well, you work with the government. I looked at your LinkedIn, so obviously you work a lot with the government. So, government actors, their expertise in saying a lot of words and saying nothing.
Oh, 100%. It like there's only so much time for a Q&A, so if you can filibuster while getting your points across, that's mission accomplished while giving the illusion of having audience input.
All right, let's.
Obama. I just want to say something. Obama was the greatest person with that skill I've ever seen. Literally talked for 2 hours, and you had no idea what that was about.
Exactly. Real quick, I'm about to go get my flu shot.
You can project any psychological desire onto a speech, and it would apply to you. Like it was fucking
100%.
Straight out of the horoscope.
Hey, AV, I'm gonna run in and grab a flu shot real quick. If you want to practice, I'll be back in like 5-10.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I want to keep that line of
Grab a
communication
flu
open.
shot. Sorry,
Listen, I want to keep that line of communication open when it concerns what we discussed earlier about actually. No, I'm serious. Putting a documentary down.
I
I
hope we
wasn't
see
kidding
Josh
about that
again
either.
after his flu shot.
You probably didn't hear me. That's fine.
The line of communication with what?
Like if he's actually given a position to let us talk to somebody about things, and I think at some point we should formalize a documentary that we fund, that we organize, that we put forward.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm for that. Go
Yeah.
fund me that
And
shit.
then yeah, well that's what I'm saying. And then have like a few representatives actually carry out the mission, and do it to where we have the right cameras and you know what I mean?
Who's the
Get some
dude that already
professionals
does
on
it?
it.
Who already did? Yeah, who's the dude that has done a few documentaries and one of them was about flat Earth? He's a flat earther. Is it Hibbler or something?
I'm
Anyway,
not sure.
I think it's Hibbler or something. I think that's the name of it, like Hiibbler.
Because we're always tiptoeing around it, but when it comes right down to it, if we put something out, like let's say the brand 24/7, like if we put something out, and this is what we're saying, this is going to be our legacy, then we will have the full rights behind it, like all the individuals who contributed to it and so forth, the questions we would ask, that sort of thing. I'm thinking we could come out with a really really good documentary, my opinion, but I don't know what you guys say. I mean, now that we're at this level, this stage of like the argumentation, like why wouldn't we do it? Like who would be the representatives? Have somebody that is, pretty well spoken. I don't know. Like I was thinking like I have Yoder in mind, but like because he's had his already dealings with the government to some official capacity. Like I don't think he might not fit that bill because he's too close to that.
Well, he also values his
I get to go
privacy
home the rest of the day, so
extremely.
I don't have to go back into the office.
What?
That
Are
was
you
a
hot
fast
micing,
flu
Josh?
shot.
Yeah, he was hot micing.
That was weird.
That was kind of a weird statement, though. I'm going in for my flu shot. Like, oh, I'll be
Well,
right back. I'm
what he
going for
just
my
said was kind of
vaccination. I'll be
weird.
right back.
One of these days, we're gonna hear someone smashing hot mic, dude. They're gonna be just like, ah.
Oh yeah, I just read your comment, Yoder. But yeah, I know what you mean. But that's the thing, though. To some level, everybody that's dealing with these guys will be able to have a discernment whether or not, like, we'll know who we want to speak to. Like, so if he's going to point us to, oh, well, I know this guy. You know, he works at this particular part of the factory or whatever. I don't know how it goes, but then we'll know who he is and whether or not he's worth talking to, and kind of like we'll bet who we want to speak to. All I'm saying is it's just a great idea, to put something out there that we're not just like some unknown group of people that are some niche corner of the internet. Like I do want to leave something behind, that we all collaboratively put together, because all our efforts and what we've discussed should echo into, time, however that is, whether if it's in the hearts of people, you know, propagating the message that we speak of in here, or some documented, video or whatever. Like we wouldn't strive so hard for excellence if it was not for the end game of having people actually be able to, in some way, propagate this information forward.
Yeah, but like the elder said, we need the right people. We all due respect to Josh, I don't think he's the right person.
Yeah, but maybe he knows somebody that we would like to speak to. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Like he might not be the guy, but because he's working at a capacity where he probably rubbed elbows with the guy we want to talk to, he might be a I don't know a way in. You know what I mean? Like
I know it's from my viewpoint. The commercial space industry is a grift. It's just it's just like AI. It's just like all these other, you know, feeding frenzy at the government trough nonsense. And that where the meat really meets the bone would be in somewhere in the military industrial complex. It wouldn't be fucking some private company.
Yeah. Okay. So just like Yoder stated in the chat, you couldn't mention that publicly. So it's a shame, right? It's a shame. But I mean, that's where we're at with the kind of like the whole documentary. Like, if we're going to actually put something out there, it's like we'd have to have a conversation with people that know what's going on. If we don't, then it's just going to be us talking to people who have heard it, you know, maybe the 3 people removed from the actual person, you know? I don't know if
I
that's
just
going to
think it
help.
was funny. Well, I mean, I just think it was funny. He was talking about, hey, there's all these little teeny companies. Yeah, me and Radwin got a company going on. We got the moon selfie company where you zoom in from the moon, right? Just give us a bunch of money. We'll do it eventually. Trust us, bro.
And we're looking for investors because we're going to do the live shot where you get like a 10-second clip of you walking in your yard from the moon.
Well, there was a company that works with a satellite that actually zooms in. I don't know if it's proprietary tech or not, but there was a movie that I seen. What was it? The one with Will Smith, the State of the Union or something, where they had a
Yeah.
satellite that would focus right down into like a quarter or whatever. Like, what type of that was back in what 2008 or 9 or some bullshit.
So I'll handle the photography. I'll just send a drone up over their house when they're whatever. They won't know who's got a drone. Just send it up real high, you can't hear it, and I'll just take pictures and zoom in a little bit, and that'll be your shot from the moon when we get down.
I'll hold
and
a
then we do
fishing
a
pole
warp.
with a little model satellite in front of the camera so we can pretend we got a satellite accidentally in the shot.
Of course. Well, that's just another layer in. What do I use? Is it on this one? Anyway, that's that's the satellite layer. Make it curved a little bit so it looks like the rest of the photographs that ever come from space.
But if y'all actually want to do anything, like actually execute, right? Because I've offered a few times to folks. Like I had a meeting with the Secretary General a few months back, and like I was talking to some of the folks over in Aether Cosmology, and I was like, hey, if you want me to put together like talking points or like questions, like I'd be more than happy to like at least have a conversation, because that's like half my role within the UN is the youth perspective. I'd be more than happy to, but they never actually followed up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see if anything can be actually taken from a conversation with an individual such as that, or maybe he's not the guy. Maybe he's not the guy we want to talk to, and that's the other thing. We have on our side, we need to actually see which guy we really want to speak to, and if you have even access to talk to those people, because it sounds like the guys we want to talk to, probably you don't have the ability or access to actually have those conversations with those people, because they would be kind of in the realm of the information that we need, would be a bit more sensitive, and that's kind of like how we're going to have that convo, It'd be,
well, I mean, are you interested in like satellite operators? Like, you would have to you'd have to figure out specifically what information you're looking for, and then we could figure out who to go talk to. Like, I And if it
Well,
is somebody that I
that's what
can't
I'm
get
saying.
access to, like I'll be open and honest about it. But you need to figure out, you need to like actually put a line in the sand and figure out what information you need to figure out. Right? What questions do you want to ask, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, Yoder's basically responding to what you're saying right now. In the
Don't
text.
necessarily know, right? Like, but like we go talk to the satellite operators, or talk to the executives. Like if you want to do a full canvas, like whatever you want to do. But I'm just saying, like, hey, if you establish what good looks like, or what the objective is, right? We could figure out a plan of, like, who would have that
Plan of
information
action.
and who can go.
Well,
Yeah,
that's the
exactly.
thing,
Like,
Josh. 24/7 has always been a cut above, so we're not gonna be going to like some mediocre standard, kind of documentary
sure.
presentation. We're gonna have a really high standard for what we're gonna be putting out. So that's what I'm saying. We would elect somebody who's gonna represent, whoever's gonna be out there and talking to the people. So it wouldn't just be like carte blanche, like me or someone else. We'd all take a vote, probably talk about who's gonna do it, how they're gonna do it, what questions are gonna be asked. Like, so this isn't just kind of like your standard. This is something serious, like somebody should take serious. So
yeah, I agree.
That's why it's important. Like when we're discussing this, who's going to be and put in front, and also what questions are going to be asked, and who we need to talk to. So
And
that's why it's like
y'all have access to my LinkedIn. My LinkedIn has my resume, which has my contact info on it. If you want to set something up, get a chat going, like, I'm open and accessible. Happy to help.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, guys. Are you really believe that the Earth is flat?
It's not really a matter of belief. No, it's measurable facts, actually. So yeah, we think the Earth is flat because it's measured flat. It's not a belief.
I don't really understand how is it possible to be sure about that when all the people around you are claiming that the Earth is circular, like sphere.
Yeah. So everyone around you was probably taught the same thing as you were, and as I were. So but from your experience, where do you see the globe? Do you understand the question?
Where do I see a globe? Did you say yes?
Yeah, where do you experience it from your own perspective? Where do you see the Earth as a globe?
Did I experience what?
The Earth is allegedly a ball, right? That is spinning.
Yeah, the most of people would agree with that.
Yeah, but your experience, what do you see? What do you feel? You feel the Earth spinning? Does it look like a ball? Or does it look flat? Feel like stationary?
I didn't see it personally with my eyes, but I
Of
know.
course you do. You see it every day. From your own experience, what do you see?
I see that from my perspective, I only see the space that continues and ends at the horizon, and but it's from my perspective of view. So I never been in a space to see how it looks.
Nobody has. Yeah, that's okay. I'm just curious because we all see and feel the same thing. We all see the Earth as a extended plane, and we don't feel the Earth rotating around the Sun at what is it, 66,000 per hour, ridiculous speed. So, from your own experience, it looks flat and it feels pretty solid, right?
I mean, if you take a small part of a sphere, it uh, it will be just a flat surface. But the sphere is made of a lot of spaces like that.
Yeah. But a sphere would have measurable curvature always, regardless of the size. And when you go out and test for this curvature, you won't find any. So it doesn't really matter theoretically, because you would be able to measure the curve regardless of the size. And we have the alleged size, so we can determine if an object would be visible or vanish behind the curve. And nothing vanishes behind the curve. So there is no reason to believe that we are on a ball.
Hello.
Hello. Can you
Hey,
just
I have a
hold?
question.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah. So my question is, if my balls are round, then so be the Earth, right?
So yeah, childish behavior.
You said something about your balls, or
Yeah, no, he's just
understood.
trolling. Just don't care about him. Stay on the topic. How do you? What makes you think that you're on a globe?
Uh, I was taught that Earth is global, so I don't have a reason to refuse to believe in it, because if so much people say you that the Earth is global, then if it turns out to be a lie, then it will be very I don't know. It's very strange.
Yes, you were taught that the Earth was a globe probably when you were very, very young. You haven't developed any critical thinking skills yet. Same story as most of us. But everybody gets same source. It's not so hard to manipulate it, right?
But why would you think that so many people are being lied and no one discovered the truth for a long time. So, I mean,
Well,
no one is able to prove it.
yeah, I get where you're coming from, but we're here saying that this is not the truth, and because we figured it out. So now it's just a matter of weighing the. Talk about flat Earth or discuss the subject. You never heard it before.
Maybe you could start.
What do you mean? I'm just asking if this is the time you ever discussed the topic.
I mean, we are already discussing it.
All right.
When
You've never seen the Earth as the curvature with your own eyes. Have you ever been to the beach?
sorry, where ever been where?
I was just wondering if you have ever been to the beach, if you live close to the water.
No, I only was near to the river, but I have never been near to the sea on the beach.
All right. Ever been in an airplane?
No, I haven't.
All right.
Have you?
Yeah, lots of times. Flat from up there too.
Sorry, can you come again?
No, I just said it looks flat from up there too. From an
Really?
airplane. Yeah. Yeah, really flat. Do you have a large lake close by, or in like the mountain?
No, I didn't do this. I haven't tried something like that. I didn't climb a mountain.
No, I'm just curious if you had like you lived in a huge mountain range or something.
No, I don't.
How old are you, bro?
I'm fine.
How old are you?
Oh, sorry. I am 20.
20 years. All right.
Yeah.
What did you study?
I only finished high school, and I for some time I was been learning in the college, but I didn't finish it. So, well, yeah. And what about your education? Have you learned science or something like that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a lot of background noise. What,
It's
what's
okay.
your question? Did you ask where I studied or
Yeah.
the education? Oh, yeah. I don't really have an education. I did study technical engineering,
Technical engineering?
but I didn't finish it. So, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
I started working instead.
And what do you do for a work?
I'm a chef. Currently a chef.
Oh, that's
But
nice.
I've had a few other professions. So, yeah.
What do you like to cook?
What I like to cook? Food. I like Middle Eastern food.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, Mediterranean diet pretty nice. So, and if a special dish. Flat pancakes, maybe. Just kidding.
I like pancakes. Why no one is talking except two of us?
Who is talking?
We have another one. Hello, the man myth. How are you, bro?
Good, bro. You, bro?
I'm good.
Where
Do you have any
you
questions
from?
about Flat Earth? What?
Where are you from, brother?
Where I'm from? I'm from
Yeah.
Sweden.
Ooh, Sweden. Yo, bro.
Yeah.
I am from Kansas City.
You're from Kansas? Oh, I doubt that.
Yeah.
You don't really sound like you're
Where
from
is it?
Kansas.
I'm from Kansas City, brother.
Is it a country?
Nah, bro. It's a city name in United States.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go. Have a good time.
Good luck,
Bye.
bro.
What are you guys doing? State your business. The old Rob Utah's getting wrecked in the side chat again, is he? He's like an annoying fly. He's like, nowhere in the definition of horizontal does it say anything about the ground. So I gave him a dictionary definition where it specifically mentions that horizontal means flat and level with the ground. I just posted it for him again, and he's doubling down. He's something else, that guy. I'd like to know what he thinks the plane is. Plane of the horizon. I'd like to know what he thinks the horizon is. Because I don't think you can have a horizon without the surface of the Earth. I don't think you can have a plane of a horizon without the surface of the Earth. So that's basically like his own definition was spelling out the flat ground for himself. Anyway. Whatever.
Bir şey mi gönderdin?
Pardon?
What did you say?
I couldn't really hear you. Just got on mute immediately. Jas. Hello, dude. Flat. Check. Are you able to?
Are you guys still want to talk about something?
We do.
Why would he ask that and just leave?
Yeah, it was a bit weird.
Is anyone here?
Hold on 1 second. Fire Silk. Hello.
Hello, brother.
How are you?
I'm good. And you?
I'm good. Good. So, what brings you to the Flat Earth Discord?
I don't know. It's funny.
All right. Why is it funny?
Speak English is funny. I'm Chinese.
All right.
Maybe
Nice.
just learn English and stop being corny. Sorry.
Yeah. Listen to him. Do you have any question, Maddox? Maddox, do you have any questions?
Nope.
No. All right.
I actually just used my real name now, so I just changed that. Oh, I can't. Never mind. Okay. Anyway, hello, Flat Earther. Me learning.
So, Fire Silk, you like to speak English? Speak. Why do you think you live on a globe? What makes you think that you live on a spinning ball suspended in an infinite vacuum? Oh, not a vacuum, sorry. Super high, low pressure. Fire Silk.
Where are you from? Country.
I am from Sweden. From Sweden. I'm from Sweden. Sweden. Durka Durka. Yeah. So no question about the topic. Flat Earth.
I'm English beginning. My English is poor. I don't know how to say my think.
Do you understand or you have a hard time understanding as well. Because sometimes people understand and just don't know how to speak very well. But it's okay. I have patience.
I understand you say, but I can speak more.
All right. Yeah, that's usually the
I
case.
can't speak more.
Well, now is your chance to practice. Why do you think you live on a globe? What makes you believe this?
So I have a curiosity question, kind of off the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it the contention of the group or yourself or both that we've never been to space? Yes.
I can only speak for myself, but yeah.
Do you believe we've gone to space at all?
No, I've seen no evidence for it, and
Okay.
also space seems to be violating a couple of natural laws. So
I got you. Okay, so the 21 people that supposedly died didn't, correct?
talking about the Challenger
Oh,
thing
there's
in the
all
80s.
sorts of disasters. But total 17 from the US and 4 from the Soviet Union. Supposedly. That's all false, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you said we never went to space, so it would have to be false, correct?
Yeah, would be the
Okay.
logical conclusion, I guess.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Have you heard about the Challenger disaster? Was it called
I witnessed it.
Oh, you witnessed it. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
No,
So you've
none
seen
of
that.
those guys. Sorry,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
none of those guys died in space, though.
No, I mean the space program per se. Okay. 3 people died in space.
They lost a
Of the
good shuttle
21,
that day.
yeah, of the 21, 3 died in space. Supposedly. Okay. So those are all false, correct? Good. Thank you.
No,
That's all.
nobody's ever died in.
That's all.
Nobody's ever died. No, nobody's ever died in space.
Yes, 3. 3 are recorded as died in space.
When?
Hold on. Let me bring up the. This was a question I was not familiar with. Who died in space? Hold on. I'll get you the 3. This was. Hold on. Hold on. I don't think it was American.
You are wrong again.
Yeah, it's the Soviets. Suffocation during reentry. It was
That's not
above
space.
the.
That's not space. That's not
They were
space.
above the. They were above the Kármán line.
Kármán line.
Mm-hmm. There's
Yeah,
a
that's not
line
space.
that's considered. Yeah, that's considered. Space.
No,
It's called
that's not
Kármán.
space.
It is considered by all astrophysicists as a space. It is called the Kármán line. Okay, but obviously they
Okay.
didn't. Okay, that's fine. I didn't want to draw this out. I was just curious. Okay, over.
No, you got to be outside of Earth's orbit to be in space. You got to have left the Earth system so that, like.
It is above the Earth system. But that's okay. That's okay. Maybe you don't aren't
That's
familiar with
arbitrary. That's arbitrary, right? It's not
it's a
like
fixed line.
it's just
not
agreed
arbitrary.
upon.
Okay.
It's just
There is a
It's just
line.
an agreed upon.
I understand. Okay. We can agree to disagree that the carbon line exists. We define it as space, but that's okay. Okay. I didn't want to continue the discussion. That was just quick question. Over.
So you think we went to space, I guess, right?
I don't wish to discuss it any further. I just asked a simple question. It wasn't a discussion. It was just a question. That's it.
I'm just curious.
Good for you.
I think the Russians denied that too, about those deaths. I don't think they ever admitted it.
It dropped out.
Is Clive and Branda same person?
I'm not sure.
Brenda has a different voice.
Nah, they act the same. What I mean.
Act the same, yeah. Probably.
So oldish, but so childish. All good, Rambo? Having a good day?
So far, so good.
Good.
It's hot. That's it. It's getting cooler. 35 degrees. 96 Fahrenheit. So it's
Still.
not super hot. Yeah.
That's harsh. We're down to 22, maybe 23 today. That's perfect for me.
I missed that.
You're having a good time there. You're getting cold, getting colder.
Yeah. Yeah, typical Swedish to complain about the temperature. Either it's too hot or too cold. Never satisfied.
Never.
So you don't want to talk at all, Clive? You just want to listen, I guess.
I mostly just listen here. Though it is interesting. Here's an interesting one. As you might know, I'm a stock trader, and I have been shorting SpaceX, et cetera, and on Friday or Friday, I believe it was. Yeah, it was Friday. Bear with me just a second. Oh shoot, I had it right here. Musk is going to build the largest building in the world, adding another. It'll be $100 million building. I wonder what he's going to do with that. That's what's going to be interesting for me.
Seems like data centers streaming.
Yeah, but what's he going to data center? I mean, if everything's on the planet, seems awfully silly to put up $100 million building, the most valuable real estate on the planet, just to put up landlines. Weird. Okay. Oh. In the meantime, Star Trek is 60 years old. You know that, just as a curiosity thing, it failed after 2 years. They didn't renew it. Do you know who actually sponsored it after the first 2 years? Just a little trivia question.
Nope, I
Who
have no idea.
bankrolled it? Lucille Ball. Of I Love Lucy?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. Sorry.
Oh, really? Okay, okay.
I don't see.
Yeah, it's an American thing. Everyone who's a boomer would know who Lucille Ball is, and a lot of non-boomers. Okay, well, I got to do some work. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll be listening in. Out.
So it's like, how could everybody be wrong about the Earth if Hollywood spends so much money on the globe?
And
Answer your question. Only half of 1% of the U.S. budget goes to. So every $200 you pay in taxes, $1 goes to NASA. It's not really that much. There's approximately 12,000 full-time employees and about 44,000 contractors. Musk will probably spend close to $400 billion on his venture. His company is now worth back to $1 trillion, or close to, I think, $800, $900 million, which makes it about the fifth biggest company in the world. The biggest is NVIDIA and Apple.
Rainbow. All right. Maya, do you have any questions? Right. It's the second time. Want to be in the spotlight. Have you heard about the Keshi guy, Yoda? Probably not pronouncing the name right. He created like a allegedly free energy device that was supposed to, yeah, you plugged it in your socket, and then your electrical in that one. It was supposed to give you free energy. Anyways, he has like a space program where he gets money from people to build a rocket to go to space, and he's been pushing the date forward and forward for the last 15 years. Just scamming people for money. Might be a good business. Rambo, are you able to speak, bro? Rambo, am I coming through? Mic check. Oh, yeah. There we go. Hey. Rambo. Is it like the Russian Rambo? Rambo. My name is Rambo.
Yeah, you pronounce it correctly.
All right. What brings you to the Flat Earth Discord?
I actually just wanna hear the debate.
All right. So you don't have any questions? Right. Well.
Oh, we're gonna have a rare event today. Anybody near France or on the coast on that side of the world? Yes, no. Spain.
Live in Spain. Yeah, I live there.
Okay, you'll see a solar eclipse. When is it? I think in 3 days. 99% in France.
Yeah.
Spain, I believe, is like 89 or 92%.
Pretty far south, so I don't.
I got you.
Yeah.
You'll see some of it then. I've seen 5 in my life, and
All
lunar
right.
eclipses, I've seen tons of those.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
The next one's going to be the next one in France is I think of another 80 or 90 years.
Oh, it's crazy how they were able to predict those thousands of years ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're easy. That's just really that's nothing major. All you got to know is the inclination that the Earth